Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hello everybody, welcome back as we're heading over to the third day of the RES Regional here at the European Tournament, the third installment here by Relog as we have finished Southeast Asia. We've done some South America, now we're going over to Europe, and of course Group A continues once again here with T-Panda and Kips in the commentary. Kips, 2 days have passed. What are your primary thoughts?
Primary thoughts is that I think the only team that we haven't yet seen the full measure of is Mouse. I think Just Better made a very almost confused impression yesterday. I think we've seen what HAVU can do, which is they're going to give it their best, they're never going to GG out, but they just can't keep up with the pace. Navi Jr. up and down, left, right, center if they're feeling their draft or not. Dandelions, stable. Probably the best team in here, but Monte even more stable and having already taken a game off of Dandelions, probably in a very good position to guarantee themselves the playoff spot first.
Yeah, Monte only have one series remaining, and that's going to be played out tomorrow in the early series versus Just Better. And for today's schedule, as you can see some of the teams, how they're ranked up in the group, we're going to kick things off with HAVU going up against Navi Junior. And after that, we'll see a second series from Navi Junior, and they'll be playing off versus the Dandelions, who currently have a tie and a win under their belts. And to finish off the day, HAVU, their final series out of the full 5 versus Just Better. So basically, since HAVU are done with their games after today, this is where every point counts, but their chances, they're very slim. They're very slim to go through anymore with those 3 series losses already under their belts. But you can never know. Everything is still an opportunity when that opportunity is presented to you.
Exactly, and I do think that if they never expected to win anything here and they were just in it for the experience, they got the most out of this because they played the hardest teams first. And now they're going to get Navi Jr., who we've seen can have off days and can just simply not get their draft off to the right footing, which would give HAVU an opportunity. And Just Better looking shaky yesterday as well. They will go in with the most experience from those 3 series played previously into these last 2 series where they get the biggest chances at actually snatching away points. So for a development perspective, I think this was actually the best way that the group stage could have been set up for them.
And also for Navi Junior, I'd be excited to see how their form is going to be coming out from this first series, because their opponents are in a different level when HAVU and then Dandelions after, who have, like you said, probably the best team in this group. So you're kind of getting the best of both worlds. So they're looking to take some victories here. But as you can see, the young roster from HAVU, I feel like there's a lot of capability and a lot of promise and potential in this team. Like we can see Ilbert, for example. Maybe some teams might also get interested in how this guy is playing, because his laning performance has been the best out of this team. Yeah. Topita has also had his ups and downs. Like he's also been doing really good in some of those laning matchups in the mid lane. It's really the decision making, the activity, and the reaction time that this team is maybe lacking compared to the others. But that is something that improves over time. You play against better opponents, you get better yourself because you start to understand the tempo a lot. And of course, kicking off the day with this opener series, I hope HAVU is up for the challenge, because when you look at Navi Junior's roster, and most importantly, got the juice. I think he had a pretty good day yesterday. Days, absolutely great with those tiny plays. He was a joy to watch.
Days is one of the standout players for me throughout this tournament already. The amount of insight that this guy has in, especially when it's a good time to go, when it's not, when to force plays on the map versus whether he needs his opening items first and the ways that he gets that. I do not ever see this guy struggling to get a Blink Dagger on his Tiny, for example, or on his Lion. That's something that we didn't really talk about, but the speed at which this man got Blink on Lion in the first map that we saw yesterday,
Yep.
insane.
That was an insane timing, indeed. Like, he can definitely get the most out of that laning stage. And of course, with that Tiny, where you're really dependent on getting those early kills because you don't farm as that hero. You can't just tag along and hope things happen. You need to be that chemical reaction that enables your team to get those kills. He was kill participating 95 to 90% of the time from the first 15 kills they had in the team. So really impactful player. Can he keep up that form today? I'd also like to see maybe PMA go for some spicy picks. We already saw the Broodmother in day number 1, which was a really, I would say, pleasant surprise as well because they were comfortable picking it. The matchup wasn't too great, but he came out with shining colors. Unfortunately, they weren't able to win that particular game where he brought that Broodmother. But we'll see what the draft is going to bring along with HAVU versus Navi Jr. here in game number 1. Is there something that you would like to see here, minus the Chen?
Sorry, I would like to see the correct team names.
Yeah, long team names.
Listen, I know this feel because my parents deliberately gave me, I think, the longest possible name that they could fit.
I'm on the same line with you. I think my name is longer than yours though, but it's not a real show off.
Yeah, do you have a second name?
Yes, I do.
Oh yeah, of course you do. Okay, well that's because I just have the Muriel Elizabeth, which is that's a pretty big mouthful. But you've got the Rikkumiku is definitely something.
Kangasmäki, yes. So I have like 26 to 27 letters in my name.
Yeah, I think you win that one.
I love how like there was the I think it was the TI announcement or something, or maybe after TI there was a tournament where we had like a Brazilian name announced, and it was like he had like a 5-part name, and somebody wrote in the Twitter comments that you have the longest name. And they just ignored mine completely. It's like, yeah, I still have a longer name than he does.
Yeah, because they're named Jose, Maria. Maria needs to be in there if you're Catholic.
Yeah,
but those are all like
see the De La
syllables.
Vegas in there.
Yeah. It sounds beautiful though. It sounds beautiful. I guess that's why my parents gave me a French name, Muriel.
5 seconds remaining.
Anyway, yeah, minus the Chen, who has with good rights been taken out of the picture here, and Navi Jr. certainly taking away, I don't want to say the boring options, but no Centaur, no DK. If you're on the offlane for HAVU, you're definitely going to have to at least, go for the second favorite pick as opposed for the favorites.
Yeah, and I love how Ilbert has also had a last pick where he had 6 of his heroes banned, and he still got himself a good 7th in his hero pool. So that always helps out. Does he want to secure it early on here? They banned the Primal, so that is going to open up things later on if they want to look for the Pango pick, for example. But they will open things up with the Techies. This is one of their comfort supports. And I feel like this is one of their strongest supports as well, seen from their recent performance in pubs and a couple scrims as well. I feel like this Techies has really been an impactful hero for this team.
Yeah, and especially if you're going to be playing defensive, which is most likely what's going to happen, right? You know that you can't quite catch up to the tempo that your opponents have been bringing so far. Techies is phenomenal at scouting out smokes, at punishing people for initiations that are not, on the point enough. The amount of damage that you bring in with this hero as well means that even if you lose the laning stage, or don't come out of it as favorably as you want, you always have space to make plays just because you don't have to worry about having enough burst to make it into a 5 versus 4 immediately. Techies will do that for you.
So looking at the Mimsy Shadow Demon was also banned out by Navi Jr. Gonna go for the Venge this time. The side of HAVU. Also, some of those Navi drafts I've been looking at, they haven't exactly been... They've only played it once. That was paired up with the Sven. That was the Broodmother draft. That was the very first game that they played in the tournament on day number 1 versus Monte. But they've had a lot of flexibility with their drafts. Like they've had those Pugna supports, the Tinies. Now we got the Crystal Maiden. I think this is actually the first time they also picked Crystal Maiden. So it's nice to see different support heroes coming out. Because usually it's like you're good with a hero. and you're going to play that hero 4 games out of the the 4 that you
Yeah.
have that day. It's like, yeah, he's just playing
5
Grimstroke,
seconds remaining.
Grimstroke, Grimstroke. It's like the same thing over and over again. So I feel like Navi can experiment a little bit with different types of drafts because their supports aren't always the same.
And HAVU goes back for the Lifestealer. I think they're a little reliant here on hoping that this Kunkka is going to be offlane. Because there could still be a Slardar in the works here. There could still be, I don't know, anything from
10
Death
seconds
Prophets to
remaining.
Vipers. There's a lot of nasty things that can still come out
5
and
seconds
ruin your
remaining.
day as an early pick Lifestealer here. And the
True.
support duo doesn't really make up for this either, because this is once again a very reactive support duo. You need the vision first. And your Lifestealer is certainly not going to go in and provide that for you. So this is dangerous, and this brings me to where I think that HAVU has been suffering the most in their drafts. They seem to have a very limited hero pool, not just for their safe lane, but also for their mid lane. I feel like we have seen a lot more Pangoliers than is really justifiable, for example. Even in situations where there's clearly better picks available, this Lifestealer, this Pangolier, they keep on coming back in. And Navi Jr. are going to lay down the law. We've seen this
Yeah.
Pudge banned. First phase. We've wondered about this Pudge.
Yes, we have. You talked about the carry Pudge option there for Got the Juice, and now the Meepo as well, which looks like Niku will bring it. So you were right. Lifestealer was to
seconds
target that
remaining.
offlane Kunkka, and this is already a pretty scary
5
timing
seconds
draft. So what are you kind of cooking here on the side of HAVU? Because they're like, well, we have a Meepo issue. We don't have anything that counters it right now. And it's really about wearing down that early timer from the Meepo, because he will snowball. He will take Roshan early. And there will be a time where it's like, well, we're now faced with the fact that we need to fight this Meepo at some point. He might even have Aghanims at that point, so you have to fight the Mega Meepo tower. It's usually around like 2900 to 4k HP, depending on his levels and depending if he has some stat items on in addition to the Aghanims as well. So Lifestealer is good for sustain, but you're going to need another sustain damage dealer definitely in this HAVU draft. And if you try to target this early, you might end up losing that. You have an Aghanims Pudge that you still need to worry about at a very early phase of the game too. Very item dependent that you get the most out of this Pudge too.
Radiant team
HAVU's options are, do we fight this early, slow it down, or do we let them get the items they have and we will just, hurdle up, turtle up, try to fight with our scaling? There's 2 options to it. And I feel like the best option for HAVU would to be actually and
10
try and fight it
seconds
out
remaining.
early. Try and slow them down as much as they can. Fight them with their own
5
tools and
seconds
try to
remaining.
match up that timing versus Navi Jr. instead of letting them have what they can with the Pudge and the Meepo. And of course, this Kunkka can also be an issue. He's going to build a water park at some point on this Kunkka too, causing a lot of disruption.
Absolutely. Yeah, the way that I see Meepo is a damage check. You're gonna be looking at that Meepo tower. He's going to have 5k HP. Do you have the damage to take that down or not? And if you don't, then the game is basically
10 seconds
over,
remaining.
especially since the Meepo will from that point on always outfarm you, does better at split pushing than
5
you, unless of
seconds
course you're
remaining.
looking at a Meepo
Dire
player who
team
doesn't
back.
really play Meepo. But I think the opportunistic Meepo players have already left that ship after the Disperser nerf, and I think it's just the actual Meepos left here. So that doesn't bode well. And then on top of that, you
Radiant
also
team
have the
back.
Pudge, who is another DPS check. So I want to see big damage come out from this last pick here from HAVU.
Yeah, you can't really go for the toppy Pango. You can't go for the sniper really either. I feel like that sniper is just going to get torn
10
to shreds.
seconds remaining.
So he's going to have to bring a new hero here.
5 seconds
Because the
remaining.
ones that he has been playing so far have literally been the Pango. He had that one DK game in the mid lane. Then they had the sniper. That's pretty much all that he has been playing so far. Yeah, that's all the 3 heroes that he's played so far, and 2 of those are out of the pool. And 1 is not suitable for this draft, to be completely honest.
Yeah,
Radiant
and that's where one of the things that would be, I think, the coolest if they could actually pull it off, but we've seen the lack of flexibility, right? But I think that a core Elder Titan pick here would go super hard.
Okay, yeah, well, Elder Titan, sure, that could be very spicy.
10
If it's
seconds
too
remaining.
spicy for HAVU, we know we Finns,
Yeah.
we don't exactly like spice.
5 seconds.
We're very
remaining.
bland.
I mean, you guys never colonized anybody, so how were you
We
supposed
did.
to know that pepper
We
was
did
good?
have one.
Oh, sorry.
We did have one back in the day, so. But you're right. It was.
What did you colonize? Like Ireland?
No, no, we didn't touch that one. There was. Wait. I
Earthshaker,
need
okay,
to
there's the
Google this
other
one up
option.
because there was
Choose
one.
your hero.
It's a bit of a less known fact, and a lot of Finns don't actually know about it.
Yeah,
But,
educate me, because I didn't either. And I'll talk about this Earthshaker pick here, by the way, because this
yeah,
is one
sure.
of the other Meepo picks, counter picks, right? That gets really high on the pub counter charts. Echo Slam into all of the Meepos, like it's a guaranteed way to start off a good fight. The chain stun is a very good way to keep the Meepo from assembling the Mega Meepo, which means that you have a lot easier time of taking him down. And between Topita and Ilbert, if you can land both of the ults in succession, I think the Meepo can definitely die without him getting a word in edgewise.
Right, right. Well, just to, this is a very awkward topic, but there was Ovambo land, which is the northern part of
Ovambo land.
Namibia or something like that in the 1920s. There were plans for it, but we didn't actually have one. So you're right, we never actually did. But out of that, the Earthshaker to face... Actually, PMA is playing the Meepo, so Nico will take the Kunkka instead. So Shaker versus the Kunkka. Of course, the Shaker, he's, really good in terms of the CS trade. That's one good thing that they have going their way. But this Kunkka doesn't really mind too much, because if he misses a couple CS, he'll still get the levels he needs for the Tidebringer and jungle instead. They can do some stacks for him. The Meepo's also pretty good at clearing stacks. And HAVU maybe a bit locked in with their timings, I guess you could put it that way. Like, playing this Shaker, he needs to be in that mid lane for, like, until level 8, level 9, get as much CS as he can. And he needs a lot of items, right? To be the most efficient, to actually have, like the super carry, basically. Because that's what's the Shaker potentially can be. If you start rotating early with this hero, it needs to be an opponent diving you under the tower. But look at that. They're already going 3 versus 5. They brought the supports to help out as well. Illibert in the front. There goes your first blood. It is off the Tidehunter. Goes for Riddies, though, but Topi will get a return kill off of Got the Juice. So Pudge does get a Flesh Heap stack for standing that nearby for the first kill. And that is one also picked up for the mid-Shaker. So even if that is a first blood for Riddies, I feel like Topi is still getting the most out of this one.
30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to do a lot for him in terms of getting his bottle early. The bottle very important for the Earthshaker, since you are going to be using your enchant totem a lot for denying as opposed to smacking your opponent around. So the Kunkka will have the harass advantage with the Tidebringer. The Earthshaker needs to bring that bottle in fast. That is exactly what he is going to get now.
Well, we are potentially could get another fight with Riddies Got the Juice actually going for the River Rune. But no, they're not going to fight this one anymore. HAVU, they went in with 3. So they couldn't actually just walk up on the high ground with just the 3 of them, not knowing that, the supports weren't nearby. If they didn't have them, that would have been just a suicide call for them. So luckily they got something out of it, and actually a decent kill too, because the Shaker, he's now 100 gold short from picking up the bottle. Niku, it's going to take a bit longer for him to pick it up for himself, so that extra regeneration, they both only have Fairy Fires and Tangos that they're going to have to live with, and Topi is going to try his best to just deny as much as he can with that enchant totem.
Exactly. Kunkka does often rely on the splash damage to get last hits. That's not going to happen if Topi has anything to say about it. And the bolt is going to fly in now.
So good timing with that. And also, you did kind of talk a bit about this Bane pick. I do like the fact that they are, of course, flexible with the supports, like we talked in the draft a bit. You have a 4 Bane this time, so Days bringing out something a little bit different. I like to see them. It's because Bane is always seen as a 5. Very rarely do you see this hero being played as a 4 position. But it's a good matchup. You got the techies there. You have Nightmare to play against it.
Exactly, you can nightmare dodge things or just simply make sure that the techie doesn't get involved at all for a little while. And then later on, the fact that you're playing a 4 Bane here means that you're most likely going to get a little bit more leeway in ways of, you know, getting your Aether Lens up, which means better reach on the Fiend's Grip, which is going to get used versus Tsunami.
And 70% damage reduction for the Lifestealer at one point. It's not at level 1, but a level 4 Enfeeble is really the killer for both the Shaker and the Lifestealer.
It's insane.
You'd think an Enchant Totem combo is going to kill somebody, and then you have Enfeeble on you, and you're just like, eh. Big Totem turns to Wet Towel.
Yes. There we go. Wet Towel is better than Wet Noodle, actually.
Yeah.
Then again,
Gilbert's gonna go down at the top lane. Blood Grenade last hit by Riddies. Memsy can't actually kill either one of these, so he'll just have to stay around for the poke range. Meanwhile, Tsunami, with the help of Waza will die to Daze, and Daze could maybe even kill Tsunami here as well. Has a Brain Sap available on a right click, but nice little dangling movement there from Tsunami. Sadly, he won't be able to get into CS range because this Bane dominates this lane at their current HP. But a kill is a kill. He'll take it.
kill is a kill, especially when you get ferried some extra tangos and a salve by your support, who's immediately going to lay into Daze again.
Yep. It has Blast Off available again. Waza, who's been quite frequently playing this techies of late. Sadly, this top lane is just not going their way. The Pudge is too strong.
Yeah. And we're getting a lesson here, I think, in why this one has been banned out by opponents of Navi Jr. in the first phase. Every single time they have not gotten to play it in a long time. We're going to see this Pudge go into a Veil, extra farm, extra damage, and then after that Aghanim Scepter, after which the rot damage is going to be a problem for this melee-focused lineup of HAVU.
It will be painful to deal with, definitely. It does hurt the Pudge as well, but if he has the levels by the time Aghanim's is up, his Flesh Heap is basically just going to soak up the majority of that damage.
And he's already got 3 strength on his first point. That's good value.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Crystal Maiden can just protect the lane. The lane is going to push quite hard towards Ilbert's direction, who is at the moment level 2. And only has 7 last hits, so... CM also pulls the wave as well. So, even more the issues. PMA gets a kill on Tsunami, while Waza kills off Daze. And that Sticky Bomb will not connect onto the Nepo. He'll be fine. Can take over the lane, while Techies is trying his best to just poke him out. Rough side lanes.
Yeah, Ilbert and Memsy are going to get a really big wave under tower right now, but there's so much mana on their opponents that, yeah, they're just going to die for these kills.
Yeah, and Ilbert, they're like nobody actually teleporting in. Techies is coming in now, but Ilbert, well, they don't actually know which one to focus. Waza will miss out on the Sticky Bomb, does not connect onto Riddies either, and now Pudge is coming in, and he can actually just kill the Techies here. Blast Off comes out. Stuns the Pudge, Acorn Shot with the Bushwhack, Riddies gets the kill on Waza, Memsy can get the kill if I've got the juice.
Finally.
But quite a heavy cost as well, because they couldn't get the CM when she was low. Dodged a couple abilities, Blast Off didn't connect either. Nice movement there from Riddies in general.
Yeah, and they missed that entire wave that was on the tower. That was another full level for Ilbert that he just missed. And Pudge there, you can see... You know, as long as you don't attack, you don't actually attract tower aggro, so you just rot them down.
Yep. Smell them to death. Toppy.
Oof.
He's got some unwanted guests here in the mid lane. Both Daze and PMA have moved in to shut him down, but he has an Echo Slam. But how much damage would it really do when he's just 1 HP? So he's not going to use it here, and Ilbert is dead again. 5 deaths on the Tidehunter. This is not looking good at all for HAVU.
Well, Ilbert has been their star player and the guy who's been making all the moves, and he looks by far the worst after this laning stage. I mean, say after his laning stage, we're halfway through.
Yeah.
The Techie's gonna overtake him soon.
Yeah, now they're also body blocking Memsy here, bullying him in the river. another one for PMA. Also open up a killing spree here for Navi Jr.
Dire are scanning.
Look how far forward they are. They would love to get themselves another Tidehunter kill, but Ilbert has said, nah, fam. I'm not falling for that again. He's jungling at level 3 Tidehunter. What a sad life. And, well...
Oh, they tried the Echo Slam this time with a blast off, but it is just not enough damage. PMA will survive, and Mimsy's a bit late for the party, so 1 kill already. The second one will go to Niku will take off Waza. Mimsy will just have to sit under his tower under protection, so they didn't get the full combo off to kill off the Meepo, who survives with just a little bit of HP.
Yeah, the Coco's Rum definitely do a lot of work there. But there you have it. Damage checks upon damage checks. Can you take down a Meepo? Can you take down a Pudge? Can you do either of those things with a Ghost Ship on top of them? How about then?
Yeah, the top lane has also been completely left. Maybe the Hoodwink can grab some experience for himself, but the Tidehunter has been forced into the jungle. Tsunami's going to be teleporting in. But it's going to be a rough race to catch a Crystal Maiden. Can't get to her in time. Pudge is setting up for potential Frostbite Hook. This is, you know, a combo that has been used for such a long time. And there goes your Dismember. Blastoff comes out. It's a bit late for it now as the Lifestealer is dead and got the juice, you know. He's got that Helm of Iron Will. He's got a lot of extra armor. Just chases Waza down. That's already 7 Flesh Heap stacks up on the Pudge. And there's the Frostbite, there's the Hook, and there's another kill.
In the meantime, in mid...
Yeah, this is a beatdown.
Slaughter. I mean, I know that HAVU doesn't GG out, but I don't think you're going to learn much more from this one.
Yeah, and this also, like, when you think about the lineup and the scaling, there's very few opportunities you can actually pull off here that could be really, like, how do you put it? You'd need to get like 12 combinations at this point to work to get yourself a lead.
It's all down to Topita.
It's too much.
Yeah.
Like, Navi's not making
much.
that kind of mistakes when they're playing like this. Like, their tempo is just something that HAVU can't match. There's an Infest Heal Bomb. Maybe that's the chance to turn things around onto the Pudge, but that's already a Pavis applied by Riddies. 9 minutes in, and there's the X mark. Tsunami will be able to dodge the torrent, but got the juice. Is he gonna die or not? Frostbite comes in again. 4 versus 1. Poor Tsunami.
Well, and he's just going to have to do that again. The only way that his team gets back into this is if Topita gets to buy a Blink Dagger, and they get to combine that with, well...
Yeah, Ravage and Echo Slam is really the one turnaround thing that they have.
Yeah, I think you play for that, and if you don't land that, then... Well, should you go next?
Yeah, this is kind of like... I mean, you could think of the positives and discuss, like, well, it's a money in the bank strat. But, those are some really high stocks at, like, 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and I don't think the bank's gonna take kindly on you withdrawing.
Yeah, the banks don't like that. Dota economy is not in agreement. Tidehunter goes for a
keeps on going. My lord. That was Toppy. He made the mistake of thinking that just because he saw the Kunkka on the top lane, he could go for Rune. Oh, how wrong he was. That Crystal Maiden is going to have
708 Crystal Maiden, by the way. For all the CM players out there, well, they do have a Ravage set in the bot lane, and the Meepo is very low, but PMA is able to get out. Unfortunate.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blocks the sharpshooter with his other Meepo.
Are fortified.
Nothing you can do, and that's Ravage use. That was one of the tools that they had to at least punish possible dives with, right? The threat of a TP in Ravage. Navi can now dive with Abandon.
Well, there's pretty much just not much to say right now.
No, I mean, added to this.
Wait and see if they can get success, really.
Yeah, and get it. It needs to almost be handed to them because we don't even have any points in fissure on Toppy, so it's not like he can fissure somebody out of fog and set up. It just has to happen. Waza walks into PMA.
Well, he is low.
Here come the
But
TPs.
no blast off. He does have 2 mines to set down. He'll get one of them there to explode, but it's onto the wrong meepo. It's another one. They're pinging out mid. They're like, well, there's a chance to kill the Pudge before that Aghanims is going to be ready. Ilbert on the chase. He's low on mana. Toppy is here. Echo Slam will
Alright,
be used
they're
as
gonna
well.
get him, surely.
3 cores onto 1 core. They should be able to get this one before the reinforcements arrive in time, and they do. Toppy will get himself a kill. That is a lot of experience. And, you know, kills like that, if you get those like 10 times in a row, those
Yes.
are the money in the bank strat.
That is the way it would work. Toppy wasn't even close to Blink Dagger before. Will be
Radiant's bottom
decently
tower
close
is
now,
under attack.
as the Crystal Maiden just D-wards under his nose. That just feels bad.
Radiant's
Sure, you
middle
got
tower is
one
under
kill.
attack.
Just Batman moment.
Blade Mill done for Niku.
Radiant's
That's
middle
gonna hurt
tower
if you Echo
has
Slam
fallen.
that.
Radiant's
Techies is
bottom
also
tower
really
is
going to
under
hate it.
attack.
Well, there's a hook to try and catch the Tidehunter, but the X mark and the boat is going to be there. They'll look to kill off this Tidehunter. Won't use this Ravage at all because it's not a fight. Not one that HAVU can win in the end. Niku is already hunting for the next one.
No, that's not a fight. They're just stuffing a guy in a locker.
Yeah, go back in there. Look at these stacks also the Meepo has. They've had some time for PMA to make some juicy money stacks here. Talk about stonks.
Yeah. We've barely seen Days. I think it might have been him actually.
Easy. He's trying to scout Roshan here, but he's in between Bane and the Pudge, and now they see him. People's out. Got the juice. He finally sees where Mimsy's going. Does he go for the blind hook? Kind of hard to catch a squirrel who could scurry at any moment, but he's got it. Doesn't even have scurry leveled up, so got the juice will get the connection.
You have to decide if you want to, like, is he going to dodge me or can I just... Is he going to try to previous level me? Sometimes you just gotta throw the hook on straight. That's it. Alright. Blink Dagger. Coming in for the Earthshaker. So this is your one, well, not your one shot. This is your first shot if you're going to get any more in this game. Meepo's level 13. Raced on a bike.
Yeah, 8% win probability for HAVU is
Radiant's
very
middle
generous.
tower is under attack.
But I
I was
guess they are
about to use the
taking...
exact, yeah, same word.
But it is. We're thinking alike here. This has been absolute Navi Junior dominance. 25 kills in the first 15 minutes. You do get some pub game vibes.
Yeah, we were
Oh,
wondering
Tsunami
if...
caught again with another hook from Got the
Okay,
Juice.
they're clustering,
There's
they're
the
clustering.
Empower, waiting for the Rage coming out, but there's the Echo Slam and the full wombo combo. Ilbert coming in with the Ravage as well. But
It's just
where's
not
this
enough.
the damage enough? It's just not enough. If that was, you know, like a half an item, maybe an item more, maybe a couple more levels, it could have maybe done the trick, but that's going to be a team wipe. I wonder if HAVU still got the fight left in them. That was
DPS check
everything.
failed. Yep, that was everything. That was all you had. That was as good of a fight as you were going to get. They were all grouped on your lifestealer, or wasn't that low yet because you got to pop his rage in time. And you killed nobody.
Also,
Not
it looked like
single
Techies
death.
didn't get all of his mines out. Like, that is the hard thing about playing a Techies and stuff like that, is you can't just drop all your 3 mines right away because they have a area limit. So if they got all of those 3 out, they do a very sizable amount of damage. Even with magic reduction, you are going to do 300 per mine.
Whoops,
So if
that's
you
a
got all
daze.
3, okay. If you got all 3 of them placed down, it would be perfect. But it looked like he did get crowd control of it. Couldn't get all of his spells off.
Yeah, and another attempt like that is only going to get harder. We've seen what the boat does against this clustered up team fight, throwing everything at the Echo Slam. Well, the water park is going to come in now as well. Little kill though for Toppy, not bad.
Got the juice will not actually get to respond, but he does have that fresh axe on the Pudge.
Man, it's massive.
Step lively now. Your
Scary
admiral's on
rot.
board.
13 flesh heap stacks. As Pudges do end games on that amount of stacks.
And another one.
Another one bites the dust. Beat down. Alright, Lifestealer, you don't get to make any plays on a Lifestealer. You don't. You don't get to think about having a game on a Lifestealer here, but Tsunami knows this, so he's building a Desolator.
Yeah.
We like damage. I'm gonna die anyway. I will bring damage.
I love how he's trying to escape with the range creep, but it just gets intercepted instantly. And now he's webbed and thrown in the air with the Torrent. PMA gets another one off of Tsunami. Got the juice pushing the top lane at the same time. Waza is trying to creep wave skip, so Navi's kind of like, can't they tap out already? But for HAVU, like we said, this is a learning experience. They're trying to do all the small things that they can, see how well they work, because they know that this game has already been a beatdown, and they're still doing some of the right things they're supposed to do when you're playing from behind.
They're playing
And
this with
the only way you're going to get better is by just repeating.
It's true. It's true. Maybe in the future you will have a game where you actually have comeback potential, but you still need to execute the same maneuvers.
Yep.
It's
And it could be like a tournament finals, where you need to know what you're doing at that moment, and instead of just freeze and wonder, okay, what should I do next?
It's true.
Clear out as much uncertainty out of the team.
Radiant's middle tower is
Constantly
under
act.
attack.
It's going to be
hard.
high ground defense in a moment. These outer towers are falling. Roshan is probably the next target for Navi Jr. Usually that mid T2 tower is really difficult to get to, but now
Tower is under attack.
with the advantage that they have, all these towers, outer towers at least, are defenseless. PMA is hunting for a kill here. Not sure if he saw Topi, because that is a life stealer also inside. And he's going to go for it. And surprise, surprise, there's suddenly 3 heroes. But again, another damage check. They've got it this time. That's a lot of money for Topi. Waza's also coming in here. Daze might just get caught off guard. That might be another kill for HAVU. He's trying to teleport away, but now Waza gets the mines out. So nice little burst. So Topi gets a decent paycheck out of this.
Yeah, the action's not over yet, though.
Yeah, Punch is coming in. Ilbert in between. Ravage is still up, by the way. But it will be really difficult to get a good Ravage off while the rest of the team isn't entirely sure if we can take this fight or not. Topi's dead. Mimsy's dead. Mimsy coming into the buyback. Ilbert's going to drop the Ravage, and they're going to try and focus the Pudge with the Rage up on Tsunami. This will take a bit of time, but Got the Juice is dropping low, and he is dead. Waza will get the money for it. Niku, he's now on the run. Waza low on mana. Tsunami's trying to get close. He's got the open wounds, but won't be able to close in the gap. So HAVU does get quite a lot for their efforts. And they will get to back out. It's also a bit of a reality check for Navi too, that they can't make plays like that any longer.
No, they can't quite waltz around the map unpunished like that. And especially the fact that neither the CM or the Kunkka is there when the Meepo first get picked off, right? And there's no boat coming in to help do with the damage. There is not that Solar Crest or the Glimmer Cape coming up either. As it turns out, don't Mega Meepo in time there. They do still have the damage for you.
Yep.
Copy.
He's in a world of hurt. Bottom lane as well. Mimsy will die back. As he did buy back in that previous fight. 18 flesh heap stacks now for the Pudge. Just a casual 3k HP at 21 minutes.
Yeah, like it's nothing. But yeah, the pendulum
It's like he
swings
plays
back.
this every game.
Yeah. He's probably been waiting for the opportunity. Anyway, the the fact is, of course, that the only way that HAVU can get a good fight like that is if they drop all of their big ultimates and all of their cooldowns, especially all of the techies mines, and those take a while to get back. So Navi Junior just has a free reign of the map after that.
Yeah, I also like that even though this Tidehunter really hasn't had a game at all, he went for the Mage Slayer because you can apply that AoE with the Anchor Smash onto all of your opponents, which is very handy versus the Rot damage, versus the Bane, this Crystal Maiden, the Water Park. All of that kind of gets mitigated a bit, so it helps out. It gives you more farm speed. Mage Slayer is kind of like a farming item. If you want to farm faster, you get good mono regen out of it. You know, the +2, a lot of attack speed. It's also great for debuffs, yes, but it's a good farming item for a lot of heroes. Like DK, for example, you can farm so much faster with it. Same for the Tide with the Anchor Smash.
Anchor Smash, and the fact that you get the passive 20% magic resistance from it. Very useful in a game versus, as you said, the Pudge, the Water Park, even if you do not get the Anchor Smash off.
So, I'm actually going to throw a question out to you. And also, I know our observer is listening. Don't spoil it to the people watching out there. Guess the 2 players that don't have any deaths.
The two players that
who haven't
do not
died at
have
all.
any deaths.
And it's on Navi's side.
Yeah, of course they are on Navi's side. I'd say it's both of the supports. No, wait, that's not right.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Well, you got 50% correct. Riddies is 10, 0, and 17 on the Crystal Maiden. And then Niku 5, 15 on the Kunkka. But that... You know, these are like every Crystal Maiden player out there, like, well, the game is what it is, but you love to be a sim in this game. It's like, you're really feeling that +5 power. Those muscles are really growing on your arms. Those muscles are big.
Oh, she is swole. And how do you recognize a real +5 player? This man is super farmed, has the game of his lifetime right now. What does he buy? Glimmer Cape. Next up, Force Staff. No EKB rushes here, no Aghanim Scepters. This is a man who knows that the best thing he can be for his team is the best +5 that he can be, not pretending to be another core.
Exactly. You're a support, not a core. You can be a core if the team really needs you to be a core, but
exactly,
a great support will remain a support.
Yeah, and in a game like this where you have 3 cores that can do all of the work for you, well, why would you need to shoulder back in there? It would be different if your ult could make a really big difference in the team fights, for example, if you have a lack of AoE damage, say. But I don't see that happening this game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Shiva's on the Pudge, talking about AoE damage.
Well, that's going to be Roshan number 1 for Navi. Already in their 40s. The 18-year-olds in their 40 kills. Hilbert gonna get jumped by Got the Juice instantly. Already hooked back as well. Can't really use his Dismember on a Tidehunter, so we'll just slowly tear him down. And there we go.
And the way that
40
they
seconds
interplay...
without him.
Yeah. You see the way that they
Oh,
interplay there
Memzi
with
didn't
the-
actually get the Sharpshooter onto the low ground, so poor Hoodwink.
Oh no.
You know, the Sharpshooter push back to the low ground, it's somewhat
trick.
easy to execute, but he actually landed on the high ground, so couldn't escape.
Mazza is already making art. Abstract art. Problem here is, of course, you're not dealing with jump necessarily. The biggest threat that's coming at you is the Pudge hook, which is going to bring people in towards him. Of course, if he uses his Blink Dagger to go in on somebody who's standing in the minefield, maybe you get yourself a free bump.
And there we go, the Ravage will connect on the entire team except for the Bane, but the Kunkka is low, the Nightmare comes out, the Force Staff, he's still stuck on the high ground, and there's the turnaround. Coming out from Navi Jr., the Lifestealer is melting, Tanami is dead, Waza's dead, Ilbert might just follow suit. And there's the Echo, but only a very limited effect there from Topi. He was waiting to get it off. But unfortunately for him, his team is dead, and their chances in this game are also gone, if there was any. And there's the GG call. It will tap out Navi Jr. to take game 1.
And we were wondering what kind of Navi Junior we would get to see today. Would they be hot? Would they be cold? And this looks pretty hot to me. Very sharp.
Hot and cold-blooded.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
The true Hitman assassins strike the server here with Navi Junior dismantling this game from start to finish. Laning stage, pristine. The itemization that they wanted, they got it. The heroes that they played out, not punished at all. Honestly, I don't have too much to recap about this one, Kips. Rough game. What can you do? Let's just take a break and go to game number 2 and see if things are going to turn for the better. Navi Junior dominated this one. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want. and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we're back, people. We're going into game number 2 of our first series with HAVU versus Navi Junior. And if you watched that game, it was over pretty quickly. Navi Junior absolutely dominating performance and dominating presence. There was no room for HAVU to maneuver. The lanes were lost. The game was, in shambles. So I guess it can only get better from there, honestly. Navi Junior is, they're really prepared. They're really awoke for this day. And they look to make this a quick and clean 2-0 at what we just saw.
Yeah, that was certainly quick. I mean, it was not entirely clean, but that just has to do with the fact that HAVU will not give up. They made a pact, I think, and it's going to drag all of us and their opponents as well through a lot of pain and sorrow. So I think if you've been watching all of the HAVU games, you are entitled to one free session with your therapist, I'm sure.
Yeah, the HAVU fans are probably not very happy with how things have been going so far, but to be completely honest, to look at the teams in the group and also in this entire tournament, they're probably not at the very high end compared to the others. So the competition is tough, but something that you can learn when you go into the draft is you ban the pudge when you're playing versus Navi Junior.
Yeah, and that is the one thing that I thought would change from the previous game to this one. Navi Junior. And I think Navi Junior, honestly, you do this on purpose as well. As soon as somebody brings the pudge up, you immediately pick it. If it's unless it's like a really bad game for it, right? Just to make sure that you get your free ban back. Because the superficial kind of analysis that a lot of teams do is just like, oh, what happened in all of the games that where the pudge wasn't banned? Oh, Navi Junior won. Okay, well, we ban the pudge instead of thinking about it too much. It's everybody who has been banning it against them has been doing a lot better.
Yeah, it is still surprising that teams do decide to ban against the pudge, because it feels like there are a lot of counters to the hero. Maybe the lanes aren't as strong as you'd think. Maybe it's because of how strong the supports are currently. It's not that Pudge isn't killable early on. He definitely is, and they also did kill the Pudge a couple times, or at least drop him very low. But it's the supports that are really making the game difficult for them. So HAVU is swapping tactics here, bringing out a new hero, the one that they have not played with, but have played against. It is the Primal Beast, and Navi Junior are swapping over to the Bat Rider instead.
And I think this is one of the first times that we see some real proper flexibility, as in real proper flex picks from HAVU in the first phase. This Primal Beast can go mid, can go offlane, can still swap to his support position as well. And is also a very good counter pick against a lot of heroes that are currently good in the meta.
Yep.
We're specifically looking at the old Pangolier here.
Yeah, the Pangolier, you could even say the Shaker, even though Shaker has been somewhat of a counter to the Primal Beast with the fissures and the stuns that just prevent the Primal Beast from getting his abilities off. But so really just about who gets the cast first. Is it the Fissure or the Onslaught that goes out first to connect onto their opponents? But then again, we'll see what they have in mind here. combining, I mean, that already opens up a lot of possibilities with their laning duos, especially when you have this Primal Beast, because Navi Jr. has to keep an eye open for it. They might look for the Bane, for example, again, versus the Primal. That could be a handy pick. Every time you see him approaching with Trample, Nightmare. The Enfeeble is also pretty handy. Most of all, the ulti, too, because now you already have one way to pick off with the Batrider. You'd like to have a second ability that is either AoE focused or single target focused. And if you have another ulti, that would be great.
That would be great. I'm keeping the Clockwork in mind myself, but no, we're going for the Shadow Demon, which is also a single target save. So exactly what you said here, plus good insurance policy versus any possible illusion carries that might come out.
And a counter to the Primal Beast.
Yep.
That ulti will render Primal Beast kind of helpless. Let's put it that way. Can't really do much.
If he doesn't move, he doesn't deal any damage. If he doesn't deal any damage, then
win.
The hero might as well not be there. It's certainly not about his AoE control.
Yeah, certainly not. And you, of course, like you said, the save, saving people from Pulverize. But some high target, some glass cannon, for example, gets caught. You can already bubble them up. Best case scenario, you interrupt the Pulverize at the same. Give them a chance to get their items off. Say, for example, if you have a Hurricane Pike type of hero, they can then push themselves away after the save has gone through. Batrider has been given time to see where the opponents are because they're all corralling around that bubble that the Shadow Demon is cast. So it also helps with setting up, even if it is a defensive tool. HAVU, though, they're taking a lot of time here. They have both of their supports probably still open. At least if we do get a double support pick, then we know Primal is going to be looking like a core. So wonder if they go for another flex pick, since they already have brought one on the table.
I'm thinking that this is a good place to just throw you a Blink in again. But no, we are going entirely different with that.
Well, that is a flex at least. The Nature's Prophet, so some Furion time. They have been practicing versus Navi in game 1 with that split push and cutting waves. So this is one hero that excels in that.
It is, yeah, but you're immediately picking it into a Batrider. And Batrider has traditionally been one of the heroes that you actually take when you're hunting a Nature's Prophet, especially core Batrider. You're a natural boots to travel builder, you break trees with the Firefly. You have no trouble either hunting him or escaping from him.
They go Nature's Prophet Tiny. I feel like this could be a pretty decent Medusa game right now.
10 seconds.
They don't really have anything against the hero.
I mean, Navi Jr. could look to pick it up.
Yeah, Navi could look for a Medusa now. The only real counters you could get is HAVU plays the Naga, but the way they played it last time, they couldn't quite connect and collapse the way they'd hope with the Naga Siren lineup, so I feel like Navi Jr. could just be happy with going up against it. They bring out the Kunkka again. Round number 2. Still not decided where it's going to be going, but they will bring out the Sven, so Kunkka still 2-3 open. Same thing for the Batrider. Could be 2-3-5. Could even be a 4.
Yep, and one of the things that I've enjoyed about Navi Jr.'s lineup so far, and a pattern that they're continuing here, is the internal synergy of these drafts, right? We have a ton of AoE creep clear here, with heroes that are very good at stacking. We have good individual disables for to bring in for a guy who deals a ton of physical DPS, and we're going back for the Lifestealer. Well, if you're comfortable with it, I mean, you're decent in a matchup versus Sven, especially if you're ahead. The X marks doesn't bother you that much. You are, of course, unhappy about both of the ultimates of the supports already in the game. Yeah,
it is. That is true. Like the Lifestealer in the previous game, it's a good answer to the Pudge. It's one of the heroes that still counters the late game Pudge. And also versus the Sven, it is a good answer to it, especially if you get to the part of Aghanim's spell, especially. Like, you can just wear out the Sven ulti, you can stay hidden, deal some extra damage on the side, but like you said, the supports, or at least the abilities from Bat and Shadow Demon, depending where they're going, both hurt the Lifestealer a lot. The Lasso, the Demonic Purge, both great abilities versus this Nyx pick. And in the laning stage too, I feel like if they play their spells correctly on the side of Navi, Lifestealer doesn't get the trade back. But if it is a Furion Lifestealer lane, that will at least force out the early Firefly casts from the Batrider, especially if he is a support, because he would like to harass and poke, but he needs to get away from Sprout. But we'll see what the lanes end up being in the end.
Yeah, because once again, we saw this next pick versus the Kunkka before, where he didn't actually get to play up first to Kunkka, and that could very well be the case here. Nico has already shown that he's very comfortable taking the Kunkka towards the mid lane. Now, the deal here is, of course, that if that is a toppy mid lane Primal Beast, the Kunkka this time has his work cut out for him a lot more.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the matchup already looks better for the Kunkka compared to the previous one. And they're going to bring out the Magnus. We'll see if Ilbert or Toppy is the one to bring this one into play. As he got the Lifestealer, he now has capability of farming a bit faster, deals a bit more damage with this Magnus.
You may now select
and of course, let's see if the Primal Beast is mid or not. Toppy Primal, yeah. So Ilbert with the Magnus, he gets his favorite. Well, at least the one that is my favorite. Let's put it that way. I like watching Ilbert Magnus, and PMA for the Mars. So Lifestealer's matchup got a little bit harder with this Mars pick.
Yeah. At the same time, though, I think you're still decently happy with your next pick. The new information that came here in your lane gets a little harder, but on the plus side, you are the kind of guy that gets to walk out of arena by simply popping rage. So this could have been way worse.
He definitely could have. So, I mean, like, HAVU's draft it still looks very solid, very meta-like. Based on their previous performances, the Lifestealer hasn't really impressed me so far. But I see the Nature's Prophet. I look at a pretty strong lane with these two. If they can just zone out the Mars, or at least dodge the Mars as much as they can. Daze Shadow Demon, though. So every time they would like to make a play happen, there's the bubble you have to worry about. Bubble into Spear makes it a lot easier for PMA to actually use his Q. Because most of the time, the first time you actually get to use your Spear is at level 6. When you pop your Arena and your Spear at the same time, Spear into the Arena wall, now you have a way of actually using that ability much sooner. And they're both Quelling Blade carriers, so they can get out of Sprout.
Yep, this is, I think this is the best draft I've seen from HAVU so far, in terms of, like, do I think they're immediately hamstrung by it? The answer is no. This looks the best that we've seen. But Navi Jr. cooked up another great draft with pretty much anything that you could possibly want in it, so as far as HAVU's chances go, unfortunately, I'm still, still not with them.
Yeah, Navi has been looking really good. Like their form, I think, has been getting better. The first series that they had, they were kind of underwhelming versus Monte, which was the other Ukrainian stack. Currently at the top of the leaderboards here in Group A. But definitely have been getting better and better after every series. And of course, they have another series to play right after this one. So they'd like to get a good warm-up out of here off of HAVU. If, to be completely honest, they looked so good in Game 1, you could say that this is more of a waking yourselves up for the real challenge, which is the next series. But there's a chance that HAVU, if Navi Jr., if they think like that, because they are youngsters in the end, that is an exploit they could probably use to their advantage. And this is really the game to do it. This is the draft to do it. Like you said, I agree. This is the best draft that HAVU has come up with so far.
Very, very happy to see Topita on another playmaker. This is one of the things that I definitely think has been lacking. And finally, they have a penchant for all these brawly cores, but now they finally have some playmaking potential on them. Two ways of closing the gap on both the Magnus as well as the Primal Beast. They have themselves a Tiny on top of that as well, a Nature's Prophet who can TP in. The setup is here to actually maneuver this draft and to not be reliant on items in order to actually get to play this game. And you're not working into a huge amount of enemy area control either. This is not like the game versus the Crystal Maiden and the Dark Willow, where you're going to get rooted as soon as you show your toes. So, yeah, let's see it. Let's bring it on.
Yeah, bring it on. Bring on the challenge. HAVU still looking for their first victory. Could this be the one? Setting ourselves with the laning stage, we're looking at the Primal Beast versus the Kunkka for the time being. Of course, the first level in the Onslaught will allow him to secure range creeps. Kunkka also has the Tidebringer, so he does have a very lengthy 13-second cooldown at level 1, but it doesn't seem to matter too much because you're not facing a lot of aggression from your opponent. It is a melee versus melee matchup. Bottom lane, though, they will find first blood for Tsunami off of Daze, and this is, again, a bit of a warning about Nature's Prophet being played as a support. These two, they pack a punch.
Yep, absolutely. If they get on top of you, well, a level 1, you only really get to disrupt yourself, and that's it. You can just wait it out.
And also, like, when you have teleport level 1 on Nature's Prophet, that means you get 6 stacks of 6 damage each, which is quite a lot. And that will translate to armor every time you attack. So the moment you use teleport for poke, he hits really, really hard.
He hits hard, and you don't really get to hit him back, which is where the fact, for example, that the Mars bonk is physical is very annoying. Sure, you get to scale it later.
Yep.
Right now, if your enemy is armored.
Oh, also the Sven is kind of low here in the top lane too. Memzi would have liked to get an extra hit in to try and finish off the Sven, but the Warcry will soak up a lot of that right click. Ilbert trying to make a play happen here. Skewer comes out, the Blood Grenade, and the stun from Sven as well, but no tower aggro from Ilbert as he's too far away for the tower to be interested. But the Courier, oh, well, tower hits less than heroes do, so lucky little bunny only takes a couple fireballs to him.
Very lucky. And I think the other point of luck here is that,
yeah, he's too deep. Okay, he's gonna end up falling here. Stays a bit too long.
British was thinking about it. He's like, can we kill? Because he didn't have mana for 2 spells. Like, can we kill with just the 1? And I got to just like, yeah, bro. I'll just slap him. It's fine.
Of course we can, bro. Daze does manage to snatch the Lotus here at the bottom lane, so he's got that extra healing. But Waza is teleporting in, thinking about going for the Niku kill, Topi. He's constantly canceling and casting in and out, but the bottle region is there. Sprout comes out, a couple big hits from Waza, but just can't get the teleport out in time, so the Kunkka will survive. Topi was very close to getting that kill. But he's also low, so he needs to be careful of this Kunkka. He's going to go for the dive. Trample up. And he has it. He will die to the tower. Well, I mean, yeah, there we go.
And no,
XP and the gold secured.
No uproar yet, so none armor to help survive the tower with, but that is the best we've seen Topi do so far. He's also winning that lane in CS just about. It denies on him. So this is, I think, probably the best start to the laning stage we've seen HAVU have yet as well.
Yeah, it's not exactly the best that they had. Remember that sniper lane?
That sniper lane was very nice.
But yeah, but in this series, this is already, you know,
miles better.
250% better. Maybe a couple kills given away, but also a couple kills taken away from their opponents. And Sven also in a bit of trouble. Ilbert does have all of his spells already spent, so Sven will live, but a good trade. And with that Lotus as well on Ilbert. Getting to play a much more comfortable hero. That Tidehunter was, well, let's just be honest, that lane was a debacle.
Yeah, he was out of his depth.
This one, he knows really well.
Mm-hmm. And here, really, all they have to be careful for is
overstepping. They're going to try and kill the Tiny here. The Firefly is used. Ilbert will push him away. Memzi still has to battle with the Sven, but here comes Waza. Nice rotation from the Nature's Prophet. They're looking to get a kill. Memzi will go down. Riddies will drop as well for Ilbert. Riddies was the one to get the kill on Memzi. Waza still fighting, got the juice. A couple more hits. Stick still on cooldown, but one more hit would have done the trick, but not going to dive under the tower. Sven's stun was coming off cooldown.
Yeah, tower armor
Meanwhile,
there.
in mid, is Daze going to make a move towards the mid lane?
Oh, Memzi's here.
Yeah, bottle refill. Also a salve refill for the Sven at the top lane by Riddy, so to support rotations for extra regen.
And there's currently a stunning amount of dire vision on the middle of the map for like, really...
Primal Beast rotations, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they really want to keep an eye open for, is if he's farming in the jungle, if they're making any stacks potentially, and most importantly, where is this Primal Beast going to be going? They can see both directions pretty well. Waza's also here in the mid lane, so they're coming for the 6-minute rune. Niku has already secured it, so the supports are a bit late. Daze is also going to start making some stacks for Navi Junior's triangle. Made a quick double stack for the Heart Camp, and also make some for the Ancient Camp, for the Kunkka, or for the Mars to farm. Or both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or, I mean, it's probably not going to end up in the arms of the Sven, just because the Sven will be busy on the top side. But their team is phenomenal at both making and taking stacks.
They can initiate it on the mid lane here. He does have Onslaught, which he needs to use. Bottle refill, or at least getting some bottle regeneration out the fire. Flame break. Apologize for my broken English. Still recovering from my flu.
No harm, no foul though. He gets out.
Quick stack. Furion going for the teleport. Gets the wisdom away from Daze. Just what you need to do.
Yeah,
Waza might just get a kill as well. Bubble
yeah,
comes out.
exactly. Daze needs to back off. Gonna lose this.
I mean, he's got 5 stacks of poison, so he wins it in the long run. Valiant effort. He got the wisdom anyway, so I think you could say mission accomplished.
Worth, absolutely. And these are two very EXP.
Oh, the arena forced out the rage, and now Tsunami rolling in circles. PMA can't get the spear off, and he misses it. Nice little dangly movements right there. Waza with the tip, and Mimsy for the toss, but can't actually push him under the tower. Only gets a couple extra pokes there, so that means the Furion is going to be a bit late with the teleport. But, you know, Tsunami, even if you use this early rage, that's exactly what you want to do versus a Mars. Dance around. Have a little dance-off. Primal Beast, though, is going to get jumped down again in the mid lane. This time gets away with the Onslaught as the X-Mark Torrent combo. Quite workout for the Kunkka. Bit of a mistake from Niku.
A lot cleaner. Escape from Toppy as well, which means that he can now make a move instead. Of course, this has been watched by that rotation rune. They are going to see these stacks here after they come in.
And they're going to walk in as well. The Pulverize gets broken right away by Riddies, but look at the damage from Waza. Wants a bit of vengeance for that last, and PMA does not have an arena. Memsy will draw them away, tries to kill off Daze, gets the Urn Tick in, and Shadow Demon will fall. Waza will also drop. So 1 kill each, and the Lifestealer. He was in the mix for a bit, but infests himself back to safety. Still working on that armlet, but he's actually ahead of the Sven. Only by a couple hundred, but still.
Yeah, ahead is ahead. And the fact that all 5 heroes from Navi were involved there, whereas there were only 4 from HAVU, meant that Ilbert had free reign over the top lane during that time. And he's investing in scaling this game. He's going to go Echo Saber. We are going to see him keep up the right-click damage during this game. Which is, well, one of the luxuries you have when you're going to have a Pita going in without having a need for any blink daggers or waiting for any timings.
Net worth remains tied for the first 10 minutes as well, so if game 1 was a complete blowout already this early into the game, this one remains steady and stable. So that is the most key lifeline for HAVU, who like to extend their games. They like to see it all the way through until it is near impossible to come back.
Smoke broke.
Pro teams would have already broken up early. They're still going to go for the fight here. Again, broken, pulverized. Bubble comes out. Waza does have Daze controlled for the time being. Forces him away. Arena comes out at the same time. Both connected on 2. And Tsunami is coming in for the rescue as well. But they've already taken down Toppy. Waza's going to fall. And Tsunami, well, he thought his teammates would live a little bit longer. But this will not credit any kills for them. He's going to try and make a run for it. Quick infest. Takes the Centaur. And giddy up.
Scoots right on out.
But unfortunate for HAVU, losing the Primal Beast there, not getting too much out. The Pulverize would have been something that they wanted to use damage for. Tsunami didn't get to hit anything, so he didn't really do any actual damage either.
No, the play
top
felt
lane.
forced.
Sven ulti is forced out. Tsunami's already here, but the lasso nicely placed there. Primal Beast as well. Nice flame break. Riddies is making some real godlike plays here, but got the juice. Trying to make a run for it. Topi is still high on his heels. Waza doesn't have a teleport available. They're just pinging where he's likely to go. Just needs to get in range for the pulverize. And just a little bit more needed. And there we go. That's a dead Sven. The hunt is successful.
Yeah, and a wasted God Strength. Very good capitalization on knowing that several TPs went towards your previous move on bot. That leaves the Sven high and dry on top. Nobody can come in spite of the fact that that chase takes forever.
I was a bit curious about that Sven ulti there. Like, did they think that they could actually fight with the Bat Rider and look for a pickoff because they won the previous battle in the bottom lane? So they didn't really see them as that much of a threat. But Riddies, even if they lost to Sven, his spell usage on point. The lasso to pull off the big damage dealer, and then Flame Break right after to break that that early pulverize too. So some really good spell usage. Hasn't missed a single ability.
That was basically the most you can get out of a Bat Rider kit there. Very well done.
When you compare it to, say, the HAVU supports, like when we saw Waza's Techies last game, of course the Q can be difficult because you need to predict where they're going, but it's kind of like a semi-similar projectile compared to the Flame Break. At least has some same characteristics to it. He did miss a few abilities here and there, but Riddies, he's nailed everything so far.
He's looking really good. Alright, important item timing here for HAVU. They are a little bit behind by now, but they're flying in the Armlet and the Echo Saber for the Magnus at the same time right now. Significant increase in their right-click DPS.
Nope, they have 2 versus Ilbert here in the top lane at the same time. RP used. Boat is there as well. Riddies trying to get in range for the lasso, and he's got it. So they will finish off Ilbert's Magnus. Has no mana to escape. Bottom lane as well. They are thinking about the Mars here. But he knows he's being hunted. So he will get out. Also, he is going for the Yules so he can make his own spear setups.
And
Marina used in the mid lane. Primal Beast pinned to the wall. The dinosaur in big trouble. Doesn't get too much damage out either. Memzi was hoping to kill off PMA, but now he might die himself. Lacking abilities, though, on the side of Navi Jr. But just the ones that they have might be sufficient. Memzi doesn't get hit by the Torrent, but the spears, and of course stays with the Shadow Poison stacks. Now we'll finish off the Tiny. Niku gets to hit the tower. Lifestealer is coming in with the teleport. Gotta send somebody to defend this tower. Now they're targeting Waza. Okay, well, not really targeting Waza, but got the juice. Reminding you that he is also here.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Navi Jr. built themselves a nice 4K net worth lead now. This Kunkka is on a full roll. Water Park is almost finished. Sven has another set of stacks to farm with his ulti inside of the triangle, and they're going to go for a simultaneous smoke play with Riddies and Niku. Heading towards the Lifestealer. Tsunami is still making progress towards the Radiance, and they know that Radiance can also be an issue considering the amount of physical damage that they have. PMA is on the chase. There's the lasso. The rage is kind of spent here. So Tsunami will be sacked. Nobody there to rescue their Lifestealer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, they're going for the next one. Yules into the spear arena from PMA. Memzi's trying to interrupt them. Toppy, maybe he's given enough time. Has that blade mail. Trying to onslaught away, but he's just stuck on the spot. Goes for a pulverized play, but just to keep them back. Tries to do something, as he knows that he's already dead. And HAVU doesn't get to reply to that. He just can't fight the team fight ultis that Navi Jr. have. Memsi spotted. Nice deep vision as well, placed down with that stairs ward.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Didn't actually even reveal himself. The good thing about playing a Shadow Demon in a game like this is when you place down a ward and you throw Shadow Poison, they might just think that you're just scouting with Shadow Poison. Look at top. He'd love to have it, but he gets denied once again. PMA with the spear. Where does he skewer? Closer to the tower. Or the other direction? Well, nowhere to go. So that is 200 gold minus for the Magnus, as he was, yeah, like you said, he was about to finish the blink. Gets slowed down a bit, and Navi Jr., and now they're really on that pick-off machine. Hunting for the next one, rotating all the way from top towards middle, looking at the Primal Beast, and oh boy. Oh, poor Toppy. Actually, we have the arena, but the onslaught, he can't exactly use it. Also, the demonic purge comes out, so he can't even run away. And at the same time, the bubble there from Daze. Daze gets killed off by Waza, so one support for another. But there, they finally are able to take down the Primal Beast. And there goes Ilbert once more. Tries to actually go in aggressively, but the Yules comes out there from the Mars. Tsunami will be given some creeps to farm. Trying to deep-push. And they're just using ability after ability and now hunting another. Memsi does get the heal out from the Infest. The spear almost finishes him off. But Tsunami with the Infest will keep his buddy alive. And now Ilbert gets to finally finish that Blink Dagger. Yep. And Waz is going to be the next on the list. Every time they show, it's a hero that gets killed. He's trying his best versus Riddies and actually gets the kill while he's alive. And he's looking for the teleport out, but Topi coming in with the answer. He does get hit by the Demonic Purge, so he ain't moving anywhere. Pulverize goes off. Bubble comes out at the same time. Spear onto Memsi. One down, a second one to fall, and Topi will be the third. He's just going to have to tank the bullet here for the team. There's not much else that he can do to try and help them out.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they can't actually get him. Portal to safety. Oh, thankfully an escape route was built in advance.
Tower is under attack.
Could have been the fall of Troy.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Ilbert with the haste rune. He's going to go for the skewer play here and got another kill off of the Batrider who just respawned. Arena is placed down. The spear comes out, but the RP onto the Sven. Sven is low. Daze comes in with a bubble save. PMA is going to drop as well. One up with a huge ulti. There goes the Sven as well. And now finally HAVU. They get their abilities, they get the items that they need, connect for some kills, and they're going to dive Daze as well. And Ilbert, of course, turning things around with that RP. Tsunami for the double kill. And Navi Jr., they were 7,000 gold ahead. That will help HAVU get back in the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, halfway to axe on the Nature's Prophet for the guaranteed route. BKB progress for the Primal Beast. My producer whispered something, but I didn't quite hear what he said. But we'll see what Navi Jr. has in mind after that, because this was exactly what HAVU wanted, and what they got is going to help them keep themselves back in the game.
Step lively now. Your admiral is
I'd love to see when that Nature's Prophet Aghanim's comes into play, because that is like guaranteed 2-second route all the way up to 4. So it's like a double Rod of Atos upgrade. Meanwhile, Memsi gonna get speared into the river.
Yeah. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Hey.
Easy pick.
Yeah. Sorry, technical issues always make me scratch my head, especially when I did nothing to cause them. But we have Ilbert waiting in the wings now with that full harpoon on top of his blink dagger. He's a legitimate damage threat in this game. And there's a Radiance on for Tsunami now as well. So once those ultimates are back, which they are going to be in about 5 seconds, HAVU is looking, at the very least defensively, very scary. And Navi need to be careful that they don't overreach themselves again, like they did in their own jungle just there.
A Lifestealer especially, like the further this game goes, it's still a scary hero to play against, like especially for the Mars. You'd hope to just kind of delete this hero quickly out of the way, but Rage, and especially if you get to like a BKB or some extra tankiness later on in the game, that Knights can surely be a big issue. So HAVU kind of consider this hero as a late game carry. Also one of the reasons why they are picking him and stretching these games so far. Nice Harpoon play from Ilbert, and that's going to credit them a pretty big kill. That's Topi taking a 6-kill streak away from Niku. Money in the bank.
Yeah, and before this, Waza, he might have died, but he sniped the Wisdom Rune again.
Again. Absolute value.
So even though the supports of HAVU have certainly been dying more than those of Navi Jr., they are still 1 or 2 levels ahead in EXP, which matters a ton at this point in the game. That's second levels in ultimates.
The big question here, Kips, what is happening with Navi Jr. now? Why does this game look so difficult for some reason? Is it literally just the item timings for HAVU? Did they dodge enough early on to get the most out of this game? Because they were definitely giving away a lot of kills, and it was very Navi favored. Nice bubble save there from Daze, and Ilbert is too deep. He has to RP the Batrider, but here comes the arena. This is not a good fight for HAVU. And Riddies, he will live. Mimsy will drop with Ilbert. Tsunami is also going to teleport away.
And here's certainly part of the answer, is that the fights that Navi has been losing have just been ones where they really did not pay enough attention. Their support duo alone makes this game extremely hard to play for HAVU. That is optimistic. And
that is a very optimistic teleport, but I guess he was suspecting that there's a dead Primal Beast if he doesn't intervene, but Topi was already safe, so a bit of a mistake there on Waza's end.
A little sloppy.
Well, they had no vision in that area, so the only ward they've placed down is in the top half of the Dire jungle, so they have no vision on the map elsewhere. They're blind. Pretty much a blind teleport there from Waza.
I also think that Navi Jr. with the Sven just now having finished his BKB was also in a little bit of a, I want to say like a damage rut. This Mars has built only utility. This Kunkka has built mostly utility as well. And that means if you don't have the Sven there, you don't get to focus fire anybody on with the help of your supports, then the overall result, you're actually a lot lower on damage than the HAVU lineup is, who have some big ultimate stake and pop to deal AoE damage to multiple heroes at the same time.
Yeah, yes they can. And especially Pulverize still goes through BKB, so Sven also, if he doesn't get saved from that Pulverize, which is a pretty high value ability because of the cooldown being so low, that HAVU can kind of like pick off one guy with a skewer play, Pulverize somebody, chill for a bit, see what they're doing, then get more information and try to fight again. Might have to do some skirmishes in between, but by the time that's happening, you get another Pulverize off again on another target. And of course the skewer plays continue. So you have to have your supports need to be awake.
Yeah.
It's not an easy game for Daze and for Riddies in that sense, that they have to have their abilities available.
Yeah.
And for the right targets.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, Shadow Demon has made it a lot easier on himself because he finished an Aghanim Scepter. This man is still having himself quite a good game, and
that's a big one.
Yeah, exactly. So now both the Primal Beast as well as the Lifestealer can be purged up at the same time, which reduces their reach and their maneuverability in these fights to 0.
Well, they found Waza, speared in his own trees. Was about to finish the Aghanims, but well, actually, funny thing is, he got killed while Ilbert picked up a bounty, so he got money for dying. You usually see a death cost penalty, but he actually got money because he basically just has reliable gold.
Funny. I thought you were going to say, well, somebody got an Aghs in that moment, but it wasn't him because got the juice as a Superman mode active now.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Your admiral is on board.
Dire are scanning.
I do like the fact that they added an alt cast to the Sven Aghs instead of always being Superman. There are moments where you don't want to fly in, but you would like to stun.
It's like if you need to risk stunning an Ember Spirit, say.
Yeah. If you're like 100 HP, it's like, I could help my team with a stun. But if I go in, I might die myself to another ability from another hero that is not stunned. So that outcast is actually very handy for Sven. There are uses for it.
Oh, much needed quality of life.
Navi Jr. invading towards the Tormentor, which was taken a moment ago. Gilbert gets out. It was that lane ward placed down, which did show his position earlier on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nearly got betrayed, ratted out by his own best buddy.
Is under attack.
Yep. Double bounties there, so Waza can finally pick up his Aghanims. Now they can root the supports, they can root the person getting lasso, technically. So the Batrider will get stuck the moment that Aghanims is cast. So they have an interaction on an interaction, which is always nice to kind of confuse your opponent's head.
Yep.
TPs are coming in, though. Memzi. Oh, Waza and Memzi, they gotta get out of here. Sven might see Waza teleporting out, but no. He's on the high ground, so Memzi instead is just the one to fall. And there's the first showing there, revealing the Aghanims. Everybody rooted up, but Memzi's still down.
But these are mostly
but they are farming
kills.
actively still.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're just support kills.
They're just support kills. They're far over towards the Dire side most of the time as well. That means Aghanims secured for Tsunami, which I really enjoy the amount of plays that you get to make with this. Because you can disarm this Sven, of course, by infesting him. But since your cooldown is shorter now, you can also use this way more actively as a burst heal for your teammates.
Waza targeted here. Sven coming in. Superman wants to take Waza down, but actually can't see him there. And the Lifestealer jumps in on the Sven, has a fresh Ags, and an Arena just runs away from it with the Rage. Abilities wasted by Navi, so HAVU, they can just wait now.
Yeah, just wait out that God Strength. Only half duration left on it.
Radiant are scanning.
Navi might have to leave this middle tower be for the time being.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Again.
Tsunami is far forward though. Oh, Ilbert's here as well.
He's able to disjoint this one with the blink. And Daze is all by himself. Pops his first ulti. Goes for the bubble. Riddies is coming in with a 4-staff save. And look at that. There's the root. And the rock throw. So they're going to get both of these supports. And they're chasing for more. They know there's no Arena. There's no Sven ulti. Navi Jr., even in situations where they'd give supports, they'd still be able to fight, but now they definitely can't. And HAVU straight to the Roche pit.
It's starting to look like HAVU weathered the storm. This game can still turn on a dime. You have a ton of combo potential up on Navi Jr. The fact is still that if Daze does not go down, 2 of your cores don't get to play the team fight, right?
Yeah.
But there are really good conditions for them to win it now, and it's really, at this point, not about that gold difference anymore.
There's a classic ice hockey video in Finland on YouTube. It's a good edit called Hope Dies Last.
Hope Dies Last. Oh.
And this is one of those scenarios where there is hope for HAVU.
Dies Last.
If they still want that one win on the board, that first point, to not be completely dominated by every other team in the group.
They say Finns don't have any emotions, that are all like Sub-Zero. All your national heroes get called things like the White Death and the Iceman. But when it's about hockey, you guys have that's what you're all saving your emotions up for.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hockey is the one that really puts us alive. And sometimes, even the Finnish national teams, usually in sports and esports. So, there are a lot of people who will get hyped about Thompsons and Jeraxes and the Tumbamans as they're fighting in the arena and trying to prove themselves to be the next Finns. Waza teleporting away. Huge RP. Takes down PMA. Got the juice, still fighting back. That's a lot of Sven damage, but the Yules is going to be there. And the Water Park as well. Tsunami still has the Aegis. Got to remember that. Memzi, Topita coming in. Got the juices down. Nico has to run away with Riddies and Daze. All both low on HP. There's the lasso coming up from the Batrider. Tsunami still on the chase. Onto the path. They're trying to go. There's a nice X-Mark to play, but they've got another one. Ilbert sacrificing his life so that the gate they could get this Kunkka out of the way. Niku will be able to teleport as he has so much HP on the Kunkka, but still, Navi's lead has diminished to nothing now, as HAVU are definitely in this game.
It has crumbled to the ground. Yeah, how shameful, says Ilbert. And this is Navi. Navi Jr. has been hot and cold, and they're looking colder by the minute. This was supposed to be the moment where Navi gets out of that damaged valley. There Sven has his entire kit. He just got the Daedalus on top of the Aghanim Scepter. Because of the Ags on the Lifestealer, though, he's disarmed for most of that fight. And
he's
then
disarmed, his BKB runs out, Memzi uled him up in the air.
Yeah. Nothing to do but watch for most of what is supposed to be his damage peak. And
they've got Arena, they're still looking for another fight.
yeah. And HAVU should be reading this correctly.
He should, but this is where they really need to be awake. 30 seconds for RP. BKB is up again on the Magnus. Navi coming out from the right side here, hunting for a real vendetta. Payback for that last team fight. They have so many ultis, so many good ultis to use. Sven ulti is up as well. It's just an 85-second cooldown. Not that long.
Not that long at all. So far, they're getting red pretty well.
Nobody to be found. Radiant scan also used. They are kind of split though. So Navi could still try to find somebody trying to push mid or inside the triangle. There's the vision placed down by Riddies. They see that there was somebody there. The dragons are flying back and forth. Sven shows himself in mid. I like the scouting tree throw there from Tiny.
There's an
right
RP
next to his
up
own
again.
tier 2 tower just to try and find somebody, but the smokes are popping, and now there's a signal. They see the Tiny. Do they see anybody else? They don't see the Primal yet. Now they're going to be blinking out. They're in panic. Ilbert finds somebody alone, and it's the Shadow Demon, and that's a way to open it up. Navi was the ones hunting, and HAVU are the ones who get the hunt to finish. But is there more? Niku running away from Tsunami. Topita coming 2 seconds with the onslaught. Tsunami's right on top of him. Torrent does connect. PMA throws in the spear. And Sven ulti is used as well. He hits the back line. He finds Waza. 1 for 1. Sven gets the teleport away in the Sprout, and another Torrent to connect onto the Lifestealer. So Navi got something for their efforts, and that's a very valuable Nature's Prophet kill.
Yeah, that's
763 gold for support.
Yeah, and it's a stay of execution, right? Because Navi at this point should be realizing that without the Demonic Purge, they can't really fight. It's just not happening anymore. So the fact that they get off scot-free after Days dying, and he was overpositioned there. He's the only one on his team that does... but actually, he does have a Blink Dagger. That's interesting, because he was not supposed to be that far in.
The Jews fighting versus Topita, but Topi doesn't recognize that there's nobody else. It's just the Sven. And he might have backup on the side. Also, new items are flying in. Well, not really. Just looking at the couriers, but there's just sentries and TPs. As you can see, the current situation and items here. Thank you, Observer. Ubu showing you the status for the current moment. A couple Ags also added into the mix. 5 out of 10. But not really any shards. Both of the shards are for HAVU. They have not cared about the Tormentor on the Navi side of the map.
I think biggest pickup that we've seen in a while here is Niku's Bloodstone. He is supposed to tank up, stand in the middle.
Oh, Tsunami actually has an amp damage. Not sure Navi want to fight that. They can isolate and kill the Primal Beast, but they don't want to end up with everybody on HAVU taking that fight. They've deep warded the high ground position, so the vision is taken away. Topi spotted. Tsunami trying to get to Niku, slowly but surely. Starts to hack away, gets a couple hits in. Blade Mail is there. Rage is already forced out. PMA with a spear. They're not going to the high ground position. But there's the lasso. You're going to get drawn into it anyway. The arena is there as well. Zoned out, but the RP from Ilbert onto the sideline. Kunkka is low. They've already lost Tsunami. Big damage gone. Navi Jr. fighting back, and they might just win this one in the end. They've lost the Shadow Demon, but they also are losing heroes on HAVU's side. That's 3 gone. Ilbert can't get out. Waza gets stunned as well by the spear. Crit to death by Got the Juice. And Ilbert's the only one to make it out. So Navi Jr., They really bite back with this one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
HAVU successfully recognizing at the start there that they can fish for Navi Jr., see if they perhaps are going to overreact to the Lifestealer moving too far up, but instead, unfortunately, Tsunami oversteps himself there. And the targeting from HAVU is technically correct. Ilbert comes from the side, beautiful positioning, gets that RP off, gets to actually lay into the Shadow Demon, but the problem is that they drag the SD all the way out of the fight, instead of remaining in the middle, or the cleave from the Sven, the cleave from the Magnus, not insignificant, can still contribute. And where you still have heroes near for the Lifestealer to infest into, for example. Instead he's sort of left on his own while that SD gets taken down, and that took way too long.
Yep, and of big importance, the Tiny was building a Wind Waker, which could have saved the Lifestealer from that lasso. He was 300 gold short when that fight took place.
Thanks.
That could have been a game changer, surely. Daze is looking for Waza, loses vision as he's casting his ulti, trying to catch the Nature's Prophet. And is getting info where he's moving in. Sven is coming out as well, but it's a bit too deep now. Smart of Waza to actually get the wards down here, because they know it's going to be either a daytime Roshan if it's max timer. If it's a very quick one, let's see what it is. 3 seconds left for Roche to spawn. I'd say 50 seconds. Should sound about correct, and it's going to be 2 minutes and 56 seconds. So
max.
Yeah, that's almost absolute max timer.
Doesn't get much longer than that. We are going to be waiting for a while. And both teams are going to be waiting for a while, because both of them damage very much towards the bursty side, right? Both of them have a little bit of an awkward fight once the fight goes longer, although I'd be tempted to say that that would be in HAVU's favor if the fight is on the longer side. You both really want that Aegis to get a second round after the enemy has used all their big spells.
Yeah. Of course, Roshan is now on their minds on both teams. HAVU is already here, and Navi are coming in with a smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
Toppy, that's a bit deep to try and cut the wave. And they find him. Stormcrafter, he might have it on, but there's the X mark already on him. Is this a chance to retaliate?
Such a bad target, though.
Lifestealer does come in onto the Conquer. There's the lasso coming in once again. Memsy jumps aside. He can't save his buddy. Lifestealer still in the middle of it all. Inside the Sven. And look at the damage. The crits from Got the Juice. That is one down, though. The Mars is also low, but they can't get to him. And Navi are cleaning house. Tsunami with Memsy still trying their best. Sven versus the Lifestealer. Lifestealer recognizing that my rage is running out, and I am in trouble. Memsy Wind Wakers himself to the high ground, but Tsunami is out. Memsy's gonna die too. And Navi Jr. will get the majority of the kills. Waza even bought back, so that is a full team wipe. But Roche isn't gonna be up for another 70 seconds, so HAVU will get to respawn.
And notably missing from that fight is the RP. I'm not exactly sure how Ilbert got caught up in the middle of all of that, but that was not where he needed to be.
I couldn't get any use of the Wind Waker either in that fight on the Tiny. The moment Tsunami shows up to hit, that's where Riddies just jumps in. He's done this so many fights in a row now where he just goes straight for the Lifestealer.
Oh, and that's a dieback.
And that's a dieback for Waza. He's gone for a very, very long time. 90 seconds without that root.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top
No
tower
root, no
is
vessel.
under attack.
Second lane of Rax now insights for Navi Jr. Elbert and Pepita, they are both alive.
Radiant's top barracks are under
They can't do it, just the two of them versus 5.
Radiant's top
No, and they should be very careful not to get picked off here before their Lifestealer is back in. But Navi, not about to overstep themselves again here, taking it very easy.
Yeah, they saw how tough this game can be versus HAVU, so but those moments they've kind of phased out. The last 5 minutes, you know, it looked good at the around 30-minute mark for HAVU just before and after, but now, well, Gaben tells a very, very harsh story. Any 3% enjoyers? Now 4% enjoyers there in chat?
I would not want to take my skis to that slope.
Well, it was 68% a while ago. That quickly this game has crumbled.
Yeah, and this Sven, after having a bad fight with his Daedalus, has now kitted up much more than that. The evasion from Avian's Feather.
And the Stormcrafter ends up revealing and showing. Oh, nice route onto 4, and also Kunkka isolated. Oh, the RP is whiffed! The RP is whiffed, so a big ability is missing, but still, HAVU taking it to the end that they can. The Lifestealer is to ulti from Got the Juice. Tsunami is down, and oh my goodness, it is an absolute massacre. Welcome to the slaughterhouse of Navi Jr. Somehow I feel like a Torrent or a Tidebringer or something hit the Magnus.
This must have been Niku. I don't see anybody else who could have caused that damage.
If there is a replay, I would like to see the very start where did the Kunkka get to hit someone? Let's see here. So Kunkka is there.
Yeah, he walked into a torrent.
Right. So that's the one then. Yeah. Because I didn't see any animation on top of the mag, but what can he do?
I mean, he has resistance against the being disabled, right? But it doesn't mean that he didn't take damage from the torrent.
Yeah.
So no animation going off, but it doesn't matter.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And so this game and this series does come to an end. GG is called by HAVU, and even if this was their best game so far, yet to score a point, Navi Jr. They will clean sweep this series.
And I think ultimately that where you end up is if you look at this game for HAVU is, yeah, you can win this one, but you need to lean on the execution now. And you can't drop the ball for any of these RPs. You can't drop the ball with like some of the positionings of the Nature's Prophet, for example. And the same, to be fair, goes for Navi, which is why that mid game was a little touch and go for them for a moment, because they too really need to hit those arenas. And if the Shadow Demon goes down first, for example, they do not get to have a fight. So this was really about who gets to out execution. Ultimately, Navi Jr. proved better.
And since they saw that early Lifestealer pick, it was kind of easy for Navi Jr. to pick supports that have teamfight impact. The Shadow Demon, the Batrider, both of them great answers to the Lifestealer. And they knew their job. They knew their mission in this game. The moment Lifestealer shows, Ridis will jump him, go for the lasso play. He even got to build a BKB on the bat as well. So what are you doing on HAVU? The only thing that goes through magic immunity, buff immunity basically, there's just the Magnus with the RP. So he's literally the only one who has some impact or something to say. But he won't use his ulti on a bat. He has other things to worry about. But still, a nice show from HAVU. This was so much better. And of course, compared to game number 1, this was day and night. I like to say when I see a team play much better than the other, that's the equivalent I will use. But for Navi Jr., of course, they're happy to get another point on the board and a full series victory for themselves. But as you can look, Kips, the schedule, it is kind of catching up on us. We have another series coming up right after the break. It's going to be Navi Jr. playing again and versus Dandelions. So this is going to be pretty hype in terms of how good are the Dandelions actually going to be, because we've seen them play a tie, we've seen them play a series victory, and I feel like this could be the test to really demonstrate how good they are, and also how good is Navi Jr. Can they upset this one?
Yeah, I'm very curious, because Navi Jr., especially with his last game, they got reminded that they can't take it too easy anymore, right? Because that first map was a really simple win, almost a walkover. So after that is really down to your discipline and how much you respect your own time, because clearly you're not going to respect your opponents too much anymore after that. It's all about how neat do we play.
Oh, yes.
And they got the reminder there that actually they do need to stay very collected and calm and in control if they want to take the wins away from even these teams that they might consider worse. So when you're up versus Dandelions now, I think Navi are going to be about as sharp as they could possibly be.
Well, you'd hope to see that as well, but we will see after the break if that truly is the case. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the next series.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunkka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
bezbleho.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And as we go over to the second series of the day, ladies and gents, we are done with the HAVU versus Navi Junior series. And time to look forward as Navi 2-0 that one. And they will be playing again. This time the matchup is going to be from a different level, Kips. It is going to be Dandelions.
It is going to be Dandelions. And Dandelions were far and away the people who beat HAVU with the most gusto, I'd say. And it feels a little bit bad to use HAVU as a touchdown here, but they are the team that have played the most games, and therefore it's the easiest to compare how different teams have done versus them. And Navi Junior only really matched in map 1 versus HAVU, what Dandelions did to them in both games. So a little Dandelions favorite off of that. And then, of course, we have Dandelions coming in with certainly more experience as well. And this time, there is no need for me to say, like, oh, but at least Navi Junior can outplay them. They're faster. They're, they have the power of youth behind them, because these players from Dandelions coming in are absolutely no joke in the individual skill departments themselves.
Indeedly so. If we look at the roster of Navi... we'll look at Dandelions first. My apologies. We'll look at Dandelions first, because they're coming in as the challengers for this one. Of course, VTune, and we've already seen him play some stellar carry gameplay. Mobi's had some good performances already in the mid lane, as expected. But I feel like maybe there's a bit more to wait from the support duo, because Kidaro, Desire. Kidaro, I mean, he got to play a good Jakiro game versus the HAVU sniper that we saw before. Very important piece of it. But I feel like I've yet to see too much of Desire.
Yeah, I think in the games where he really owned, for example, he had a Rubik game. It was just, the rest of the team was also doing really well, which is then you're just the little sprinkle of sugar on top. Has not really had any opportunity to distinguish himself yet in that regard. But I'm sure he has the props for it. It just hasn't either been necessary, or in case of the first game versus the versus Monte, the Ukrainian guys, possible.
Well, let's see what Navi Junior, as we just saw play, have up in their minds, especially when it comes to the draft and drafting-wise, as we are live for game number 1 between the two teams. We've seen Navi flex some fun picks. You know, they've had their enjoyment with their drafts already, and Dandelions. I mean, of course, they're expecting something silly maybe from Navi Junior, but not. I wouldn't say silly in the fact that they're just here to have fun. But, of course, if you can play a fun hero and an official and win with it, it feels good.
Absolutely, and Mr. Silly, the funniest guy in the game, Pudge, is still in. And Dandelion is probably thinking about it right now. They can see what's up with that pick, right? Pudge is not a hero that's going to work in every single game, even if Got the Juice plays it with his eyes closed. So they might just have a mind of trying to challenge it.
Well, at least they haven't banned out the Pudges and the Brute Masters yet from Navi Junior, so Dandelion's taking the time to think with this final ban. Is that something that they need to be worried about? They still have 2 more bans in the second phase to throw in Navi's direction. So they ban out the Kunkka. Not exactly your everyday first phase ban hero, but in the particular matchup, I guess it makes sense.
It does, yes, because Navi Junior have relied a lot on having a good game on Nico, having a hero where he can actually come back with. We've seen him do that with the Timber, we've seen him do that with the Kunkka, we've seen him have some impactful and like resilient games on those, and taking both of those out of his hands might open him up to having a worse game, especially if you consider that Dandelions, as far as they're concerned, Mobai is probably going to be the more skillful player in that matchup, right? He has more experience, he's played probably more 1v1s in his life than Nico has played officials. And well, you were talking about
in that sense,
Brewmaster.
it's true. I was just thinking that has Niku spent his entire early pro career just playing 1v1s and not playing ranked pubs, you know?
I guess it could be possible. Hard to find partners for that sort of stuff, though. Really hard.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
They're going to open up with the Brewmaster, and the response is going to be the DK. So we got ourselves some AoE damage to the Brewlings basically from the Brewmaster, but Brew could also just throw this DK away from fights. DK that needs a lot of time and a lot of farm to get the hero really to work, even if it's mid or if it's off lane. He'll need to get to, I mean, and also I wouldn't say need to get, it's kind of, it is very draft dependent what kind of item build he goes for. Do they need to blink early? Can he opt to go for Mage Slayer instead? Is there time to farm? Because if you do go for Blink, that means that you're farming less on the hero. If you are looking at a mid to late game timing, you will need Mage Slayer, at least on this hero, where you get the most benefit out of it. Stacks up nicely with the Aghanim's. Very difficult for magic damage to actually do anything to this hero that already has a lot of armor.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's... The Blink Dagger is a little bit of a desperation move in that regard. If you have to rush it, you're guaranteeing your DK a future where he's going to blink in, but perhaps not going to make it out. And with a hero where you want it to scale that really does not have many utility builds available to it, that could be a death sentence to his scaling.
Also, from time to time, we've also seen like maybe a cheeky Midas come out from the Dragon Knight, because you do get attack speed from that too. That also improves your farming, not just the active, but the actual stats on the item, which really help right clickers out. They're going to bring out the Rubik here. Some good spells to steal.
And Desire has been very solid with the hero so far. Remember a couple of cubes rolling around.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
See what the next pick is going to be. Still room for another support if they want to answer that DK. Bring out that 5 Viper.
Dire team pick.
Bring out the Undying, so at least that is an answer.
Certainly in the laning stage.
DK and also after with the Tombstone, because DK's not happy having a Tombstone around. Not a lot of mobility on the hero. He relies on the Blink Dagger for a particular reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess it's good that he transforms into a ranged hero, right? But getting your Strength Stone is a real problem for him, and that's a strong answer to the Tombstone right there. We've seen the Undying go or I should specifically say the tombstone go unanswered a bunch of times, and it's been very hard for the opposing team to actually get to stand their ground in any form of area. They'll always have to bail out, reposition elsewhere because you can't get the tombstone down. With a little shredder, that's going to be easy as pie.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
and of course, now I'm actually curious about, is Daze going to play the Snapfire, or will Niku play it? Because they have DK as a flex, they have Snap as a flex. We've seen Niku already play the Snap, and he's also like to build the Diffusal Blade on this Snapfire, which I think it was a very cheeky, interesting idea of a build. You know, it could really pump up extra damage from the Lil Shredder. Not really a game where Mana Burn seems to be the most efficient tool, because you do have to take into account the cooldown and also the attack speed of the Snapfire, which isn't really the highest. It is semi-high, but there are a lot more faster attacking cores in the game.
It's true. I mean, you could certainly think about the possibility of running the brew out of mana before he gets to get his ultimate off. So it could be one of the things that propels Niku to get the Diffusal Blade again.
Yeah. Also, as they bring out the Luna, the carry is locked in for God the Juice. So they won't go for anything like an anti-mage versus the Brewmaster, nothing like that. And bring out the Viper. So not necessarily a 5 Viper, but a Viper for Mobai, who does like to play that mid Viper.
Yeah. Mobai is one of those players who has really two sides to him, because he has the capability of playing these fast playmakers, thinking especially about his puck here, but on the other side of the coin, he can also just say, okay, my team needs me to stand in the middle and click people, that's cool, I'll play Death Prophet, I'll play Viper. He does not feel too good to simply, you know, have a boring game, do it well, and be that anchor that his team can hold on to, so respect for that.
We'll see what they want to do with the lanes already, like the Viper up against the Snapfire. You have the Brewmaster versus the Luna. DK still doesn't know necessarily. Wait a minute. They're actually banning out Slark and Morphling.
Radiant team pick.
Huh. And they're banning out also heroes from both the safe lane, mid lane, and the off lane from Dandelions with the Windranger and the Beastmaster. So let's see what they are really cooking here. Because in my eyes, it looks like an offlaner is missing, but do you... I mean, you want the Viper versus the Dragon Knight. Maybe they play carry Viper, force the DK into the offlane. They see the Snapfire that could be going mid, but they also take a couple other options away.
If I didn't think that it would really take all of your playmaking capabilities away, I would be tempted to pick a TB here if I'm Dandelions. Yeah. Yeah. So, it's a little bit of a devil's bargain. You get amazing uses for your Reflect here. You're going to get a Luna illusion and a DK illusion, which is absolutely huge. This is the kind of game where you could even run a TB support if you would have wanted to. That seems extra spicy. I'm not sure if I'm going to advocate for that. But that does leave you in a place where outside of the Brewmaster ult, you lack so much playmaking capability. You really can't force fights at all. And you had a very interesting face just now. What went through your head when you saw that Arc Warden?
I was just looking at the the laning matchups, how they change, because Vtune goes for the Terrorblade. Mobai does play the Viper in the end. I see the Arc Warden come out as well, but it is a dire Arc Warden, so that also changes things a little bit with like how well does the hero scale versus the Radiant one. Because I might be completely wrong with this if I remember this right, but the Radiant Arc Warden is, I think it's slightly better early game because you have the bubble to protect objectives. And then you have the Dire Arc Warden that scales better because it basically just pumps up with you with that extra damage and the attack speed with the bubble. So a lot of scaling on the side of Navi Jr. I could be remembering this the wrong way around here. So don't take my word for granted. I don't remember every single interaction. Arc Warden is something that you see so rarely that I just haven't studied it enough. But I remember there's a thing like that where the other side, depending which side you play, the other one is better early game for protecting objectives.
It's true. The real problem here is that I've just looked it up to make sure, but the problem is that I can't 100% parse what is written here, so I'm just gonna let it slide into the game, and we'll see exactly how it turns out there. And then for both of us will be a valuable lesson.
It's
As
definitely
far-
an interesting pick, at least.
Yeah. And as far as the matchup here goes, Arc Warden is a very good counter to the Terrorblade because of the bubble. TB, not famously a mobile hero at all. What needs to happen is this TB needs to eventually buy a Blink Dagger. And that is where the game finally turns in favor of the TB. But up until that point, and he buys Blink late, it is favorable for the Arc Warden.
Well, at least with the damage pump that you have, definitely for sure. I mean, we might be expecting a pretty long game, you know? You're looking at a lot of scaling on Navi. You're looking at a plenty of scaling as well for Dandelion. So those early engagements, every time you get a kill, it's kind of like 30 seconds off the clock for every kill that you get, maybe even more, because you basically calculate it down to how many creep waves you get to destroy, how many objectives do you get right after. There's a plenty of pushing power on both sides. Viper can also build a shard from Mobile at some point for extra minus armor. TB likes minus armor. Brewmaster can push with split push. For his primal split even. You can also split push with the hero too. You have the Arc Warden on one end with the DK that has insane scaling. And Luna that is also great from like 20 to 25 minutes onward. With Snapfire can build a whole multitude of items. I think we're in for a long one.
Yeah, I think you could be right. I think if this is a short game, it's going to be Navi taking it. And I say this based on the fact that with their supports, they actually have options for making plays and initiating fights that would really be down to just a Rubik for Dandelions. And if all three cores of Navi have themselves decent lanes, then once they start grouping up, the amount of just sheer damage flying around is going to be absolutely nuts. Everybody has splash attacks or bouncing lightning, bouncing glaives. It's going to be quite something.
Now that I'm looking at it, it is actually the Dire Arc Warden, the main hero that gains the Arc Evasion bonus. So, on the magnetic field, basically. So, with the main hero, you can protect towers. You can call in for reinforcements as well. Nice duration added on top of it too. And the Tempest is the one that buffs up the extra attack range and extra damage. This is on the Dire side, Arc Warden. Let's see how this game ends up rolling out.
So far, Mobile hating on Nico in the mid lane.
Both of them pummeling around. Level 1 Viper. Not the scariest poison attack.
Nope. Absolutely not. And it's very easy to empty out your mana pool just spitting poison when what you really need to do is just use it to secure your bottle, and then afterwards you can be a lot freer with it.
Yeah, you wanna. I'm actually wondering, does Mobile want to pick up a third point into poison attack? We do see builds where you just leave it at the second point where you get a plenty of value out of the poison. Or do you want to fight more, not worry too much about the Nether Toxin? Like, Nether Toxin is a good ability for push. And Corrosive Skin is something that you also need to max out quite early. Look at the magical damage Navi has in their lineup. You'd love to put extra points in your E.
Yeah, I think the Corrosive Skin is going to be maxed out here no matter what. And the rest is really down to Mobile's preference.
Always the player preferences added into the mix with a lot of these builds. And Arc Warden has a Vessel lined up, so Nico has something on his mind. But PMA will go down to V-Tune with that first Metamorph popped. Daze is also dropped low and forced all the way back. And for the best part for V-Tune, that was a pushing wave towards his direction. So he's able to get a kill and still had a lot of creeps to farm.
Feels phenomenal for him, and this DK Snapfire lane has trouble staying far enough apart to not give away double decays to Kidaru. I'll be very happy with that. This DK is still level 1.
Yeah, that's the name of the game, 3 CS. Gonna need at least level 3, level 4 for the DK to have a bit of an easier time in the lane. But it isn't easy even if it gets easier.
No, it is not. You're still a melee hero up versus several slows, and of course a strength hero up versus the decay.
Can they kill the Crystal Maiden top, by the way, because he is slowed up by grenades and everything, so yeah, they can. Palantinos will get a kill. Got the Juice looking for a return onto Desire. Slowed up by the Thunderclap. And Got the Juice just doesn't seem to get to close in that distance. The Lucent Beam would not have done the trick, and it's not a long enough stun to get close enough for another right click. So they get a kill. Get to poke the Luna a bit too. Good play out from Dandelions and PMA in the bot lane. Oof. Has to walk away again.
And an insult to injury, by the way, is that with the way that the Ruby walked away there, he also got to block the pool camp.
Oh, that too. Everything at the same time. Opens up the hard camp now too for pulling.
They are not even out of regen on the Radiant side either. Still that Lotus left for the Rubik. Palantimos 3 tangos in his pocket. Very healthy.
Preventing this Luna from getting ahead. That one kill really changed a lot for this lane duo. Rubik still has to care for his positioning. Lift is available. Got the Juice. Slowed up there by the Cinder Brew, the Thunderclap. Frostbite is still there from Riddies.
Nico's getting walked down in mid.
Yeah, that's the right thing to do, and that's the right move to make. You wanna hurt this Arc Warden, and you definitely can.
It's between the Viper and the Arc Warden, killing them is exactly the same process. Is you walk towards them, you don't stop walking, and if they don't pass the DPS check, they're dead. And in this case, if you bring in an Undying, yep, Arc Warden has nothing to do against you.
Yeah, especially this early when he needs his abilities for farming and he can't level up the magnetic field yet to provide that evasion. Well, they get another kill on top as Got the Juice will drop for Palantimos. Second kill for him. Luna has only picked up 4 last hits in the last minute. So really see the power of Desire and Palantimos and their lane duo.
It's painful. Like, surely that's the amount of last hits that you can get by simply Lucent beaming creeps at this point in the game alone.
Yeah, it's a level 1 Lucent too, so right clicks harder than that spell does damage.
Yeah, that's true.
And you don't want to put extra points in it either, because that's not a smart thing to do. He is holding on to that 1 point for Moonglaves. Doesn't want to level it up yet, because every time you get that lane finally in control, you don't want to end up pushing it too far. But now, Luna is forced to go into the jungle, pretty much, so activate the Glaives.
And at this point now, there is nothing really they can do anymore to stop Palantimos from getting everything that he wants out of this lane. Curious to see where he's going to take that farm. Are we going to see Urn, for example? If he does that, this lane is worse than over.
Invisibility.
Ace takes away the Invis rune. Kidaro is hunting for Nico.
Dire's middle tower is
There's
under
no room
attack.
to turn around as an Arc Warden when you're being chased by these if a tombstone is placed down. But they actually saw Daze there, so he knows there's a sentry down on the ground.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Still
And
spot.
they
Oh,
found
there's
the other
another
sentry.
sentry on the other end, so he's gonna walk into a trap and corrode to death. Oh, that is so unfortunate for him. He's like, well, there's a sentry here. Okay. Oh, there's another sentry. Come on.
Like,
That is so tilting.
Poor guy. And that, combined with the glyph, also means half health on this Arc Warden's mid tower already. And he was there the entire time. It's not even like he was getting camps in the meantime or something. He was completely forced off his tower while the enemies were hitting it. Pain on pain.
Yeah, this will definitely happen over and over again. Like in an Arc Warden lane like this, the right judgment call is we're using extra resources on this. We're winning top. Support doesn't need to live there. Brewmaster can solo. Luna will get farm, but she's been slowed up enough that she can't stay in the lane anymore. The threat of this Brewmaster is real. Now has primal split.
Radiant are scanning.
Kidara coming through the portal. They're bringing in reinforcements here. TB is coming in. We've seen V-Tune rotate early. Like Crystallize and V-Tune have been the 2 carry players like who will rotate early for kills. And now they're rotating in for an objective.
Really very early. And yep, it's not like this DK can currently do anything to trade for the tower on the bottom side. So this is going to be the end
Radiant's bottom
for the
tower
top lane
is
of
under
Navi.
attack.
Yeah, dead lane.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Very dead. Got the juice in the jungle before he had his Morbid Mask. At least he is going to get it.
They're trying to retaliate onto Mobai. Niku spawns in the illusion, and Mobai will drop. So that easy it is to kill a Viper from time to time. Desire gets to teleport away. No, nothing to cancel that teleport.
Daze took a hell of a lot of damage from the tombstone there. He wants to take it.
As long as Niku doesn't miss on the high ground. Yep. Don't actually think you can miss the tombstone, which feels a bit weird. I'm not guaranteed on that, but they're like eggs and stuff that you can miss, but tombstone just feels like an ability that you can't really miss. Such a big object as well, like how do you miss that? You gotta be a really bad marksman. Daisy's doing stacks on Mobile and Desire find stacks. They prevent stacks from being stacked in Navi's stack area.
But they are stacking up for it without getting any direct returns unless they are going to steal this stack.
Yep, 3 points poison attack to another toxin. Sure, let's do it.
None in the corrosive skin though, so Mobile choosing for quite a risky build up here.
Yeah, brawl against the Arc Warden was the idea. Brawl he did.
Over staying partner. Yep.
Now they're looking towards the tower in mid as well as they've cleared that jungle. Warded it up as well. They'll see any movement coming out from that direction. Top tower's already down. Not really a point to go into bottom with this many people, so they'll just look towards this mid T1.
So they're going to take this down, but now my question is, and what then? Because you don't have playmakers here. You don't have anybody to particularly punish over-positioned Navi heroes with, for example. Oh no, this hero is farming away from his tower. We're going to walk at him and hope that, you know, he doesn't walk away from us faster. Because what stuns do you have? It's all about slows.
Well,
you don't get to jump or surprise anybody.
Yeah, you have split and lift on Dandelions.
Yeah.
Those are the two things. You smoke up for a lift, position, apply the slows. And of course, you would like to use a split for a kill, but if it's not really necessary that they have to make a play, because we're talking about the late game after all. We discussed it through that this could be a long game potentially. Navi will just look to protect their objectives, try to get this Luna online. She had a abysmal lane, you could pretty much say. It's only a 1-death Luna, but she was zoned out so early in terms of CS that she just had to move away. Luckily, Luna is a good hero in the jungle, and you do get a lot of fast levels. Get to your level 10 talent, especially increase your farm speed with that -8%. They are so farm heavy with their heroes that they can't really protect towers. They can't really extend that far. And
true.
Dandelions, they do know that situation.
Yeah, they can at the very least keep walking at this this last tier 1 here. That said though, Niku actually adapting his build here. You don't see this too often from Arc Wardens. It happens from time to time. But he's got the Urn of Shadows already, and he's going to move in. Oh.
A lot of movement here. PMA, this is what we talked about, the extension. He is too far out. And the split will be used. Rock will fly in. Metamorph doing a lot of work here. And with the forced movement there from the Nether Remnant. Or the Void Remnant even. Pull him a bit further away from that tower. Get a kill. Meanwhile, they're sitting up in mid for Mobai for the 12-minute rune. So 2 plays happening simultaneously with a tier 1 being pummeled.
That's Spirit
Arcane rune for the Viper. And
just
they're
too
late
fast.
For it.
That was only a second off. A Viper isn't very fast to begin with, so those boosts of travel way more value than Mobile realizes right now.
Yeah, 3 fast 5 me.
A speed demon he is.
We talk about the DK build. He's kind of forced to go into this Blink Dagger now. They gotta get kills for the Warden. They gotta get something for the Luna. Kills or space, either one.
Yes. You need to at the very least be able to generate threat force reactions. Otherwise you are going to get outfarmed, especially now that your Arc Warden has invested all of his early money into that Spirit Vessel. That needs to pay off for him in some way.
Yep.
Otherwise, he would have been way better off actually grabbing the Hand of Midas, which is now quite a ways away for him.
Yeah, that will take a bit to get there. But they are gonna smoke up in the cover of darkness. There's a Brewmaster in mid, which is not the best target to go for anymore, as he's rocking a nice 1700 HP. But there is something that they can get towards the bottom area, which is the tower that they're still looking for. That needs to be opened up with a pickoff. Rubik is playing this area very, very cautiously. Might just get to almost portal away. Ridis, Niku coming in from the back. Smokes are popping. They know where they are, and they read the wrong spot, but it doesn't matter. PMA is ready to jump in, and there's your kill, and that should be the tower falling too.
Tower, yes. Unless you want to teleport in the Brewmaster, you're not going to teamfight an already established enemy team. And the Brewmaster still has 20 seconds left on his ult, so the answer is a no. Tower trade achieved for Navi.
Well, Mobai did cut the mid wave, and Brewmaster is actually teleporting in now that he does have the split, so the tower has already dropped. Ridis, we'll see him teleport away. Niku's also seeming to get out too. PMA with a quick stun. They can't prevent the Arc Warden teleport being cancelled, so PMA also gets to move away. Did finish that Blink Dagger. And they got the tower, so forced movement towards that bottom tower that has already dropped. Small victories.
Small victories, and that's what is going to stay for Navi. And the same actually for Dandelions, because again, we're not going to see any massive, you know, somebody jumps in, RPs the enemy carry, skewers him back into the team fight kind of thing. This is all about who juices the map the best.
Got the juice?
Well, he's certainly knows how to get it then, if he's already got it.
Already topping net worth. So,
Yeah.
talk about TB having a great lane. Got the juice has already gone past him. Just talking about the Luna farm speed. Pig pole away. Mobai did teleport into the wave, so he knows he's being hunted. Kidaro also shows up. Meanwhile, look at Brew. That's a bit deep, my friend Palantimos. Might have to use his ulti defensively because he is being hunted here. There we go.
Good friend Nikita has a Radiance. He's not afraid.
Yeah, that's a wasted ult though. So that's again Navi getting a bit of more time. Roshan will fall though. Now we'll go for Dandelions.
Very early take with a lineup that's not exactly great at it.
Not the best Roche lineup, you're right about that. But Navi Junior still smoking up towards that direction. There's a Radiant scan. They're about to walk into it, so that is a call to fight. Sadly, Viper did teleport away.
No, exactly. The Viper just got pinged on bot. Now he's saying go, go, go.
It's just going to be a Kadaro if they can kill somebody. And there he is.
Then they will.
The Magus Comedian. That's going to be a kill, and that's probably going to be a tower too. Remember, there's no split. They're kind of split on the map already. Got the Juice is pretty strong on this Luna already. That should be the... Is that the Manta style in the career? Yeah, it is. Only a minute behind her regular timing.
Really not bad, and there is still the Hand of Midas for the Arc Warden as well, so that 3k gold lead for Dandelions has been sitting there a while.
Yeah, it hasn't moved a lot.
Hasn't moved at all.
He's still trying to keep up with the farm pace of this Luna. So both carries are getting the best out of this game.
I mean, who's there to stop them?
Yep, doesn't seem like anyone is really going to be intervening with their gameplay for the time being. It's going to be in the team fight.
Will be, yes.
One big difference maker really is how do they apply the vision in the way that they want to play. If you look at the Dandelion's vision, they've set a defensive ward in the bottom part of the map next to the tier 2 tower. So they want to basically have information about portal movements, Roche movements. Of course, the Roche is already taken. Meanwhile, in the river, they're going to take down a Crystal Maiden. And on the dire side vision, they have some good entry points. They're also looking to contest the bot tier 2 with that ward and the river obs that they've also placed on the cliff, which does show far enough towards the rune. And it's a major also kind of like access point basically for Dandelions with these heroes. You can see TB illusions moving in. You can see people who are rushing towards the top area of the map. Yeah.
So I like the dire wards a little bit more right now, because it's all about the movements. Can we have people in top still? Can we not? Should we just be bot? They're watching both of those entry points very well.
Yeah, and Dandelions, they just have like Roche wards, both sides of the map.
Well, to be fair, those side points of the map might be where an overly ambitious carry comes to farm.
Oh, Luna is literally under a ward here.
Yep.
Take the jump, and that's gonna be a heavy amount of damage with the stolen Lucent being there from Desire. Cancels the TP, and a pretty free kill. So automatically, these wards are paying off there for Dandelions, because that opens them up as well. Putting this TB ahead of the Luna, maybe it starts to take a bit of map control away from them from the top half of the map too. Not really pushing to the tower yet. They're not in a hurry to go for that tier 2 yet.
It's funny to talk about the TP respective to the Luna, when honestly what's going to matter in the end is if he's going to be big enough, fast enough to get a Blink Dagger and actually work into and blink into the Arc Warden bubbles. Hijacking those is going to be a big deal.
This is such a big Brewmaster. Like, I'm almost envious a bit of Patimos here. Like, how good of a lane he got, how well he played it. And once you get to that Radiance early on and you're uncontested, it's almost equivalent to the Beastmaster that he had. That was, like, really, really huge.
We're talking about an ex-scary player here. He knows exactly what to do with all of that weight. He can really throw it around. Again, this is big, burly AoE, boys. Valentimos loves those.
Soon the BKB out for Mobai as well. He'll be able to fight in the Eclipse. And versus all of the other teamfight ultis, Navi Jr. has to throw at him. But 20 minutes with only 11 kills. There hasn't been a lot of action. It's just been farm, farm, farm.
Listen, both teams know their drafts. Know what they can and can't do, and their drafts cannot... Look at how far they have to chase with how many heroes for a single undying kill. We have another save for that. Is the juice worth the squeeze?
Yep. Yep.
Might not be.
Might not be. But one thing was for certain, we are looking at a very slow-paced game.
The stonks are going up, though. I don't think I've ever seen an emptier map.
Just looking at the last hits that have been already killed so far, you know, the Lunas, it's like 260 last hits already. Shows at like 160 at like 15 minutes, so pretty crazy numbers racked up on the board already. Arc Warden has the least, which feels a bit funny because usually Arc Warden has been like the free farm split pusher, but it's the Luna that's the one that's basically hitting the side lanes.
It's Arc instead, really relying on the Midas. And when you have a greedy lineup like this and everybody wants to be hitting lane creeps, you need somebody to build that Midas as well, because that opens up the possibility of getting more out of the map without taking up space from your other cores that much. Of course, it's also supposed to enable you to actually fight and farm at the same time. And that Spirit Vessel is still there for Nico. Like, he could technically fight, it's just that nobody's been offering themselves up.
Yep. Yeah, they're not overly excited about chasing people, like you said. Not really a thrill for them.
No. We could be watching quite a couple of yakety sax chases in this game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a duck hunt.
Yeah.
Top tower is under attack.
Really is. Alright. Scotty, amplify damage, Manta style, or a level 16 V-Tune TB. Let's Gonna take up aggressive position. This is one of the ways that you can play aggressive with a lineup that really only stands still, is you take up a position where you know you are slightly too far up on the map. The opponent's instincts to kick you out start rising up, and you're gonna just be there and be like, no, actually this is our farm now, come do something about me. It is a way to force fights, and Navi Jr. will simply have to let that one go. Getting taunted there is a bad idea.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Believe it or not, what you saw there was aggression.
Yeah.
A
move is being made, but it doesn't really look like a pretty big one. But it is.
Yeah, it's about as big as you can make it. EG, all the way back when they were still EG, used to play like this with their Arteezy Terrorblade. Position up, wait for people to engage into you, and then they get jumped on in return by an Abed Storm Spirit. Notably absent from this game, both Abed and the Storm Spirit.
Yep, and an EG.
And an EG.
But a bit of a, you know, all the viewers are kind of out there like, yeah, this game is going to take a while. I'm going to go to the fridge right now, but I would ask you to wait for just a moment because Navi Jr. are making a move. See what they can do with the smoke here, and Mobai is the one they run into. Nice BKB reaction there and gets the teleport away. So there goes the smoke. And there goes the BKB charge as well off of the Vipers. So you can now go to your fridge if you're that hungry.
But say, T-Panda, I am dying of thirst. What did you do to me?
Where is the oasis of action when we need it?
Locked behind a Terrorblade Blink Dagger, among things. I mean, it says a lot about the game that this Brewmaster's also not forcing it, right? Like, you see Brewmaster blinks in a lot of these games. Okay, got my Radiance. Blink, time to pick some fights.
I'm just trying to imagine in my head how these fights are going to go. If it isn't the carries getting jumped first, what does the Arc Warden get to do in the fight? How much value do you get off of a vessel when everybody is already pumped up with so many items? There's already Mantas and BKBs that will dispel it. It's kind of like you bought a vessel to be able to be a bit aggressive, and then you didn't get to be aggressive, and now that item doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, no, like, trying to catch heroes in a game where you don't have any stuns is like trying to grab soap in the shower. It's
yeah. He's
you can
using
do
it to heal his illusion right now, and we're watching a mushroom fly in the woods. That's the level of content we're getting right now. It's watching a mushroom. Inventive indeed. So that's a tower down, and looking for a tower trade in the top half of the map. No response coming out from Navi Jr. Not gonna fight this one.
It's trading, gonna pressure the mid wave now. They do push faster with the Luna Arc DK, so they are correct to not blink here and say, okay, fine, you take one of ours, we take two of yours. And now we are going to be established. And you said in the previous time you have a hard time imagining how these fights will go when the jump happens. But that is the thing, neither of these teams want a jump to happen at all. They want to be in position first, and then the enemy team can only sit there with their hands in the pockets. So here's the third trade. Navi says we are in a better position. We take two of your towers for one, and Dandelions say cool, but actually
and they hear the Roche roar, so they're gonna go high ground. Yeah.
Now they're gonna go high ground. What do you value?
Well, Roche
You're
is
already
down.
late for the defense.
Teleports are coming in. They're going all over the base in every direction. V-Tune is there. The voice are arriving at the same time. Mobile does get the ulti to connect onto Got the Juice, and they do have that Aegis advantage on V-Tune. So Nico's illusion is cleared out. Got the Juice teleports away. And we're just not getting it. We're just not getting a fight. Desire, no TP cancel either. He does have the Lucent Beam, but they were already out before the time he showed up. So yeah. Two tier 2s, a tier 3, almost a melee racks. The other team got an Aegis and a cheese. And a tier 2.
We have to understand here as viewers that we're the only ones that want to fight. Dandelions do not particularly want to fight. Navi do not particularly want to fight. We're the only ones going in the crowd going, Jerry, Jerry.
Mushroom,
like, no.
mushroom on a broom. Pretty spotted.
V-Tune.
Those wards that they placed down earlier, they're going to pay off here with that Crystal Maiden kill. The lane is also slowly coming together with Mobile and Desire bringing it together as they're chasing Got the Juice. Remember, no BKB. Turns around with the Eclipse. V-Tune pops his BKB as well. Kitaro just melts. Kitaro just got deleted there, but they will also delete Got the Juice. Mobile stuck on the high ground, almost killing off the Snapfire, and Snap will slowly corrode to death as they will take down Daze as well, and Palantimos in the front. The Brew hasn't got a real footing to stand on, but this Viper does, and PMA is about to drop. V-Tune will lose 1 life, and Mobile picks up the triple, leaving Niku alone versus the rest of the 3 heroes here, so he can't do all of this heavy lifting by himself.
And Niku notably absent from the rest of that fight, by the way, but this is an Arc Warden without boots of travel.
That took a while, but we got a team fight.
Yep. We did get a team fight, and once these two are engaged, it's really... I feel like I'm a broken clock today, but it's a DPS check.
Well,
Says there's not too much to stun or interrupt. Yep. Absolutely. Now Dandelion's in a commanding lead. Let's say how... Not nearly close enough to the level 25 Viper for my liking though, but that's also something that needs to be touched upon here. With the changes to Viper, where he can become a universal hero at level 25, and with the amount of farm that Palantimos has gathered, it's not like we're looking at Navi triple core versus like a solo core Terrorblade over on the other side. That's a triple core in its own right. So Dandelions does not lose the scaling game here.
Also, like how Mobile has like 4,000 gold, but they jump onto Daze at the same time. Snapfire trading off the DK Dragon Tail onto the Rubik. Mobile does get Daze out of the way, and PMA has to run. They don't have any saving abilities right now. The supports have been completely drained out of money, especially the CM. Just a poor set of bongo drums. No Force Staff, no Glimmer, no life.
Man, Force Staff would be such a lifesaver in this game. Everybody's just walking at you.
Everybody's just been farming, and the supports don't get to get any team fights, so they're like, well, what can you do?
Not a cent in the level distribution, especially for the two Dire supports, excuse me, is absolutely awful.
Because everything was left for the Luna, something was left for the DK, and the rest were left for the Arc Ward. What's this Crystal Maiden gonna do this game? He's been waiting for some action for 20 minutes, looking for some wards, following his team around, just literally making a couple stacks here and there. That's about it. Well, Dandelions, they were doing pretty much the same thing, except their supports are getting something out of this too, especially now with these couple 1-team fights. Rubik can farm, Undying can creep wave cut with the decay. Not saying that CM doesn't have the abilities to farm, she's just had no creeps to kill.
No. No, all of the creeps on her side of the map have been dead for about 20 minutes now.
Yeah. So Riddies, well, he has that Force Staff lined up. If only they had it there to save the DK, but as mentioned, no farm, no items.
And Navi Jr. are now in an enviable position where they took a farm war.
And they took
with a lineup, that can't make plays to get out of this. No big turnaround ults, surprise burst damage pickoffs.
Instant smoke from that position. Mobile will blink into ulti the Snapfire, but he is close enough to get back to the fountain. But while he is waltzing back to the fountain, Dandelions will force out the glyph. There's a bubble that will increase the attack range and the damage, but that's not the saving bubble. Don't have access to it. Another lane of racks secured for Dandelions. They just keep the Luna thrown into the air, and that's all they can do. Blow up the Storm Remnant. That's it.
What a... I mean, I'm just gonna go out and say it. This is one of the reasons why I didn't like the TB pickup from Dandelions, is because it makes their draft unable to actually do anything except walk forward and demolish buildings in the way of action. But then Navi answers with that Arc Warden, and that just makes both of the drafts wet farts. And this is going to be the final where they're going to try to please, hopefully, find a pick-off. We do have a Blink Dagger on our DK. He's used it 3 times.
Is Mobile gonna jump the gun? No, he isn't. He sees the wards appear. The sentry was already placed down by Desire 7 seconds before these were placed down. 7 seconds in between. Does the Viper die or not? It doesn't. Now they smoke up. Go on the hunt for Navi. They see Niku is protecting the high ground.
If you can find a straggler, nothing Navi could do to actually
Luna,
turn the fight
maybe.
around either. Oh, that would be
Going
huge.
to the triangle. They're coming
level
into the
20.
triangle. Viper spots him. There's the break. Lift coming out from Desire. Luna stunned by the stolen Dragon Tail as Rubik just ran out of the Dragon Tail duration. Used to perfection. That ran out the moment he used it. Daze will drop as well. Daze for the buyback. And a Sunder save. V2 will save his buddy. Now they can continue fighting with PMA. Palantimos with his BKB. Nico still in the front line. It's like, I wish I could use these vessel charges.
Make him a very happy man.
Send in the illusion. Another jump onto the snap. Daze, he just bought back. And it looks like that's a dieback on the snap fire. So Dandelions, they have crushed their opposition. And they call out the GG, so that's going to be going for Dandelions.
We are free!
The late game grind fest actually only lasts 34 minutes.
Oh, thank the Lord.
A game that could have been going on for like 78 minutes is over sooner than we actually expected this one to go, because it could have been a farm fest for who knows how long. Though, what were the real breaking points here, Kips?
I think if you have a game like this where it's a game of maybe not even inches but millimeters, right? Because you can't really force any kills. It's very hard to make plays, very hard to make the enemy team feel unsafe in farming because they know that your capabilities of actually jumping them and punishing them are very limited. Things that actually start to pop out are small decisions all the way at the start of the game, and I'm especially talking about the earn from the Arc Warden here, where he, technically he is correct that if you want to push some kind of an early advantage with the lineup that you have, he has to itemize differently. That is correct. The problem is that he reads the game completely wrong, because there will be no action because the enemy team can't force any action either. And that meant that he should have either been going for that Midas or going for the Maelstrom over that Urn, and then we would have perhaps seen impact from him this game, and he could have, afforded the boots of travel earlier, etc. And instead we don't see Arc Warden in this game at all.
Yeah, we don't get to see the Arc Warden, but I'm going to have to score and got the juice here. He played a good series. He had a fun series versus HAVU, but now 2 of his deaths, 2 of his positionings cost him the game. I put the blame on Luna on this one. Even if Arc Warden's build, I know getting that Midas earlier could have changed things. He could have picked up his items, but that will not stop the fact that this Luna was in the wrong place at the wrong time a couple of times, and that kind of cost them this game in the end. Got the juice, was all the way outside of his base, getting picked off by Dandelions. That's a free opener. The rest of them try to come to the rescue. It was like, well, our damage battery is gone. Luna did 8,000 damage that game. That is kind of unacceptable from a game like this. So if you have all these items, you have the Condas, BKBs, Mantas, Mask of Madness to pump in damage, and you only do 8,000, well, something has gone terribly wrong. But that's just my take. The fact is, Dandelions will take the first game, and we're going to take a break and be back with game number 2 of our second series. We'll be back in a moment.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
One xBet bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, welcome back. It is nice to see all of you folks out there ready for the next game, because what we saw was probably a reason to take a little bit of a snooze. Some people were still at their fridge and they're like, yep, the game is still going. They come back and it's already over. What can you say? Dandelions, they take the win over this one from Navi Jr., but definitely mistakes were made, definitely on one end. I think the big consensus out of this one, Kips, was, I mean, we kind of talked it on the break there, that Navi, they were given an invitation to a big party, and then they were like, nice. They're just holding that invitation, and then they go do whatever they were doing before. So, passed out on an opportunity.
Yeah, the goal was wide open, and instead of taking a shot, they were like, oh man, you're not doing anything? That means I can leave my goal wide open as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it ended up being both teams doing the same thing, where the other already has a head start. The Palantimos Brewmaster was already so far ahead. Of course, the Luna did a great job catching up in farm, but really, all that farm went down for nothing because she didn't get to use it. She got killed a couple times, and that led into a push that Dandelions were not going to let go of. So, going into game number 2, the draft is live. The first bans are already flowing through. And what is flowing through your mind now, Kips? What are you thinking about here, especially from Navi Jr.'s perspective? You know, they want to pick up some heroes that either enable their game, force them to activate early, or do they just repeat what they just had?
Certainly you pick up heroes that do something, right? And I think we see the opening here immediately with the Centaur. I think the lesson you learned from that previous game is, man, that goal was wide open. All we had to do is actually move. And move they will now. And there might be an overreaction here, because I'm sure both of these teams also did not enjoy playing that game. This is not what you sign up for when you become a Dota 2 pro, or even a semi-pro, right? So
yeah,
here we go. We got immediate initiation, the team fight abilities over on the side of Navi, and we got immediate burst damage secured on the side of Dandelions. Two things that were notably absent from the entire 10 hero roster of the previous map.
Yep, things have definitely been changed a lot. Now I'm looking at the Zeus first pick, which is a first for us. I do know I may have cast a game of Desire Zeus. So would this be time to bring out the support Zeus back? It's been a long time since he's played it the last time. But maybe it's a hero that has never really disappeared from people's hero pools, that they still play it in scrims, they play it in their pubs. Zeus support is obviously a hero that, you know, can work from that position.
Yeah, you've got the ambitions towards phylactery this time around to aim for as a Zeus support. And you never pick this one up on the very first pick of the draft unless you are confident that you can flex it, right? So it's it could be a very good core in this game. You do get your own little escape just in case that anyone empowered by the Centaur jumps you. but you could also very easily just say, well, we have the magic damage secured versus a hero that right now does pipes are in short supply these days. Offlaner, Centaur, that's not going to be a pipe. So
that's true. They opt for armor above magic resist, and it's either Mage Slayer or 5 armor items. Those are your options, basically, so yeah.
One hand you have Mage Slayer, on the other hand you have Shiva's, Veil, Lotus Orb, AC.
Guardian Greaves. It's like you have all these options to choose from. You can build them all if you want, but then you also have the Mage Slayer on one end. Though Mobai, he did play a very good Zeus. I'm suspecting this is a mid Zeus that he's just very comfortable picking up early. From what he saw from Niku, he's like, well, challenge me. I throw you the gesture again. And if it happens anything like game number 1, it's a pass for Dandelions. So we'll look at if the snap is being flexed to the mid lane or not. Good idea to have a flex pick added with the Crystal Maiden and the Centaur. Dandelions are just throwing their cores at them. And now that Zeus should be a core with this Shadow Shaman revealed. I don't think we're going to see a mid Shaman. That's more of a pub thing.
That is definitely more of a pub thing. I mean, I could buy it back when he still hit like an absolute truck on his right clicks, but they've since taken that away. So I've found it hard to buy in on the Shadow Shaman since that.
5 seconds remaining.
In general. Could still be an offlane Undying, if we are lucky, of course. Always greatly enjoy seeing the huge Undyings march around.
Oh yes. And of course, nice damage amp as well for Adaptive Strikes. Same for the Zeus. Got the Juice Pudge. Is that what they got in mind this time?
I think so. The previous that gauntlet was thrown in the previous draft. Dandelions did leave the Zeus on the table, and Navi Jr. said, "No, thank you. We just had Pudge core." But maybe this has been a long enough of a break for them now, and they have really good setup for it this time. The previous game notably absent on the point and click stuns. This time, Centaur, CM, very reliable stuns. Put the cookie stun on top of that, plus the fact that you have you're going to have blink into the dismember. You got good setups for hook, disables galore for this Pudge to take advantage of.
Yeah, and also like what used to be a counter for the Morphling used to be Scotty. You have a hero that likes to build both Ags and Shivas, so very handy versus the strength gain on the Morphling. He'll actually get much less out of that, because of all the regeneration reductions that this Pudge can apply. So the game is right. The game is definitely right for it. And he builds up into mass HP, which Zeus can struggle a bit with.
Yeah, the percentage-based damage from the Zeus is nice, but Core Pudge is one of those heroes that, without exceptions, almost actually does build Eternal Shroud, which makes you very much happy about getting multiple smaller instances of magical damage that really increments your magic resist. And we do Pudge Meepo. I guess this is what they do.
Yep, they do Pudge Meepo. And also I wanted to highlight about Zeus, the percentage-based damage is only on his ult. It's on nothing else, so it's a one-time thing. That will not help with this Pudge at all. You have lightning hands now. That's not really the thing you're looking for against a Pudge who will probably regenerate faster than that. So you gotta make this early game work for Dandelions. You have drafted yourself in this position. You've got Morphling and Zeus. Do you put Zeus support with Undying 3? Pick a Dazzle mid.
I buy that, and you know why? It's because I want to damage the AoE damage amp from the Undying. What we've been talking about in the previous game, that this Meepo Pudge came up, if you guys were not there, this is a damage check. This is Pudge with Ags, Meepo with Ags are going to come run at you and are going to have 10k HP put together, and you need to kill at least one of them. And if you don't have that damage, then the game is basically over from that point. All 3 of these cores from Navi Jr. are super beefy. You're only going to get a limited time to bring them down because there is a Centaur that will press ult and run them out of there if they get in danger. So I would support the Undying core here, but I don't think we're going to get it.
It's the same reply HAVU also tried with this Tidehunter versus the Pudge in the lane. Also, I wanted to talk about this one interaction, which can be game ruining when you're playing versus Pudge and Meepo. is the fact that when you have all these items, you're like, we're finally killing through this mega meepo pile. And Pudge eats the meepo. All of the meepos.
Yep.
Just throwing that out there. You can
in one big
make a
bite.
pile. Pudge will eat the pile. They will regenerate. And then Pudge spits out like a mass of meepos.
Congratulations.
You have spent everything, and we are ready to fight you now.
It's
well,
five healthy baby boys.
Basically, yeah. Dandelions, you gotta win this laning stage. That's where it all starts from. You gotta beat the lane with the Morphling versus the Meepo. At least, well, not destroy the lane, but slow down the Meepo. Don't lose the Morphling. Tidehunter has a big responsibility with preventing this Pudge from getting big, and that also falls to Gadaro and Desire. If they can leave the Morphling alone to help out the Tidehunter to shut down the Pudge, that's where you start to basically dismantle this Navi lineup. You buy yourself time to get big enough, because when Navi hits that power spike, you're ready to challenge it. That's how it's going to go.
That is how it's going to go.
And that's how it has to go from their perspective.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see Palantinos put into a position that he hasn't really been in these in the games that we've seen him so far. Because what he's been good at is playing fast, playing active, playing forward and leveraging a lot of his net worth. Whereas here, he's going to have a period in the game where his task is simply to hit good ravages. And that is not an ability that he has been tested on so far. Okay, you get like 3 spell casts and they all need to be perfect.
Well, this is going to be the challenge for Navi Jr. If we take a look at their situation in the group currently, this is basically Navi Jr. already sitting at 2nd place. Dandelions scoring a victory are technically ahead of Navi Jr. in terms of less maps lost. So Dandelions could go past Navi Jr. If they win this one 2-0. Navi Jr. is then, well, we're close to getting through to the playoffs. But there's Mouse, who's only played 1 series, and that was a 2-0 victory. So it's getting really tight for Navi Jr. if they can squeeze their way through, force a tiebreaker, or just get a straight pass into the playoffs. And it falls down to Mouse, who's yet to play Navi, who hasn't played Monte, who hasn't played Dandelions, or just better. They've only played HAVU so far.
Big mystery mouse.
Big mystery mouse, indeed. So Navi Jr., they got to do everything that they can to take every point that they can get, because they're running out of games. But VTune, this is one good way to start it off, but can they get the kill? Couple more agility remaining. Yes, they can. They've got this one and got the juice for the first blood and his first flesh heap stack on top.
Immediately finishing off his first Wraith Band. That's going to annoy Palantinos to no end.
Where's he going?
Through the gate. Yeah, well,
he was going to the gate, but I guess VTune was also coming in, so he wasn't willing to take any extra damage.
Look at these shenanigans on the bottom lane as well. This wave is under tower because PMA just netted all of the creeps. And this puts us, by the way, at a position 4 support Centaur. And we have seen some incredible support Centaur performances before. There's a little player known as... oh, damn it, now I forgot his name.
Well, we've seen this in the meta.
See something?
Let's just put it that way, that we've seen the support Centaur from time to time, because I've also watched like more of the 5 Centaurs, like we've seen Kurokis and the likes pull it off from time to time. It's not a new thing, but played in the 4 position, it grants you that stun. And I like what Dandelions already are doing in this top lane, which is hitting where it hurts the most, and that's the Pudge. Like, he's already dropped very low, doesn't have the highest amount of armor, even with that Wraith Band. Very important that they keep up this harass when they can. Level 1 Gush, Ether Shock leveled up as well for the Shaman. Doing the right things. But the thing is, the lane is very deep in, so they gotta get this lane to turn around towards Palantinos' favor and out away from the Pudge.
And one of the problems with that is, unfortunately, that Pudge started off with some nice extra armor thanks to the immediate Wraith Band start. Doesn't help you with the magic damage,
he's gonna go down again. Or actually, for the first time, let's put it that way, because they already hit their level 2 timing.
Very nice. This is very necessary for Palantimos. He cannot afford to have a bad lane here.
Exactly what they need to do, they succeed in. Meanwhile, Kadaro is very deep under that tier 1 tower. Not taking any creep aggro with that big wave as his protection. Also, we do get to see the Snapfire and Niku once again. TP coming in from Desire, but he's not close enough to take a grab on that shackle. Would have been very handy if he got that kill. And now Zeus's bottle is also empty because they weren't right next to each other when that TP took place. So it was more of a reactionary, let's help him out. But then they also kind of forgot about the bottle refill as they were doing that.
Okay, I'm finally done looking it up. It was 9 class.
9 class, that's the one.
9 class. Insane plays on pos 4. Centaur. And no wonder that he immediately showed up on Tundra after. That game was nuts.
Yeah, all these players that kind of show up out of nowhere. You come from performances like that. Centaur isn't your go-to pos 4 hero for a lot of players for a particular reason. You don't want to be that frontline presence dude when your hero indicates that. But that's the same for like the support Tidehunters as well, that they're not going to be around unless they need to ravage. And oh, look at that, the punch is actually going to go down to the top lane or not. Big heal, big stick coming out. Might be the Shadow Shaman's drop instead, as Riddies and Desire was tanking the full creep wave. Palantimos gets another opening, and he's got this one. The hook almost killed one. They turned around to try and kill the Pudge. And a close attempt it was.
Absolutely. The problem, of course, is as a Pudge that you don't really get any other options to get the lane back in your favor. You can't out-farm in a melee matchup versus Tide. He's going to anchor smash you every single time. And you do not get the last hit.
Another attempt with the hook, with the rot damage, but an instant shackle. Slowed there by Riddies and got the juice. Needs to get a little bit closer. Gush comes out. Rot right-clicks is enough. V-Tune's Courier also getting killed off by Daze at the same time as that was happening. So Navi do get a response kill. And off of the right target as well, which is the Tidehunter.
Yes.
This is really a battle of trading. Whenever you kill the other, you're going to teleport back in, get a responsive kill. They're never full HP to get back into action, so this is now Palantimos full on HP. He could get another kill.
Yeah, well,
and then the Patch gets a kill.
Yeah, and then on the bot lane, good attempt onto V-Tune. He's just a little bit too tanky. Meepo's committing for... V-Tune would love to throw some damage in here.
Sadly, he doesn't have any.
Oh.
Yeah, PNA also gets a kill on Kadaro.
Very curious laning stage so far. Both V-Tune as well as the Pudge not really happy with their situation, but the Pudge has been suffering way harder because he's had to skip CS in order to get these skills off. Whether V-Tune, for all of the problems that he has right now, is still a ranged hero.
Yeah. Yeah, the Pudge needs to get a good start for the game, otherwise his itemization is going to start to lag out. Like, Palantimos already hits a lot harder than the Pudge does. The Shaman is there, while the Pudge is just going to walk into Palantimos' arms. The Blood Grenade is thrown by Riddies. Try and slow them down as much as they can, and Niku is rotating in with the Mortimer's Kisses, burning them down, but got the juice, is already dead. Palantimos doesn't get that an eye out. No, he doesn't. It's a close attempt. But another death for the Pudge, and also a death for Mobai. So PMA and Daze, they make a move towards the Zeus in the mid lane, find a pick off there as well, make it 2 for 2.
That is such a sneaky rotation. Normally, one of the supports goes mid when the mid rotates out, right? And they get some experience. And that's what you expect as a mid Zeus. It's like, okay, he's probably rotating, which means that the worst I can get in my face here is a support. And instead, PMA rotates as well. That's a double stun combination.
There's another get one to throw in onto the Undying. One PMA Meepo is running away. The other one jumps out there too. The Tombstone does manage to zone them out, and the zombies are going for a bit of a stroll. 3 zombies chasing around. Hear the wailing of the dead. I sound like a zombie right now. I'm still sick.
In with Nico. Misses.
Ooh. And there goes PMA. The Thunder God throws in the ultimate in. Secures PMA, and the Wisdom also goes for Kidaro at the same time. But what happened to the other Wisdom? Oh, that was also taken by Desire. So double Wisdoms for Zeus getting a kill on a Meepo. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. This
Pudge is the lowest level hero right now on the server. Okay, no more. He's fine.
Not anymore, but that's he shouldn't even be close to that. And if you compare this with the HAVU Tidehunter performance versus the Pudge, it's like night and day. Valentimo's sitting pretty at the top of the net worth.
Yeah, what did they have in that lane? They had the Hoodwink.
Hoodwink
Tide.
Yes. Versus, was it a CM Pudge as well?
It was a CM Pudge, yes.
Massive difference with actually having the shackles from the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, you want to deal damage, you go all out on damage for that lane. You go for the Shadow Shaman in that case. And he has 2 points in Hex, 15% extra damage amp. That is very nice to have for a Zeus especially.
Oh yeah. That synergy is beautiful.
Go for the smoke. This will be a kill or two, could lead into the diadem and almost a full phylactery for the Zeus. They need this one to succeed. The Ravage. Looks like that's going to be an easy one to grab, and they'll make sure that they do. Nico teleports in. So does Daze. Tidehunter is being the target of the majority of the damage here. Mobai is also running low on mana. So Palantimos is dead, and now Mobai. Gotta be careful. Nico jumps in. Big shotgun
really
to the face. Daze comes out from the corner, but the shackle's there. Riddies goes down to Kidaro, and there's V-Tune as they're deep enough for the Morphling to teleport and rotate in to secure the kill on the mid Snapfire. Zeus gets to live, and as said, now he's 100 gold short from Phylactery.
That.
Pudge looking for some vengeance here. Daze is coming in from the side. PMA is also here. Wards placed down by the Shaman. And it's going to be enough to take down Daze. And Got the Juice is going to take some heavy damage. Look at that damage. And from the Hex, it's almost enough for Got the Juice. And Desire gets a double. A post-mortem kill as PMA will take a securing double kill right after. But that's a Pudge carry teleporting in just to die. And Desire rightfully gets the tips.
Yeah, that is a Pudge carry without the game now. And it's so hard to farm your way back into the game as a Pudge because your farming mechanism is the rot. You need to have levels, you need to have items in order to be able to constantly rot yourself. Now, he's not even that close to the Veil.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Nico surprises the Morphling with a shotgun and just one-shot B-Tune.
You know, every morph gets one, right?
Yeah.
That's what happens. Your abilities as a morph are mostly determined by how well you recover from the one morph death. Not by if it happens or not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you get a pass for one, you're not gonna get a pass for two.
Nuh-uh. Fool you twice, shame on you. Alright, Mage Slayer in the works for the Tidehunter. After he's got that finished, I think you just walk at towers with Palantimos in the front and let him do what he does best, which is just be really big and in your face.
Yeah, well with levels, just needs a couple more points on Kraken Shell. Because the Mage Slayer will reduce the magical damage output that Navi has to throw at him when he throws his Anchor Smash and applies the debuff. The rest of that is the physical damage output that he's going to suffer from creeps and towers and right clicks, which that Kraken Shell is much needed for, especially if he only has 1 or 2 points in it. It takes a while for that damage threshold to be filled until he can pop his abilities. Say you're being eaten by a Pudge.
Yes.
You're just spamming R and just like alt, 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 alt.
He's eating.
So, do you, I mean, this is a kind of a weird question, but if you had two players in your team who are building Phylactery / Conda, like we are seeing for the side of Dandelions, do you see that as a, well, you do what you do, or do you have something to say in that?
I think I would only have something to say if the enemy had a good pipe builder, which they sort of do. Support Centaur is a lot more of a pipe builder than core Centaurs are, but pipe is expensive, it's going to take a long time. I think it's fine. You're looking to beat that damage threshold. Double Kanda is going to absolutely do that for you. The only thing that needs to happen is ideally neither of your Kanda builders are dead because they didn't buy any defensive items instead.
Yeah. What if Morphling went shotgun?
Shotgun in a punch game?
Yeah, nah. Yeah, shotgun in 24. No.
Cringe, bruh.
Cringe, indeed. Yeah, why would anybody build shotgun anymore these days? But to think about it, it's been such a long time since Morphlings have been going for the shotgun build. We've seen right-click Morphlings happen in between. Now we've seen Conda Morphlings coming out. But shotgun's a thing of the past. Meanwhile, Zeus is going to get jumped on here, but they get to turn a bit with Desire, holding PMA in place. V-Tune, he needs a bit more backup. Kidaro's coming in. Tidehunter is here indeed, and cancels the poop from PMA, and PMA goes down. He dies during the hook. Ravaged and hooked at the same time, and Riddies doesn't quite get on the high ground there with that cookie, so Riddies should be gone. There we go. Mobai finishes him off.
Really good read from Dandelions that Navi Jr. is going to go for a breakout attempt. Going to try and break this stranglehold that Dandelions has on all three lanes right now. Trying to push through to the bottom side. You bring all 5 heroes, pop the Ravage and say, no sir.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Not sure if my Mr. Producer can hear me, but I am for some weird reason being pinged in Twitch chat to update the title. So, if anybody can do that, because I cannot.
It's all your fault.
You are watching Dandelions versus Navi Jr., people, so don't let the names on the title mislead you into anything else. This is game number 2 of the second series of the day. You can check everything about this tournament on Wikipedia. RES Regional Series Europe 1. With T-Panda and Kips on the commentary. You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Radiant are scanning.
And that is Aegis into the hands of V-Tune. Once again, I support this kind of carries taking the Aegis style if they're going to either aggressively push with this and risk it, or if they're going to actively contribute to the fights. I do think that in this case, the Morphling should at the very least wait until the Manta style is properly finished before he gets any thoughts about moving forwards. You will want to be able to free yourself from the Frostbite, from the Meepo nets. You need the Manta style in this game.
Yeah, Manta as a must-have, in particular for this matchup. But I'm just thinking, is there anything that you can get a pass? Like I was thinking about, you know, you of course want the Conda for the big adaptive strikes for the Morphling, but of course this is a game where Butterfly can give a lot of value.
Butterfly could be value. I'm thinking Lincoln's actually. There are going to be Blink Pudge initiations immediately into the Dismember.
Lincoln's is alright. I guess I'd rather see Lincoln's on a teammate casted on you, say Zeus. Maybe even a Shaman could actually build the Lincoln's. Maybe a Lotus Orb. It's actually great interaction-wise versus the Pudge.
Yeah, Tide building a
Hook
Lotus.
comes out onto V-Tune. TPs are coming in, but he's got his Strength Morph out and the Aegis, but there's a Ravage coming out from Palantimos, and he's applied the debuff on everyone, and suddenly Pudge runs out of damage. He will do nothing. Palantimos will take the bullet. That's 2-3 ultimates used, and the turnaround is now available for Dandelions. Beautiful Blink stun from Daze. Another hook coming out onto Desire by Got the Juice, but here comes V-Tune back for round number 2. Tries to kill off the Pudge, hooks him back as the Pudge he is, and gets one for himself. But Dandelions have lost pretty much everything in this fight, so V-Tune, well, now is really time to show if there's anything left, but the wards, they've been eaten by the creeps, by PMA, and so goes your second life, and Navi Jr. has just wiped you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hey, that was a real overestimation of their capabilities there. With only the Tidehunter and the Morph being there at the start of the fight, they simply do not have the damage to make that a 4v5. And then once the AoE comes in, we're looking at the CM ult here, we're looking at Niku's ult as well. Mortimer's Kiss is flying in. They cannot hold their ground whatsoever, which is a bit of a problem in a lineup that has both the Shadow Shaman as well as the Undying. You want to be the one standing your ground, but you just got proven you can't do that.
That's a golem for nothing, by the way. He was trying to intervene with the dewarding action. He broke the blink of the Centaur, sure, but instantly got defused by Meepo. I was like, well, I'm not going anywhere. Pop my ulti, nobody can help me, I'm dead, so that's an ulti down the drain. Meanwhile, that's another ulti used for some aggressive moves, Navi Jr. Unable to catch the Morphling. Desire turning things around. Shadow Amulet is cast on the Meepo, so he's hidden, and now Desire is in trouble, and might be also Palantimos. Navi Jr. getting to really fight back heavily here. Tide losing half of his HP from the poofs, has Dead in the water. There's nobody to throw it on right now. Daze with the Blink stun as well. He's going to drop low from the Phylactery, but PMA with another set of poofs. And the Mortimer's Kisses for a bit of extra. Now chasing Mobai. Mobai trying to fight behind the trees, blinks away. We'll go just for a bit of extra vision if they can see anybody still sticking around in the area. But big kills going for Navi. And that was without Stampede, by the way, because it was used before.
So this is damage check territory, and this could have been way worse because the Pudge could have had his Aghanim Scepter by now.
Nope, they got the D-ward. And there goes Daze as well. Desire will get a kill, but Desire will also lose his life and give a bit of extra cold with the wards, the worms being farmed.
The Serpent Wards being down. At least the cooldown is not as big as it used to be, but that is still the other one of their big AoE ultimates down. At least Ravage is back up. But yeah, we are now in the territory where every single Ravage that Palantimos throws out needs to be good. Because his cores are not over the damage hump yet. No Kanda in the hands of his Morphling. Zeus not quite at the lightning hands yet either, but we are going to see lightning hands. Alright, sustained DPS output.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And the Pudge is like slowly being led back into this game. Of course, this is the Meepo timing is literally right now. So Navi also understands that. So when you're saying damage check, I'm also saying Navi Jr. kind of need to get past this phase of the game. If it takes them too long,
yes,
Dandelions will be stronger. This Meepo will fall off.
They do need to leverage this timing. They have the timing, now they need to leverage it. So far, the kills keep coming.
So only on supports, but kills nevertheless. At least that will open up there again for another push. V-Tune, though, the way that they're moving here, they're also crediting him some kills. Riddies barely gets out with the Glimmer Cape. Stampede used as well, but Desire, he ends up in a bad position. So the bait works out. Riddies will drop. Desire is dead. Daze is also dead. Morphling tanking the full Mortimer's Kisses. Palantimos coming in as well for the rescue. And the big Meepo tower. Talked about that 3k HP. It's right there. And Desire has brought himself back, but they got the hook coming out from the Pudge. Pudge is held for the time being, unable to do anything. And now he might be targeted as well with Meepo dead. He goes for the Dismember, broken by the Adaptive Strike, and on the run instead. Eco trying to turn things around. The Ravage is there. V-Tune will die. He thought he was safe enough for that fight to just keep up that agility, but instead ends up getting stunned by the cookie, and Niku sees an opening. Has just enough damage to wipe out the carry. Could have been so much worse.
Niku has absolutely no gold right now either. That was the freshest BKB he could have possibly had. Simply had no time to click on him. Just came in with that.
Yeah, it's like a replay of this whole sequence here, because it was Riddies took the initial abate. He gets out. Desire jumps in. He gets killed. They get to turn on V2. Now Desire buys back in. He's going to be back in the fight right about now, as there was a T1 to teleport to. Easy Meepo kill. He's hooked at the same time, but he got the shackles off first, so got the juice. Pudge has no impact here whatsoever. That's all he did. He pressed the Dismember. Look at this. Beautiful read from Niku. BKBs to dodge the Ravage too. They had no vision on the high ground. And Morphling also had no idea that they could still turn with that Snapfire.
And that hook was supposed to save the Meepo. Instead, all he catches is grief.
Desire,
Dieback,
Dieback.
losing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Morphling
attack.
is struggling with this Tormentor. Oh, and the Undying dies for it, and V2 is like, I want to get this. He needs one hit. He's got it. And Desire, yeah, he had to walk away. He had to blink out. He was about to die back to a Tormentor. That would have been sad.
It's a little awkward.
But mission accomplished.
Yeah. Mission successful. That is a shackle upgrade for Desire. And we've seen this man at work before. This is where not just does your farm really kick off, but your ability to split push as well, as we have a little scuffle in the mid lane.
We do. There's a Shaman coming in, but there's no real damage dealers around, so it looks like they're just going to sack Palantimos. Losing a Tidehunter, not always a good thing, and Navi will instantly smoke up as the creep wave was walking in. This is probably just to get to the Roche Pit as fast as possible. They don't care if they've been spotted or not. Not the juice.
They have the short cooldowns.
Zeus is there for the D-ward, and can he get the hook? Yes, he can! On the money! Not just a Tidehunter, now also a Zeus.
Snatched.
But they're not going straight to the Roche Pit. Very curious about this call here. I guess they suspect that he has a buyback and he can just pop his ult and they don't really kill Roche that fast, but... Okay, Meepo doesn't have a teleport. I guess that's the reason. He does have a Meepo in there, though.
Yeah, they can just come back for this, but
this is taking so long. This is already 20 seconds that they've killed that Zeus, and only now do they get to the Roche Pit.
I think they're correct that they had slightly more time, but I'm unsure if they actually were hoping to use it in that way, because if Dandelions wanted to, they could have mounted a defense by now.
Well, they will get it in time, because there's always the threat of the Zeus ulti. He is respawned, and Aegis has been secured, and we just left the banner in the pit. Okay. We don't care about such things.
You see this, Gaben? This is what we think about your banner.
Yep. Please buff.
Just saving it up for a rainy day.
Meanwhile, as they got this Roshan advantage, we have to take into account the scaling on the Snapfire too. He's got his level 20 talents, his 25 talents. Building towards that, you know, the multi-shot. And then you get the attack damage applied as well, which is really a big buffer. When you talk about the heroes you're fighting against, Zeus, Shaman, Undying, these heroes, they don't really soak up that well versus physical damage. They will drop to that pretty quickly. Palantimos has already been found under the ward. And he's got nowhere to go. Kadaro tries to TP in to force staff him out of there. But just a bit too late.
Just a second off. Now Got the Juice has his Eternal Shroud as well. Got 2 Blink Daggers queued up. This is where you start to get the possibility of Got the Juice blinking on you and immediately starting off a fight with that Dismember.
We know the banner's in the pit. No, they don't know. They don't know it's there. They pretty much thought that was first Roshan or something.
Everybody forgot that Aegis that V-Tune held for about 30 seconds.
Yep. That didn't last for too long.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Zeus is kind of deep in here. Pudge has a hint. Where is the Zeus? Why is he not defending? Might be here. Stampede is used. Heavenly Jump is available again, but the Stampede keeps on rolling. Days landed right next to him. 1 second for the blink, and Mobi's just toying with them now. So he's out. But a really good read from Navi, because that was without vision completely. They had... It was just a guess.
Just the Spidey senses tingling, and they TP'd back, but it didn't even cost them anything on their tempo either, because that mid tower still went down. And now Dandelions are running out of space. They can't really fight without using a Ravage, so they're constantly on the lookout for good fights. But the problem is that if they want to take a fight with the Ravage, they need to be together, so they're constantly holding hands while they're farming, which is really bad for your overall output.
But when it is you're so close to getting that Conda up on that Morphling, you kind of have to.
Yeah,
that's the one thing that can change things. It's not the game changer, but it's a game helper for Dandelions.
Yep, and we've been looking at these fights where Dandelions can't seem to find an opening where they can just take out a single hero. Whereas Navi has constantly been starting off fights with taking down an Undying, taking down Palantimos. And if you can do that to them in return, it gets a lot easier to actually play this game, look for pickoffs, be the one forcing Navi back for a change without having to commit your entire Ravage.
See what they can do with this high ground push here. PMA does have that Aegis for 1.5 minutes. Scotty is being flowed in.
Oh, that's the illusion room.
Only manages to stun some Zeus illusions. Hook save, Zeus ulti, Cookie comes out too. Navi on the disengage. Nice whips being thrown, and B-Tune is kind of alone here, but he will finish off the kill on today's, and there's the Ravage. But still, they need to get through this first round of heroes. Especially the Meepo. There goes the Aegis. B-Tune is still kited here. He's out of strength.
Everything.
He's out of HP. This is basically where they could kill him, but he gets out. The web is a bit too late from PMA. Wait for Morty came out. There's the Hex up as well, but they can't utilize that damage they would like to. Niku throwing in some shredders at the back, hoping to cause a dent, but they're just so damn tanky on both sides, especially when Palanthimos is the one soaking up the majority of the damage. So only the Aegis and the buyback off of Daze. So Navi Jr. actually unsuccessful with that push, giving a bit away to Dandelions, who will keep that tower intact.
Lions hold. Gotta commend Vichun there for understanding that he's most likely not going to die if he just goes all the way down to full strength. He realizes that it's not up to him to deal damage in this fight. He needs to keep on soaking, keeps Navi Jr.'s focus fire on him so that the Zeus and the spell spam from his supports can actually do the hard work.
And that was a massive amount of damage dealt mainly by the Zeus. Of course, Zeus was hitting everyone, lightning hands as well, protected in the front line. But they couldn't get much use out of that Hex, which is what I always look forward to, is when you use that Hex these days, it's not just a random CC, it's a 35% damage amp when you get that level 10 Talon. So that is really meant for killing people these days.
Oh, it's serious. I mean, anytime you see a percentage, you gotta pay really close attention to what number.
That's a dieback.
That is a dieback, and here we go. This is why Kanda on Morphling is so goddamn important. Alright. Zaire. No, he doesn't even have to throw his body at the problem.
Oh, and the illusions do the job.
Hey, and now the Morphling is going to hit level 20 pretty soon. He's been behind in levels towards the enemy course for quite a while in the game, but now finally catching up, partially thanks to surviving that previous fight. And that means that we're most likely going to see the waveform attacks targets coming in, which is a massive DPS increase.
Also, with the pace that these games have been going today, we're again falling behind schedule. The next series is supposed to start in 10 minutes, but we are still into Game 2 of Dandelions and Navi. Thankfully, we've been saved from those hours-long grueling battles that we saw in SA.
I mean, to be fair, as far as I'm concerned, this one can last an hour. Like, this has really interesting playmaking on both sides. We've seen some great plays out of both teams, very good understanding of the map, of the heroes. Navi had ass for a laning stage, remember? That really doesn't feel like that anymore.
30 minutes into this one, Navi Jr. still 8k ahead. They were playing from behind in the first 15 minutes, but a couple of good team fights, also denying that first Aegis use from B-Tune completely, disabling any snowball potential from Dandelions. And of course, any early timings for the Morphling is very important to keep in check, because you are playing a lineup where the Pudge was griefed. the Meepo had a great time.
Yes.
Stampede will be used, but
those are
here.
Zeus Lucians. Again, he has a Manta style. BKB for the Shadow Shaman. Okay, so one of the item builds that I'm concerned about is the fact that this Pudge actually doesn't have a BKB. That means we're not really seeing any use out of the Dismember in an aggressive way at all. It's really...
Hey, they found the banner.
Hey!
Hey!
Still in there. Oh yeah, we left that there. Are we gonna... Okay. Radius will take pity on the banner and adopt it.
Dire's middle
You know,
tower is under attack.
decorate his room with it.
And there's the banner towards the top lane. That's pinged out by the Undying. Creeps are going to be spawning from that direction. And it took a while, you know? They're like, why are they timing this banner now?
Yeah. Just been
And Navi's only,
sitting
we
on
just
it.
realized we have a banner in the Roche pit, and Dandelions are like, they're up to something. This is big IQ. Or fake IQ, maybe, in this case.
Well, the
oh, somebody's
portal's
coming for the
active.
portal. Punch, 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 punch. Not the place to be in. Not the place to be in whatsoever. Oh my goodness.
takes so long for him to
Takes
die, though.
such a long time to take him to die, but the CM is already dead as well, with the hook coming out from V-Tune, turning into a Pudge, stolen hook. BKB burnt by Niku. At least Roche isn't going to be up for another minute, 40 seconds, but... Oh, poor Pudge. That was
was an
just
unfortunate
unlucky. They had vision and everything, so he didn't see. The smoke was coming through. There's the Meepo coming in with the Stampede. Desire's just dead. V2's going to get surrounded. Daze is low on HP as well. And the Mega Meepo tower pushed elsewhere. Daze is down. Navi running out of firepower. Niku has to battle it out. Level 20 talent. Can he do enough? He takes down Kadaro and has to battle Mobai. Has to battle Palantimos. Not going to be enough. V2 is dead, however. Riddies and PMA will be able to get him out of the way. Mobai TP's out, and so do the rest of them. Kadaro also just bought back to a fight that's already over. So Navi really living on the shoulders of this Meepo in the end.
Yeah, a very unexpected go for Dandelions. I wonder if even the entirety of their squad felt like going there. Vichun made the decision for them. And to be fair, he was once again mostly right about the way that this fight was going to go. He says, okay, I'm going to soak this entire Meepo's worth of damage. And he was completely correct in that. It's just that with him being preoccupied with the Meepo, it actually takes too long for the rest of his team to take Nico down.
Yeah, like, they killed already 2 heroes. They saw that Snap has no BKB. That was literally a really good call for Dandelions to take that fight. The problem was they spent the Ravage before that, which was kind of meant to save for the Meepo. PMA just got 3 hits on V2, and he basically went through his entire strength gain pool to try and survive, but the fight was taking too long that he ends up dying anyway. Desire has a BKB now. Can't get stunned by Daze. Can't get webbed by PMA. Has a blink, but that blink is broken with that blink right-click from Daze, so unfortunate for him. That is his 8-second BKB down the drain. Got the juices back. Come to punch! Look who's coming for dinner.
Well, it's honestly probably Nico, because he's been eating up all these skills that have been getting set up for him. This man is getting out of control. Once that Daedalus comes in, your damage output is already ridiculous, but he's also already level 22. It's not going to take that much longer for the little shredder to start using your actual attack damage.
Yep.
Anyone, any Sumail fans in chat? Any Rapier enjoyers? I have some
They're gonna go
memories.
for that round, because if Niku can position himself correctly, that Rapier could just be the big game changer, and really not just a game changer, game breaker.
Yeah, game winner.
Put it this way. I know I keep using the same terms a lot: game changer, game saver, game breaker, or damage check.
Yeah, this has been DPS check for me today. I've been really stuck on that. Normally we would get to
Too many
enjoy...
MMOs for Kips.
I mean, not every day that you get to cast 2 Meepo Pudge games with exactly the same mid-game conditions.
And almost the same hero pools too.
Yeah.
Almost.
Almost. I mean, otherwise you would have been stuck on ease of execution for today. Don't you like it that I'm changing my tune? A little.
You also used something else of execution. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I noticed there was something different.
Listen, I don't remember what I say half of the time, so once you remember, tell me.
I'll try to remember that. I also have a pretty poor memory. I hear that from my girlfriend.
I mean, part of it is the ADHD for sure, and part of it is just that in a Dota game, when you're casting it, you need to always be anticipating what happens next. If you spend your brain power on remembering what you just did instead of going with the flow of the game, you're done for. You're not going to get any good at this.
Well, Roche has been taken by Navi. They have the cheese. They've spent that banner before. Aegis on the Meepo. Snapfire is looking fresh and healthy. Niku 10, 2, and 12 on this Snapfire. Has had a really good game. A couple game-changing fights as well, where he has been able to focus on B-Tune when B-Tune was still the squishy morphling of the early mid-game.
Oh yeah, and I want to point out here, as the observer also so kindly showed us, I was praising Ridis before in an absolute stomp game where it's like, hey, he only has to empower the cores this time around, so he's got Glimmer, he's got Force, he's got Pavis into the Solar Crest. This time around, just a Glimmer Cape immediately into the BKB whip, because here actually his AoE damage from the freezing field really matters, and he's got the Ag Scepter buff picked up now as well from that Roche, which means that he's a genuine damage threat, and there's absolutely nothing that Dandelions can do against him except evacuate
And they found
the area.
someone here. It was V-Tune, but V-Tune gets the teleport off just in time. That would have been otherwise disastrous for Dandelions and their defense. But survives for the time being. Meepo also flying in. I mean, he's got the money to build a Swift Blink very shortly. But he also needs to keep up his buyback, so he's only going to get pieces of it. This is a no-boots Meepo for the time being, as long as he has that Aegis.
And decided to go for the extra clone as opposed to for the pack rat. I mean, the pack rat's a bit of a meme, right? But, you know, he could still have boots if he really wanted to.
Yeah, what do you get into pack rat?
Whatever your heart desires.
But there's nothing that good, really.
No, I suppose
I mean,
not.
that just tells that humans desire the worst things.
The worst things.
Yeah. Especially most of the stuff that is fun is usually illegal.
Yeah. Bad for you. One thing that I haven't seen in this game yet, and I think it has a lot to do with the threat of the Pudge Dismember, is that we haven't seen any split push whatsoever from the Shadow Shaman, who does have the entire kit for it. Just that normally if you have BKB, Blink, plus the Aghanims Shard, you are ready to start putting your Serpent Wards to work on these side lanes, but even with the BKB, you are not safe from getting your TP cancelled this time around.
Yeah, he has like 100 last hits to the 300 on the Morphling, the over 400 on the Zeus, 250 up on the Tidehunter. Even Undying has more farm than Desire has. So this has literally just been a Shaman that works as a bodyguard. I'm talking Desire pos 4 is a pos 5 this game. He is a bodyguard for B2.
That happens from time to time. Like you mentioned Jarex earlier today, but that's a player that really liked to play pos 5 from the pos 4 role.
Yep. Some similarities definitely being shown in this game. Smoke on smoke. Navi more just gaining ground, controlling the map right now, and Dandelions are like, well, we'd like to exit our area for once and trying to bait in the mid lane. Big stack on the triangle.
BKB for this Pudge is a problem. It's going to make him all but immune to most of the burst damage available, as well as much of the damage output from that Zeus Lightning Hands.
And Daze is going to get jumped on, and that's the Hex damage amp right there. He's just dead. That was 3,600 HP, by the way. And Pudge is going to go in, and he's popped the BKB. The Dismember comes out. Desire does get Force Staff saved, but Niku!
Niku, level 25!
Oh, he's going to go down too as well. They just hunted him down right after. V-Tune for the triple kill. Morphling versus the world. Still has a couple more to go. PMA will clean out the backline, takes down Mobai, and Morphling will drop as well. They can get this Snapfire, but they cannot get the rest. And PMA, he lives again. They've only killed this Meepo 3 times this game.
And So much of the damage output there was dealt by that Zeus. Look at that. BKBs, he does not care. I was very wrong about that.
Snapped at 7k damage and died.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
7k damage and just died.
The definition of burst damage, I suppose. And yet, well, you know what? Ravage didn't go off in the previous fight. So he still has that in his pockets on Palantimos, and he could make short work of the retreat here.
Oh, he throws the anchor, but sadly that anchor is not going to stop Pudge from moving. And he's dragging the anchor with him. The only thing is, it doesn't give vision. If the anchor gave vision, that would have been a handy way to keep an eye open on them. But yeah, 2 buybacks off of Vtune and Palantimos, and now really, this is kind of like a long drawn-out sigh from the side of the Dandelions, who did take game number 1, but Navi Jr., they can make fun drafts work.
They can, and we're getting a demonstration here of why that Pudge is not just a bait to ban. This is like, oh, just ban our Pudge, and we get 1 free extra hero through. It's like, no, seriously, ban our Pudge.
Yeah, I mean, they shut down the Pudge, right? But they have nothing on the Meepo.
Right, the combination is lethal.
Twice they have double-picked these 2 heroes, and twice they look to take a victory with it. Of course, add Niku's Snapfire into the mix. Really showing its true potential. Of course, when a game goes this far, and the Meepo can't necessarily solo carry it anymore, the Snapfire steps in. A new challenger has arrived.
Yep. Insane damage output. Working on a Satanic so far, which is, of course, very important if you look at how fast he died in the previous game, previous fight.
Is under attack.
Satanic, Pressure Shredder, full HP.
High ground entrance here from Vtune. Meepos are coming in a big line. And look at that. It's just ridiculous how much damage they have to throw.
They're still fighting though. Meepo's buyback.
Kill. Meepo will come to the buyback. They know if they can kill Vtune or Palantimos, it could be the end of the game. Kitaro's already low. Niku, he's being kited at the moment. Snapfire needs to get out for the fight. The massive battle in the jungle. Navi take down 2. They're going to take a 3rd. Mobai is out for the count. And that's going to leave just the 2 heroes who bought back to survive. And that does come out with a buyback from PMA. But they know now. This is the time to strike. This might be the time to end the game. At least force out some buybacks.
Oh, absolutely. And this is another fight where Palantimos just doesn't get to Ravage. First, all of the BKBs are on, and by the time he could actually possibly use it, the fight is already lost.
So many things happening there at the same time, like... Just watch that.
Oh no.
Oh
That is
my
just
goodness.
one thing.
Is that the one play they need to make to end it all? Vtune, Satanic to get that dispel, but no. Niku's got it, and that's GG.
That's GG.
It was pretty much over to begin with as well because they didn't have buybacks. Navi just didn't know about the Zeus and the Shadow Shaman, couldn't afford theirs. So they just found a free pass, and they will tie up the series. An important point scored for Navi Jr.
Hugely important, and they're taking it away from a team here that, even though we had Monte sitting on top of the leaderboard so far, we were expecting Dandelions to probably go and take that over. We were already congratulating Monte on the fact that they'd taken a point away from them. But here, it doesn't quite seem to work out the way that they want to, and Dandelions have to drop another map, and Navi Jr. looking hella sharp.
Yeah, hella sharp, and of course drafting-wise as well, that they let them pick the heroes that they've been successful with. I mean, it's not going to happen a second time. They probably want to let the Pudge through. They shut the Pudge down. That was the right call. Yep. But the thing is, Vtune had too many enemies in this game. The PMA Meepo and the Niku Snapfire. Both of those, and it's just too much for one carry to handle out in this game. Who else are you going to rely with the damage on? Zeus does do a lot with that early burst. But with the Hex from the Shadow Shaman, Morphling is the only real sustainer that they have on the side of Dandelions. So it's... You got way too many damage dealers against you. You can't do it all by yourself. So a bit of unfortunate fortunate situation for Dandelions. But hey, that's how the drafts work, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. If you compare it to the previous map, right, that absolute snooze fest where you have 3 farming cores versus 3 farming cores, in this case, Navi Jr. is going to scale really hard on 3. And Dandelions is only ever going to do it on 2. The Lightning Hands build does a lot of damage, but this Tidehunter is never going to actually contribute into damage in the long run, and especially when you have so much XP HP to chew through over on the Navi side. That means that at some point you're going to be falling short, and they worked around it very well. We saw really good patience on a lot of the Ravages. We saw VTune tanking a lot of damage from Navi Jr., saying, okay, we split off the fight. They're going to waste a lot of time on me. You go for the others. But ultimately, that is just not enough anymore.
Well, that ends up that series, and we have one more for you people. That's also going to be the last cast from me and Kips for Group A. And to finish off the second day, we have Just Better, and HAVU Gaming will return for their final series of Group A. So until that, we'll take a tiny break, and we'll be back for the final series of the day. We'll see you guys soon.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
So, Kips, we have one more series until we are done with Group A. From our part, of course, there's 2 more days of Group Day action, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. But we're going to kick things off with HAVU's final series, also versus Just Better, who also have a loss under their belts. And that particular series was versus Navi Junior. So, HAVU, can they finally get 1 point on the board? They are already out of the playoff stage. 4 losses is too much. They will not go through, but Just Better could still grab some points.
Yeah, and they should definitely get them here because everybody has been getting points versus HAVU. Losing versus the team that has lost to anybody or everybody else is always a very bad sign for your chances in the rest of the group. So if you're Just Better, you're looking for a 2-0 here and nothing less.
Yeah, that is the goal that they have set for themselves as a team, that they will march through this one, the late evening series here at the Rest Regional Series. If we look at the roster from, well, look at us. We're not the ones playing, but hey, let's take a look at HAVU. Of course, you could look at us as well. Thank you, production. But, you know, the HAVU boys, I think they've been getting better as the tournament has progressed, but they've also had games where they just can't seem to achieve anything.
Yeah, and a lot of that is down to the draft, right? They seem to really favor the big, brawly melee heroes, which means that your draft automatically has a lot of weaknesses in terms of, well, for example, AoE teamfight will work great against you. You always have to get your BKBs done first before you get the fight into that. And things like excessive slows, kiting are all problems that HAVU has had to contend with. But they've been catching on and their drafts too are improving. Now it's just really all about, once they get ahead in a game, and it has happened once or twice now, can they keep a hold of their own excitement at maybe finally getting to win a game to finish it off?
Yeah, they have had difficulties either getting through the laning stage, and if they have gotten through the laning stage, what is the decision making that happens after? Tsunami might end up getting caught once or twice, which is also a bit of an issue if you need to get that carry into those crucial moments, getting into that next big item timing for yourself. They need to make sure that Tsunami gets to get the safe farm. Ilbert might have to play a bit more aggressively in that sense, but you can see that Ilbert is the one that is shining when he gets his hero that enables to initiate for the team. It requires Topita to also rise up on the pedestal, because if Tsunami can't do it, somebody else has to rise up to the occasion. And talking about rising up to the occasion, well, this next team that is about to be introduced on screen requires no introductions. Maybe for Panda. He, I feel like, hasn't yet shown his greatest colors, but maybe if he gets the right hero in this particular matchup, potentially we'll see a wild Panda. Not me, but the other one.
The other one, the one on the field. Yeah, because in his previous matchup versus Navi Jr., his Void Spirit had a great laning stage, but then after failed to find any impact. And I don't think that quite the same can be said for his Invoker, which was played out really well, very good early rotations, a lot of teamfight impact, but ultimately it was maybe not an Invoker game as the cards fell down in the end. So we're going to have to see what he can bring, because he's definitely the biggest new name on the squad.
Oh yeah, definitely. Astral has already proven himself in the East European DPC, played with PuckChamp before when PuckChamp were in their glory months. You could put it that way. I wouldn't say glory years because people would be like, oh, that's the PuckChamp player, because PuckChamp never really popped off that high. But they were a team that were capable of challenging some of the top East European teams out there. Mentioning like not Team Spirit, but the likes of Team Spirit like Navi, maybe the Gambit rosters a couple of years back. You were saying? VP, yeah. The likes of those teams that he's definitely seen the highest level of challenge. And of course, the rest of the ex-Brain players, as you can see from their roster, jerseys, Focus, Skylark, and Spartan, they've also been playing off against some of the top European teams. And not only just lately, they've accumulated years of experience.
Exactly, and these guys are always dangerous because of the amount of aggression that they're willing to bring in. And I think that that's one of the things where I was a little disappointed in Focus yesterday, because that was, sure, he loves Medusa, he's a great Medusa player, he knows that hero inside and out, but that was kind of passive, and to lean on it twice when you already got outdone on the speed front feels a little stubborn.
Yeah, those Medusa games, they were a little bit similar, but still very different, you know? Like when the first game showed, he was like, they were 6,000 gold ahead, not as a team, but him next to any other core on his opposing team. So you would think that Medusa is going to get a free pass to get themselves the victory on the board, but it wasn't enough for a win. Now, as we've kind of already set the stage that Just Better should live up to their name in this series versus HAVU, the Finns are definitely looking for any points that they can still grab, considering this is their final series and they would love to go out with a bang.
They would, yeah. And I do think, and this is maybe a little bit of shade towards Just Better, but I think if they're going to pick up the points anywhere, this is where HAVU is going to do it.
Let's see if they get the right heroes to play with as well. And have they made any adjustments in their pick order? Because they have opened up with a mix in their first phase. We've seen either support openers like the techies. We've seen Ilbert's hero being picked up early. Also, they've left Ilbert's hero for later, where they've had their supports grabbed up early. Of course, this time they have the first pick. So we'll see if they just decide to pick the next broken hero that's remaining in the pool for Ilbert, or have they figured out something else? Because you do have that double pick and then the 18th to really be that cookie cutter.
The cookie cutter?
Yep. The one that cuts the cookie or breaks the cookie, you know? The cookie breaker. The cookie crusher.
Cookie crusher, the candy crusher. Yeah. That's an interesting way of using the phrase. I got caught off guard a little bit. I want to see flexibility from HAVU's first phase, and honestly, I want to see it from the first phase of Just Better as well, because they have, at least in the previous series, opened up with 2 supports once already. That first phase Medusa isn't exactly flexible either from the game before that, so
that's true.
Show me some Batrider, show me some Primal Beast, give me, I don't know, are you ready to run that Centaur in the +4 position? It looked pretty good just now.
Yep.
Snapfire's an option.
Well, at least not the Centaur in this particular game, as they decided to ban it themselves in the first phase, but the likes of flexing offlaners into support roles could be an idea. There's been the Tide Hunters also been put into support position. Sometimes maybe even put a Snap as a 3, which feels a bit weird, but is definitely doable. Niku's definitely done it in the mid position, but mid Snap is kind of like it's a staple. If you have the player for it, you can definitely do it.
Yeah, but you need to have a player that feels like it. And there's the Primal Beast with the SD banned out as well, so that is, yeah, there goes the bat. Okay, so HAVU learned that Primal unplayable versus the SD, takes it out. Now it's very hard to counterpick that Primal Beast with just a single support, and just better going with both the flexibility as well as the farm speed of the Batrider.
Well, at least as you said, the Shadow Demon out, and not really a patch where the Clockwork is being played a lot, which is another prime counter to the Primal Beast. The Vengeful Spirit, though, is one. You can just break the Pulverize, and usually the Vengeful Spirit sits around in those team fights to either throw the stun or to save your ally, put yourself in the front line instead. And just better will just straight up go for the Kunkka. They're expecting the Life Stealer, which HAVU has been playing aplenty. Also, they've seen this mid matchup already work out between the Primal and the Kunkka, which has been Kunkka favored so far.
Exactly, Kunkka supporting just a little bit more damage and enough splash to deal with the bulk of the Primal Beast.
And he has control, which Primal Beast doesn't have in the same way. Primal has to already know where they're going, what they're doing, while the Kunkka can always scout out with torrents. You have the X mark, which allows your teammates to show up. Primal already needs his allies there. If you want to get benefit out of the Pulverize, someone needs to dish out damage while he's controlling his opponent. Of course, he does a bit of damage on the side, but Pulverize itself isn't exactly the highest ulti. It's a good AoE when you deal it to multiple heroes, because it also mini-stuns everybody. But it's a very single-target-oriented spell. While Kunkka brings both single-target and AoE with the Water Park.
Yeah, it does. So you could be looking at a Mirana here as a classic combination for the Primal, both with getting good scouting out. The vision game is very important to pick the right opportunities. You get an arrow follow-up into any isolated targets. Give you a lot of itemization freedom, that's an option. You could also be looking at countering out this Batrider right now with a defensive Purge, or maybe a BKB Piercing Disable. Think about Bane, you can think about... well, Oracle's not really a thing these days, but this is BKB Piercing Disable. This will stop a pulling Batrider right in his tracks.
Yep. And provide heal, which is also good versus the physical damage barrier, basically. Just, you would have to build stuff like Witch Blades, Revenant Brooches, and stuff like that, which would go through the Cold Embrace. I'm just wondering, is this going to be Memzi playing the Winter Wyvern? Are they swapping their roles, potentially? I haven't seen Waza play the Winter Wyvern, but it will be another new hero for him to experiment on. They didn't go for the techies. So I know Memzi has played this Winter Wyvern before. It would be their old lanes if they put Waza as a 4.
I'd like to see a Tiny here, a Snapfire, something that can actually go and brawl together with this Primal Beast. There we go.
And with this Tiny as well, you do have flex, because this could also... Does Topi actually play mid Wyvern? Because it is super common in Finland. In Finnish pubs, we have a lot of Winter Wyvern mid players. Yes, we do. Wyvern mid and Wyvern 3.
Of course you do.
Those two are the hero, the particular positions that this Winter Wyvern is being played a lot.
No, I mean where Thompson goes, Finland follows, right?
You could put it that way, yeah. We just lack the exciting Jerax type +4 players these days.
Very few like him, regardless. Ah, okay.
Well, again, if Primal Beast ends up being offlane and this Wyvern ends up being mid, Lifestealer's your answer for the laning stage, so I like that.
True. That said, of course, the fact that you do have the piercing ability on the grab from the Primal Beast is very annoying for a Lifestealer who does rely on the magic. Sorry, the debuff immunity to
that's
that.
Yeah. But it is great in the lane. Like, the Lifestealer is so good at trading versus Primal Beast.
And then, finally, so hard to engage into this hero. She slows your entire fight down if she gets the chance to do it. Great at turning people around as well.
Just throw Q on the ground. What you gonna do? What can Primal Beast do in that point? It's the same with the Spirit Breaker. You charge in, root. Okay, that was my impact. And the Cookie Cutter is the Medusa. So, changing things a bit here for HAVU. New carry hero for that.
All right. A cookie cutter is something that is expected and very normal.
I'll need to Google that because everybody talks about cookie cutters in the Dota language being the one that really has an impact. Yeah, the cookie cutter. And ask Waga about that.
Radiant team.
Okay.
Or
okay,
Kezu, or you could probably ask Lacoste as well about it. They have used cookie cutter before, and I've used cookie cutter as well.
They do. Yeah, I guess I will just fight all of you at the same time.
Fight everyone. Kips versus the world.
Yes, I will.
Well, what do you like the Medusa here?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a good twist. You've gone from a draft where you have the tools to go in, you have 2 aggressive heroes that are ready to brawl, and now you say, alright, fine, you put the Maresca here, we're going to have the water park as well, but that is more on the defensive side, actually. Really only pick off that they have is the Batrider, so if you put the Medusa into that, Lifestealer, not exactly your happiest Diffusal Blade builder, will have to turn around, not happy with that either. I think that this could be a good Medusa game. You will have to, of course, dodge the fear. That is a big problem for you.
Well, let's see what they're thinking about here. They're banning more of Ilbert's heroes here. The Enigma. I know Waza also has played a decent amount of Enigma 5. We were actually comparing our Enigma stats not too long ago. It's like he showed his, because I asked him like, what do you think about Pulse 5 Enigma? and he's like, you have to check this out. And he's like, he has a 8-game winning streak on his Enigma 5, and he's played like 200-300 games on it. And I just sent him a screenshot of my own Enigma. I was like, tell me your opinion on this. And it's like, well, if you play over 500 games of a hero and you have over a 60% win rate, you're doing something right. I'm like, yeah, I'll take that.
Radiant team pick.
Slardar.
It's a good matchup here, but that means support Primal or mid Primal, and Wyvern is either a 2 or a 5, and a Tiny is also either a 2 or a 4.
Yeah, but hey, flexibility in the HAVU draft.
Flexibility, yes. It looked a bit worrying because I saw the Lifestealer and I see the Primal Beast and I see Wyvern Tiny is kind of like, well, Primal's gonna not have a fun time versus the Lifestealer in the lane. He can have impact after, but he's gonna be shut down. So what is your workaround? It's literally the flexing around of your roles and your positions, because this Slardar could just come to save the day.
Absolutely, that is a guaranteed winning lane matchup versus the Lifestealer. And they're going in for the Monkey King, so they say, okay,
also
fine.
A good pick.
Yeah, well and good. They are triple melee versus a Medusa now, but here we have a hero that really does like to build a Diffusal Blade. And we have a hero that very much kicks the Primal Beast out of the lane as well. So these are 2 lanes where the Primal loses, and Doppy is going to have to once again work with losing his lane.
Yeah, and Kunkka is going for the off lane when that Monkey King comes out, so as you said, and as I can also agree on, the Monkey King is in a good game. Great pick versus what he's going up against. A lot of melee heroes to bully, a Tiny to kill, a Primal to bully out of the lane, a Slardar to hit and hurt. But then there's the Kunkka versus the Medusa, where I feel like Skylar could be in for a pretty good lane. Really just down to like how much can Waza do with this Winter Wyvern 5. I've yet to see him play this hero, so he's got a lot on his shoulders to poke the Kunkka, but he has to battle versus a Willow, which usually wins the trades.
Yeah, and I honestly think they're kind of lucky that they're up versus a Willow and not versus a Batrider, because a Batrider Kunkka lane, your Medusa is going to start dying on level 3.
Yeah. Hence why they need the Batrider to protect this Lifestealer versus the Slardar. So if they swap the lane, it's be like, we're going to win that one, but we're not actually saving our safe lane. So it's very good that Just Better are keeping the lanes as they are and not really swapping their positions around. So this is where Just Better are looking for some more points. It's only one series played for them. HAVU has already played 4. They have lost all of them so far. But the draft is solid. The draft has an idea. It's just that their execution is the one that's been lacking a bit. But now, I think you're fully focused on just looking for one win at least. So I think their mindset and their hearts are in the right place.
Yep, and as far as these drafts go, my eyes are going to be on the 2 of these support players. I want to see Waza and I want to see Astral, because they are the team fight controllers and they are going to make the big moves in these clashes where there's going to be 3 melee cores from one side versus 2 melees from the other side. The positioning of the Medusa matters so much, and that is something that the Willow can't change. So we are going to see what these 2 supports, how they can shape these engagements.
Yeah, and I'm also torn a bit here because, you know, biased cast or not, is it a Finnish team or a Panda on one team? It's kind of like, yeah, who do I root for here? We were discussing that a bit in the lobby as well with the players, having a bit of jokes there. I did say that I am, you know, what's the word? I'm not gullible.
30 seconds to battle.
You're not?
What is the word I'm looking for here? I'm bribable. I said that if one either team gives a shout out, but neither one. So we're gonna get an even contest. Yeah, we're always throwing a bit of jokes around with Spartan. I've had some great interviews with him, some good talks with the man.
Dude. Level 1. Ilbert's already in there.
Yep. Tsunami is also in there as well, but the route is very well placed and Ilbert's got no escape. So this Slardar will have to take the bullets. And that goes for the mid laner. The Monkey King gets a start for his laning stage with a first blood.
Yikes. I do not want to be Topi. I do not.
Yeah, not a fun matchup for him. Not at all. I think it just got a tiny bit worse. Well, not tiny bit, but...
Because there's no way you get that deny now with the Jingu stacks already up on a monkey. And you're going to have to save your charge out, your onslaught, to disengage from this Monkey King, because you're never going to actually get the opportunity to use that aggressively. The monkey will always turn before you can deal enough damage to him.
Let's see what goes on here. Ilbert, you know, someone might say rage quit, but disconnected, and Skylark also gives him a tiny bit of a tip. So Ilbert probably just a bit of lag issues, you know, the microphones, the whatnots, or it could be. Looking at animations there. That's the tree. What? Look at Batrider's debuff quickly before we unpause. Look at Tree. Can you see Tree? Yes, you can see Tree.
Tree. Trauma.
Tree.
Man.
That is a screenshot. All right, I have saved that. That is brilliant.
You know what? I give the Dota 2 tooltips a lot of slack for not being accurate, but that one is maybe a little too accurate. A lot of flack. Excuse my English. Taking a brief glimpse at this, this top lane as well. Now back to mid. I mean, this mid is going to be suffering. It's going to be the Monkey King smacking Pika over and over again. And here on top, Medusa is going to really want these 2 supports to keep on busy over on the side so that she can get to her level 3 as fast as possible. That's where the Kunkka starts to have a tough time dealing with the Mystic Snake.
You also know when Dota developers have been having a little bit too much fun, not just the tree, but the tooltip says movement speed reduced by 25% from tree trauma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that. Listen, how would you feel
you get smacked by a tree and you have tree trauma? I mean, trauma caused by a tree, yep, it logically makes sense.
I can find no flaws in this.
Gilbert
Lane into hurt.
Gets the hack Spartan a bit, while Waza also goes down at the top lane. Ilbert will score that kill that he kind of needed as well, considering he was the one who bled first.
Good recovery for
Thou
him.
art bleed before me. And almost killing
Bleeding
Topi
me.
as well in the mid lane. Primal Beast not happy with the matchup at all.
No, he's gonna be a sad beast. Very sad, that last pick from Panda. Very much designed to make sure that there's no place in this game for Topi to go.
Hello.
Radiant
Big Shadow Realm on the Winter Wyvern at level 2. And that was, I guess we could say, expected.
Yes.
So, no surprise Pikachu over here.
Absolutely none. I mean, I think his onslaught got interrupted by a boundless strike, which is another way in which the Monkey King really hurts the Primal Beast. You can just intercept him with that. He stops dead in his tracks, and then it's a question of slapping him around until he stops moving.
Yep. Yeah, provide the hurt.
And you'd be hoping to do the same on the bottom lane with this Slardar, but since Ilbert didn't have the best start to the laning stage, it gives Focus a nice leg up to stay in this for now until the levels in the bash really start coming in.
Yeah, they can actually
he's
just
clipped.
clip him right away, so sure, let's do that. Now, there's a chance, if you kill this Slardar, you'll have to do the Walk of Shame.
Exactly, so Ilbert will be playing extra careful right now, which once again keeps him away from the creep wave.
Yeah, the creep wave's in a very bad position, and Mimsy, he does have a sentry with him, but he's not going to open up that hard camp. So I'm curious about the decision-making here, that they're not opening it up. I guess there's something more deep to it. Skylark is low with Astral. Waza could get a kill with Tsunami on the Kunkka, which they can, and Astral's tanking the huge creep wave. Tsunami, is he going to go for the full-on chase? Also has to be careful there, but Waza will fall to Astral. Traded 1-for-1. Tsunami, there was also the worry that he was so low on mana that if he got hit by that Shadow Realm, maybe Willow could have actually traded off a kill, but there we go. They managed to find the Slardar kill. He will be up in 10 seconds, meaning the teleport cooldown is only 13, so he could just wait in the base. But still, an awkward loss.
Yeah, precious seconds lost there.
Monkey King is also coming with full speed to check the jungle. Topi is trying to creep wave skip here. Astral's coming in as well, has the root. He will throw it on top of Topi. There's already the Cursed Crown. The stun's still there. Primal still trying to keep the distance away, as the Monkey King is that melee creep that's running in the front. Root doesn't connect, but Panda coming in with full speed doesn't quite manage to catch the Primal Beast.
Not this time. And that's really just down to Panda thinking that he could already spend the stun.
Wish Ilbert had some help, but no. Throws out the stun. Memsy's there with the avalanche. Maybe they can actually get a kill. Oh, Memsy, he could have tossed on Ilbert, but he didn't want to risk losing his buddy. So he ends up going down to the tower. They survive both of them. And a Lotus spawns in 5 seconds, so Ilbert will get a bit of extra healing, but not a lot. Topi is making his own stacks while this is happening. This lane is unplayable for him. Astral is coming in as well. Oh, Astral. He sees what's going on here. Monkey King is also coming in, and he's got this one. Yeah. Amp damage to finish off the Primal.
And some stacks to boot. Panda's living his best life.
Yep. 4K net worth at 6 minutes. And this is a prime example of how to shut down a first pick.
Yep. Beautifully done. If it's going to be a core, then you can present it with 2 lanes that are both losing.
Now they're going for the Slardar again, and Panda with that amp damage will be able to get this one. Topi does rotate in, and it is almost desperation mode by now. It's like, we need to get something done on the map. We need to get our level 6s, but unfortunately not. Panda comes down from the tree. Memsy doesn't have a Quelling Blade, so that Panda will get another one, and up to a mega kill streak already.
Dire's middle tower is
A lot is now on the shoulders of this Medusa, because it's a 3k deficit.
Immediately. And this is a Medusa is going to get confronted with one giant monkey who's going to be wielding a diffusal blade.
Hope he manages to dodge the first stun. Dodges the root as well. Panda's still chasing him around. Spartan is also here. They brought the whole crew just to make
no brakes on this train.
Yeah. And that Primal Beast taunt tells you everything. Baby rage.
Giant baby. I mean, this is...
Radiant's middle tower is under
They
attack.
are really hating on you.
They can just keep on killing. There's no need to stop. MC, one more napalm could maybe kill him. Yeah. Well, it'll take it away from Panda. I guess Spartans have already earned it, doing this much chasing around. Supports are almost surpassing some of the cores on HAVU. That's how rough this is.
This was over before it started. This was over.
Yep, Panda's making a statement.
I mean, if you count the draft as the game not starting yet, then yeah, actually that was a brilliant last pick. You saw it right there, and the hopes were that Ilbert was going to be able to shut down Focus, but with the loss of the First Blood, that seemed to have been a bridge too far.
Yeah, and onto the Primal they go again. This must be infuriating to, you know, try to continue playing a game where it's just not working out. The run buff comes out for Skylark. The boat also hits onto 2. So he'll be able to run away. Meanwhile, see the purple color on the map. Astral, he's like between the mid lane and the top area. Primal Beast is now TPing to a tier 2 tower, so Topitos are going to go farm into the jungle. Ilbert is being hunted by Panda. And there's Spartan coming in from the other direction. Just going to shove him back into the arms of Panda.
River gives you a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, a fighting chance at least. Memzi is coming in, but he's afraid to walk in for the toss. And they've brought 4 heroes now to fight back against Just Better.
But you still have to buy your stuff?
Topita, again, looks like Astral wants to pressure him a bit. He'd like to kill this Primal Beast again. If they can continue farming up off of one hero, they will do so. Hilbert has been found in the jungle. Spartan is there to be a bit of a party pooper. And they're not worried about the Medusa. The way this game is going right now, if you're shutting down the 2 other lanes, it diminishes Medusa's impact a lot. She will have no playmaker.
Nope, she will not have any playmakers. And soon enough, she's going to be a target herself. Diffusal Blade. Only 100 gold off.
Mimsy's trying to retaliate, but the Infest heal bomb, their focus will keep Spartan up. And Mimsy will drop as well. Up to 13 kills now, already 6k ahead. Well, I think we can just say that the competition has been too much for HAVU.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just such a nasty last pick. I think everything else that they did so far made perfect sense with the lessons that they've learned so far. And then you unfortunately get confronted with the fact that this is Dota 2, and the draft is such a fickle thing.
Yeah.
Did you really do anything wrong?
Say that the draft makes sense and looks good, but of course a last pick can still have impact, as we can see as a Monkey King shows up versus Slardars versus Primals, Tinies.
This is Diffusal Blade in hand. Tree trauma is coming the way of the Medusa.
Yeah, that is a moving tree indeed. And it's like, oh well. There's that. Stacks are built up. The Torrent is also there. Waza will be stunned as the duration of the heal ends. And into the root, Astral gets the kill.
And now none of the 3 supports can stand, or excuse me, 3 cores can stand in Panda's way.
Yep.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
There goes the top tower. Medusa forced to now play on the aggressive end, where Focus has had no need to leave this lane. Can just continue to farm here. No threat.
And there is no desperation play for the tower that you can make here as HAVU either, because this Monkey King walked all the way to top. He is now on bottom. He's contact.
Yep, Terrorize comes out from Astral as well, with the supports having ults and the others don't. The lasso to pull back Topi. Gets the Pulverize off onto the Lifestealer. But they just don't have the damage to fight back, and Ilbert doesn't have much to say about this. Tsunami is trying to intervene, but with that Stone Gaze, the Astral Dark Willow just stands right next to him. Body blocks Tsunami a little bit here, and that's going to be the end of the Medusa too. And Ilbert, well, that's just going to be the full-on team wipe.
Small things. Maybe you can actually play this game if at the very least your Slardar gets a lane, but instead he dies on the first blood. You lose 2 lanes. One of the losing lanes is against the hero that builds the defuse and ruins your third. And it is just over. And you can see it the best, I think, in Skylark's net worth, where he was half the net worth of this Medusa at the end of the laning stage just 3 minutes ago.
Oh.
Blood in the way.
Heroes just dying all over the place.
Left, right, and center. And this is the pain with having a Monkey King in a really good position as well, because Monkey King crosses distances very well. Which means that he doesn't even need to buy a Blink Dagger, slow his own DPS down, or anything like that in order to cross these distances.
Yeah, they're thinking about diving Tsunami here right behind the tier 2 tower, while Focus is taking a 1v2 where he gets 1 kill. Topi is coming in with a teleport, so Focus has to infest into an Ancient to continue the chase, healing himself up while he's doing so. Now that's a roaring dragon right there, right on top of the Slardar. Baits out the stun. Gets a bit of help from Astral. Focus will get hit by the Pulverize in a couple hits, but the lasso is also up by Spartan. And Topi, well, he'll be brought back with the X mark right into his steps. And so Memzi will drop as well, and the murder continues.
And instead of HAVU having like the best possible chances here, this is looking like their worst defeat so far. What an absolute beatdown. Very telling, by the way, that tier 2 is getting dove at, well, a rip to Tsunami.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 is getting dove. And and nobody comes in to help and says like, good space for our Medusa.
Yeah. Yeah, Medusa has to walk all the way back home. Does get a bit of intervention from his allies with the avalanche from the Tiny, but that is time that Medusa is not hitting creeps, not farming items. So even if she doesn't die, the damage is definitely dealt.
You're a trusty mate.
Ilbert is just grabbing himself a hand of Midas. They're not going to be able to make any plays this game. There's no use to actually doing that, as he's a banana trauma. Yep.
Yep. Banana trauma. All sorts of trauma here.
Oh. You were talking before about people needing therapy after watching HAVU get brutalized like this. This is a second free appointment from your therapist. Just bring him this voice clip.
Yep.
And and they will agree.
I feel better already.
Oh.
And I like the fact that, I mean, a lot of people would say that this is like, why don't they just GG out already? Is the fact that they still want to play this Medusa draft. They understand that, of course, like, if the competition is this rough, might as well just see any opportunities that go through. And it's also in their DNA. We don't, like, Finns don't give up.
No, you don't. You bastards will hang on from sheer spite.
Yeah, because why tap out as a GG? Why play in the tournament in the first place?
No, it's true. If you weren't going to make the most of it.
If you can't beat the competition, why not just see it through and see how they play? Maybe there's something we can really learn.
I mean, it's Understanding why they do it though is something different from just sitting here and watching it go down. Like that's... Reality is always a little more painful than that. And now...
Yep, and there
everybody...
we
go. Okay.
This time they tap out early. This is the 16-minute GG. HAVU, they know there's not a game to be played. And so that will be game number 1 for Just Better. No doubt about it. No questions asked. This was absolutely the better draft and the better execution. It all started off with an early first blood, which didn't look like HAVU could necessarily win that fight. They had their starter quite deep in. And from that moment onward, they already knew that mid matchup was kind of lost. But how hard would it lose? Because then the Monkey King was all over the map.
Yeah, that was definitely Panda living his best life, pressing the most juice out of this grapefruit as he possibly could, and the result was very sour for HAVU indeed. So I don't think there's really much more to say about that, because that is a draft loss played out in the exact way that it's a draft win for you if you're Just Better, and played out in the exact way that you want to leverage that.
And so with that, with the first game in the bag, we have one more final game for all of you people to finish off this third day of Group A. We shall take a tiny commercial break and then return for the final game of the day. See you guys in a bit.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, we're back, people. We have one last game to go, and then we're done for the day for Group A. And, of course, 2 more days to come. And after that, we're going to have that player break. So I will give you a quick shout-out for all the people watching right now on the RES Regional Series. Do look up the schedule for Group B, because it starts on the 25th of March, as we have a bit of a player break in between. There's a lot of stuff happening at the same time, so it was convenient to find a later date for Group B to start. So the next 2 days, the 14th and the 15th, A group will continue with the remaining games, and then back with Group B. But here with T-Pan and Kips, our last game for the day. Just better, take the lead. I've used the word dominant too much. They crushed that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they crushed, they demolished, they stomped, they maybe not ruined, I guess ruined to devastated, annihilated, decimated. I think I'm out. I think I'm good.
But we both agree on one thing. HAVU yet to score their first point, and now it's just down to their final game. One more chance to sorry, I'm laughing at the lobby chat. One final chance to show themselves what they're really made of, because that outdraft really turned out to ruin their game really, really hard. That last pick, Monkey King, just destroyed that mid lane, and after that, every lane, well, I wouldn't say the Medusa lane was that bad, but they didn't have to worry about it. They wanted to shut down the Slardart, they wanted to shut down the Primal Beast in the mid lane, and go onward from there.
Yeah, and sure did that right as well. And if you're HAVU here, this is where you pull it all out, right? This is the last one. This is your last chance. And that means that if they have anything left in the tank, any interesting tricks, any niche picks, any cheese, then this is where we're going to see that take the field, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're still waiting to launch into the game. There was a tiny bit of a server hiccup in between, hence the slight delay for the start of the game. But what do you think? Like, going onward, you're a coach, and, you know, you've seen a lot of the pro players. You've seen also, like, academy-level players get in there. What would you say to HAVU? What are the things that they're going through, and what do you think they can learn from what has happened in the last couple of days of action? They've yet to score a win. They have made some things correct, and a lot of losses, of course, under their belts. But how would you kind of address the situation if you were the coach of HAVU? What are the things looking forward here?
The thing looking forward certainly is you have to emphasize how much you've grown over the time of this tournament already. Which is something that we have seen from them, even if that was not enough to catch up, like the experience that they got here. The opportunity to play alone was huge for them. And that means a lot. And you have to emphasize that constantly. It's like, yes, you're not going to get rewarded with wins here. But just getting to play versus these teams alone is its own reward. And you need to keep on refocusing on that. because every loss is going to reinforce negatively, and you have to come back with positive things to put on top of that. So
yeah.
The lessons that you learn, for example, you have limited hero pool problems for your carry and your mid. You are behind like about 1.5 seconds on all of your decision making. But you do have, for example, a really good teamfight shot calling, and you are pretty good at playing the map if it comes to that. So there are positives in here that I don't think you would have known otherwise, that you held up versus teams that are one size bigger than you in the category if you wouldn't have had the chance to try.
That is true. That is true. There's always positives to look at. There are definitely some things you are doing correct, even if they are very minute, small things. But that's what Dota is about, understanding how the small building blocks come together so you have pillars that can be built on a proper structure. And, you know, that's what makes competitive Dota such a beautiful thing. There are so many small things to take into account that make that perfect big picture. And as we're ready to head over into the draft, no more long team names, now just better and HAVU. And our first bans are almost through. One more to go for HAVU. They, again, on the side of just better, targeted Ilbert's hero pool, getting rid of only offlaners in this case. We'll see if they are afraid of that Magnus or if they are not afraid of that Magnus going through. You only have so many bans to use.
True, and I think HAVU, yeah, they're going to adapt here, focus on the Spartan's hero pool instead, and they're going to most likely let the Primal Beast go through now because they've seen so many demonstrations of how to shut it down that surely they now have enough in their box of tricks. Especially seeing as that Just Better have exactly 0 targeting bans protecting a possible first phase Primal Beast here.
Yep. Primal Beast would definitely go through, and now it's just really down to Just Better. Do they just insta first pick that counter towards it? You can't really just go for a straight up Monkey King.
No, HAVU's not going to pick it.
Oh, I mean, you mean like HAVU wouldn't pick Primal?
No, otherwise they would have banned for it right now. They're going to let it through, and they're going to prepare right now for a possible pick. And they're just going to open here instead with, well, literally anything else. I could see Snapfire. Let's see, maybe Shadow Demon is a little too much, so yeah, they go for the Hoodwink instead.
Alright.
And Just Better dodges it.
And then, of course, we have the Nature's Prophet, which already has 2 players at least for Just Better, 3 or 5. Not sure if I've seen Astral play the Nature's Prophet, but I know Spartan likes to play the Furion. Aggressive farmer, aggressive pusher, likes to fight a lot. It fits his mentality as well. You know, he's an absolute nut job sometimes.
Exactly.
Oh, we love him for it.
Exactly. He's going to put his body on the line, and Nature's Prophet is a very good body to do that with. A very easy ways into the enemy fountain if you wish to put the line all the way in the enemy base.
Oh, hell yeah.
Dire team ban.
They also have on their mind, they ban out the Kunkka, still have another ban to go, and of course, Just Better also get to ban one, pick one right after. Something to go along with the Nature's Prophet, already a hero that reinforces the laning stage. Kind of like what you want from a Nature's Prophet is not only just the ganking, but potentially also some deep vision, which you can use later because you save a lot of smokes when you have a Nature's Prophet in your team. You can send him in to drop down some deep vision behind enemy lines, which would otherwise take a lot of time. Contesting Wisdom Runes, which is one great purpose at the 7-minute mark for the Nature's Prophet to also tune in. He can also be in mid for mid ganks when they're fighting for the 6-minute rune. Or just gank the side lanes because he gets that 6x6, 36 plus damage the moment he appears. Every right click he will lose always 6 damage, but 36 plus is quite a lot for the early game. Especially when you find a Hoodwink, for example. That hero takes a lot of damage from right clicks.
Yes, she does. Medusa out. Man, this is just hating on the offlane pool. And HAVU now. I mean, there's still a bunch of unconventional offlaners open. You could think about things like the Death Prophet is open. You could run that Snapfire there. We've brought it up a couple of times today. But you're starting to have to dig pretty deep at this point. I mean, the Magnus is still open.
The Mag is available, sure, yeah. Bushwhacks and RPs. They have natural synergy in pretty much everything that they do.
Night Stalker also open, which is a hero that is great at hunting Nature's Prophet.
But also very situational, because you need to see a bit more to pick the
Yes.
Night Stalker. This, however, is a pick that you can just freely throw out there, the techies. And Tsunami has picked his carry hero pretty early on. We've seen the Lifestealer a couple times.
10 seconds
Second
remaining.
or third pick, basically, for HAVU.
5 seconds
We don't get to see Toppy's hero necessarily, unless he opens up with his mid. So I feel like maybe this is the time to just throw your mid out there.
Especially since Toppy has seemed to have a pretty limited pool of what he's comfortable picking. You know, if you're going to pick a Pangolier, might as well do it right now. If you wait for the last pick, you're probably going to, I don't want to say get dunked on just as hard, but certainly just better is not above putting you in the dumpster completely.
Radiant team pick.
Something
Gun
new.
brew.
So, looks like an Elbert
Radiant
Brew.
team.
Unless Tsunami plays a carry Brewmaster, but we'll have to see if that is what they have on their minds. At least the Weaver is going to be brought up and just better instantly picking up. Well, there's the Primal Beast.
Yep.
So if they pick the Brew now, there is room for the Shaker. Earth Shaker for mid for Toppy, for example, is still up for grabs.
It's possible. Yeah, the reason why we see the Primal Beast now and not earlier is, of course, because all the support slots are filled. No more possibility for an instant Shadow Demon counter, for example. Harder to get lane counters in now as well, towards a hero that still might not be a core. We do know that this Nature's Prophet could still go in a core role as well. This Tiny could go into a core role as well. The only one that I would be sure about right now is the Weaver. And this is a great answer, because that's the reason that the Weaver came out. It's also not a lot of lockdown at all on the side of HAVU in those first 3 picks, so you really need to compensate. Puck will do that.
Puck will do it, yeah. And also,
10
like,
seconds
considering the mid matchup too, Puck can distance himself
5
or
seconds
itself
remaining.
away from the Primal Beast. The
Radiant team ban.
skill set that the Primal Beast has, Puck should be able to get some good experience early on. But there are definitely, you have to think about, like, Puck is a glass cannon. Primal Beast is very damage focused and very damage oriented. If you're able to keep yourself on top of the Puck, force her, or I don't even know if it's a it or a her or she or a he, but still.
Technically an it.
Yeah, technically an it.
seconds
So basically, like, when you try to get on top of the Puck, you can force out defensive abilities, like
Radiant team ban.
throwing the orb backwards just because the Primal Beast is right on top of you. He could deal some damage there. You gotta kind of limit your willingness to be aggressive versus Primal Beast, because the moment you've used an ability, there's always a chance to pop out a trample that can really hurt the Puck.
It's entirely possible. Then again, the HAVU has a really disruptive team fight right now. If they manage to get good vision in this game, then a lot of plans that Just Better might have about how they want to play a team fight can get absolutely destroyed by these two heroes. Somebody is going to get cycloned up in the air, the Primal Beast is going to get silenced out of a possible charge or out of his ultimate. Weaver is going to have to play very careful around both the Puck leash and the Puck silence as well. You'd hope for something. Are there carry picks that provide more vision apart from the Luna, actually, which is a really good ban here for Just Better.
Nighttime Slark is one.
Oh, yeah?
Slark always has more night vision compared to almost anyone else.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
it does give you that small surprise element. We're gonna get the Tsunami Morphling. This I talked about a couple times, and I was wondering if they want to approach this Morphling pick at all during the course of this tournament. I know it's good in the meta, and if you have a very capable Morphling player, like we saw in the hands of B-Tune, Morphling can definitely have a very high impact, and there's not a crazy amount of control. Of course, Furion could build up an Orchid. You'd have to get the Manta to get rid of it. And since it is a support Furion, that will take some time to get there. So you'd probably just do the way Waza played the Nature's Prophet last time and just look for the Aghanims instead. Get a root to force out the Manta. Very good BKB game. Doesn't necessarily want to focus on a BKB early on this Morphling. Obviously, like, this is not exactly like, is Linken's the best? Is Manta the best? I feel like Manta is a great option for the Morphling. If you want to make a beefed up Morphling, even a Sanj and Yasha that has been buffed quite heavily, the Sanj especially. But then you're kind of out of tricks. Then it has to be like a BKB with Sanj and Yasha because you have no other way of saving yourself. You need to get the shard early too, which you need to buy, by the way. So a lot of items the Morphling needs, but he can be a good hero this game. Just need to get there. Again, like, it's what we talk about HAVU a lot, is just needing to get to that threshold where Morphling can start to be a threat.
But in this case, I do think that if you get the Manta style into Kanda, you should be relatively good for the early game. I don't think you need 2 defensive items first necessarily. No, like Manta, Linken's kind of situation. I would myself argue for the Linken's over the BKB later on, I think, but of course the
it just
Weaver
doesn't help
bugs.
you versus Weaver and Tiny.
No.
I mean, against Tiny, the BKB is already good. Against the Primal Beast's damage, the BKB is good. He'll still get his ulti off, but it'll only be disrupted for a couple seconds. Morphling can be pretty tricky to catch. So positioning from Tsunami is crucial.
Yeah, and actually the more I look at it here, yeah, there's a couple of very long range, long duration disables. But if you put in the shard, that's a hero.
It's a mid-Tiny too versus the Puck, so they swapped things around a bit. Skylark for the Primal Beast, and Astral Sky that could level up an early silence from long range. Morphling doesn't exactly have the highest HP, so Skylark and Astral could make Tsunami's lane a living hell.
Yeah, this is rough. You have absolutely no defenses once you get silenced. Your only option is to stay out of range.
Yeah, if you get silenced, Waza needs to blast off. That's the way you protect this Morphling.
But even then, like, one of the results here, I think, is that Tsunami is simply not going to be able to go down to as low of a strength as he would normally want to. It's just really going to hurt him in the last hit department.
It will definitely hurt him. That is for sure. The lane is not looking easy, but that's what Just Better knows. They pick heroes where they can dominate their opponents, and especially in a particular matchup like this, they just came from a game where they rolled over the laning stage. They would like to continue that theme. Panda playing a snowballing mid hero on the Tiny. Just needs to get those first rotations to work out. And since you have a Skywrath in the team, Morphling is a very good hero to gank. So HAVU are going to have to keep that in check. And of course, you know, you get to see the Puck for the first time as well for Topi. How much impact can he create? Can he slow down the Tiny? Can he get some responsive kills? Because if the Puck falls behind and the Bruisemaster doesn't get himself an opening for the laning stage, we're looking at something similar of the last game where your late game carry doesn't get to the late game. So all the early game movements, the Nature's Prophet teleports like we just see here, Spartan already put some deep vision down. You have to absolutely address that laning stage with utter caution.
Yes, you do. This silence ruins all 3 of your cores. I'm very impressed by their ability to just consecutively pick one of the nastiest possible last picks that they can get. Morphling does not deal well with it. A silence Puck is a dead Puck, and a Brewmaster that cannot get his ult off is a useless Brewmaster.
Yeah, all 3 heroes that hate silences, and we picked a hero that silences. The most untraditional 24th pick, Skywrath Mage.
Yeah.
And also one of Astral's heroes that I've actually seen him play quite a lot in the East European DPC.
Yeah, I seem
So
to...
you're in for a challenge, HAVU.
They were in for a challenge when this tournament started.
Yep, they definitely were. Let's see how they can survive this one. Waza, blast off available, 3 toss and a right click coming out. So Panda, again, the mid laner, gets a first blood, just like last time.
More tree trauma to come in this game.
Tree trauma, yep.
Sorry, I might have just killed my co-caster there. But yeah, this puck is not going to be happy about the lane whatsoever. You can't really do anything about a tiny with a tree grab denying you. And you can certainly not afford to be anywhere close. And take those hits yourself.
Oh, I'm alive. I'm alive.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it was a good meme, the tree.
See if we can get some more trees here on the bottom lane. Trees are also the order of the day because we do have a Hoodwink versus a Nature's Prophet.
Yep. Yeah, we do. Also, the Skywrath is keeping the Techies busy. Techies does right-click for the same amount of damage the Skywrath does. The difference is the 4 base armor versus the 0.
Mm-hmm.
Something to keep in mind is that this Sky is also very easy to kill.
Oh yeah. If you have the vision, then Skywrath Mage is the easiest hero to take down. Probably in the entire game. Like, even a Hoodwink at least has a disable to maybe keep you at bay for a couple of seconds. So the Skywrath Mage is just good. And if we see the Morphling get to the combo, then this is one of the heroes that he's going to be gunning for.
Yeah, one of the glassiest cannons out there in Dota. I mean, you know how much I've talked with Stamanen about, like, especially we did see one of the worst Skywrath builds basically in the North American DPC. We did meme about it quite a lot. It was like, we never want to see this again, which was the Midas Sky. And the judgment for it was an int hero doesn't benefit from attack speed. Well, most int heroes don't benefit from attack speed because they're not right-clickers. They're most of them are casters. So that was the basis of the judgments. Like, you got 30 to 40, I think it was 40 attack speed in that patch. I don't remember how much it is right now. Like, somewhere around that area, 30 to 40.
Wasted.
Kind of a waste, yeah. And they lost that game. But Samanen would love to play Sky, where he goes like 9-1 in the early game.
I mean, that is in some ways the only way to have an enjoyable game as a Skywrath Mage, though, because you definitely need your defensive items, and honestly, your aggressive ones as well. You're mana hungry, you don't have any HP.
Yeah, bringing in the mana boost. Securing the Lotus, at least with the Skywrath early on, is going to be important for that continued harass. But CS is going a lot better now for HAVU.
Better.
And as I talk about that, they jump the Morphling, and Morphling is dead. So that was quick. That was quick.
Very quick. No, the
Onslaught came at the same time as the Silence did.
Yep, and that's the Skywrath Mage only needing level 2 there. That Ancient Seal means that he could stay away from the lane a bunch, give extra EXP to Skylark, which, you know, all the Morphling is going to get is, well, in this case, an extra point in the Adaptive Strike. Which doesn't matter at all if he's silenced. Level 2 in the trample.
Defense is the best defense. Or offense more than offense. Important annotation there.
Important distinction, yes. Here on the bottom lane, though, Memzi getting to put a decent amount of pressure in against the...
Yep, we're on the mid lane. Astral is now here. Topi will have to orb away. Can't get the water rune that he was hoping to grab. He wanted both of them. Only got one. Astral also takes the bounty away, but at the same time as they see the Sky in mid, Waza and Tsunami don't get to play that aggressive on this Primal Beast. They just don't get to close in the gap. And now a turnaround. There's the charge. Nature's Prophet is coming in as well. Waza slowly torn by that trample, and they should get themselves this kill. Yes, they do. Also raindrops on both of them, but not enough. Not enough to survive that magical nuke. At least they came prepared with sticks and raindrops.
Very ready.
But still, they just burn through.
Yeah, especially with the right-click damage coming in from Spartan, that's just... You can't protect yourself versus that much damage this early into the game. Spartan dewarding on mid. Toppy blind towards the top side. Does have a support coming in here, though.
does. This Mimsy coming in from the back. Panda does take a couple pokes, but this Tiny is already level 5. Toppy actually goes to fight Spartan there aggressively. The toss connects. Unable to dodge it on time. And Spartan now fighting versus Mimsy. Mimsy 1 versus 3 with Astral there as well. Spartan for the double. And Waza also a tad bit too late. Spartan will deny himself. The blast off's too late.
Oh,
The experience
nothing.
is really showing here with that gank.
Yeah, nothing goes HAVU's way there. It's way better understanding of the HPs of the involved utilities. And a little bit late on the rotation from Waza here. At the very least, he gets to take away the amplify damage from the Tiny. This might be a kill.
They got themselves Panda. This could potentially be one. Amp damage is nice. The blood grenade comes out as well. The bottle is given to Spartan. And Mimsy is dead. Waza could also follow suit with that blast coming in. The blood grenade is there, but the raindrops will soak it up. Topi doesn't get a response kill, unfortunately. Panda finally gets the bottle back. And the blast off will miss on the turn from Panda. Oh boy. That's just a missed combination.
Opportunistic. Not just a missed combination. He correctly pings out that there's actually vision there. The Tiny stepping away just before he should have had the information.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Panda trying not to give away his ward, but he did.
Yeah, Ilbert, he did get the Wisdom Rune, but he's got level 6, and that just might be enough to save him there. But Focus going for the dive. He's going very deep, and he could just pop it, but the time lapse is forced out first because Focus is also level 6. So he smartly, Ilbert holds on to his ulti there.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he does pop it, he's just as well, I just wasted my ult, and the Weaver's gone.
Yes. No, there's no way. He would rather die than pop that there. They need this ult to hopefully force at least one tower with, get themselves some space.
Yep.
Away from these Radiant heroes.
Tiny is already off to a stellar start. Panda, almost 4k net worth on the Tiny. Looking at the rest of the cores following suit. A very good beginning for themselves. Mimsy does get the first kill for HAVU. They finish off the Nature's Prophets, the Spartan next to the Lotus Pool.
Tried to TP out. Got caught by a blast off.
So I think that sentry has now been revealed because they're trying to run to the ops ward. And here comes the Furion, who takes it. Spartan's just going to fight the puck
needs to
instead.
choose wisely and chose wrong.
Yeah, and it took too long. Yeah, it took too long. Spartan just baits it through. Good time. Excellent read on the mid situation there.
This is where you
with a charming personality.
This is where you can really see the kind of slide tricks that you have in your pockets when you have played so many more games. Is you feel the game like that. It's like, okay, if we approach the puck from the front, he's gonna go back. That's where our actual firepower waits.
Yeah.
Read him like a book.
Trying to catch the Weaver again, but the blast off's not going to connect from Waza. Focus will get the heal up. Also has a Royal Jelly, so he can start regenerating as well, while the puck is getting nuked in the mid lane. And yeah, the Tiny snowball is officially underway as he's 200 gold short from a blink.
He's going to hit that at exactly 10 minutes, which is about as well, like, that's as early as you can expect. He doesn't even have his full combo yet.
Also, the first split is used in bottom. Spartan catches 3 of them inside a Sprout.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
where Ilbert will also appear. There is Astral on his way. Spartan is also here. And Focus, 4 versus 3. HAVU again short-handed. And they get the puck to help them out because... oh, he has a TP cooldown. He won't be able to save the day with the coil. And they also recognize that. That's why they're going this deep in. Focus chasing Mimsy. Gets another kill for Just Better.
Oh, can at the very least silence him.
Still Toppy is being chased by Focus. Orbs away and into the silence of Astral. At least he doesn't get killed right away, but the coil is there. Instant snap from the stun. Hoping that Skylark would stay still for a little bit longer. Tsunami coming in for some hopes of kills. They got Astral for Toppy. TPs are coming in. Skylark will finally get punished for his discretions.
Yeah, that was definitely a tower too deep. And a bridge too far.
Yeah, 10 minutes, tier 2 dive. Let's go. Sniper, courier snipe, that is. Topi blown up by Panda. And Spartan also making a run for it. Ilbert is fully committed to this. He's going to fight to the death.
Oh, he's got
Take that one. Panda, there's a toss available too, so they'll just throw him in the air with the avalanche, and that spell is going to be his hand.
Yeah.
Well, some tree trauma, so Panda will get it instead. Yeah, we're calling this tree trauma.
Yeah, this is tree trauma. And what the point where the game is at right now is that everybody on HAVU needs raindrops, and that sucks because they already bought raindrops and those already got popped, but I'm sorry, you need more. Need more raindrops.
Yeah.
Steep.
What can you do when a tiny is snowballing? This is the end result.
Is you can only buy raindrops and pray. It's the same as when you're versus a mid Zeus who got off to a good start. Buy raindrops, pray.
Oh, 6k lead up there for Just Better here in the first 11 minutes. Massive lead. Continuing where they left off that previous game. Brewmaster is getting pummeled in the mid lane all the way to his death. Another one for Panda. That's a godlike spree now.
He's been getting himself quite the highlight reel today. Normally when there's a mid-tiny, the window of the blink happens and I start to talk about, okay, but now during the blink window you need to make enough happen that you can transition to a physical damage dealer as opposed to just a combo killer. Which means that you need to get your Echo Saber in order. Panda has no such problems. He is basically flying it in already.
Yeah, no problems for Panda. Skylark also trying to get a solo kill on Tsunami, and he has it. Just sneakily hiding behind that solo tree, sees the Morphling go for a last hit.
Oh, Panda's here
Instant
with a
charge
haste.
in, and just no time for that. But Skylark could get punished for it as Ilbert's here. Techies is coming in as well. They might need to get focused too, but oh, Panda. Panda shows up, takes Memzi and Waza with one singular burst, and Ilbert will drop as well. HAVU will lose pretty much everything again here in the bottom lane. And Just Better, they just continue to grow.
Yeah, and that jab I made yesterday about Just Better just not being better yesterday versus Navi Jr., they are just better today. And
yeah, they're better than the Just Better that Just Better was yesterday.
Just shut up! I can't think!
Brain hurt.
Oh, tree trauma, okay?
Tree trauma. This is a tree trauma game.
Shaken and concussed. Anything we feel, HAVU feels like 10 times better, more, and they're still trying. Oh, they couldn't chain.
Yep. And you have to feel for the players because they're still the ones playing it through.
Oh, hey. Blade of Alacrity denied. It's something.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get to that Radiance timing for Ilbert. Waza bullied by Focus. And now going for the next one. Memzi's like, I want this Wisdom.
He's gonna get it.
I'll take this Wisdom. Through the Defender gate he could hopefully get me while Skylark snipes Ilbert. He was already low HP. Finish him off. 22-4. How much longer can HAVU take? Morphling is still getting to a decent Manta timing, which is
did you have
surprising. As I say that.
Did you
Tree
have
trauma.
to? So what I was going to say is that they're going to wait for the item timings of their other two cores, specifically this Witchblade here for Toppy, which might be able to do something for him. I really do think that before he shows his face anywhere again, he needs to buy a raindrop, though.
Yeah, it looks like they might actually know about these teleports and a smoke play from HAVU. Skylark is nearby, and they're already pinging their positions. They see they're all stacked up here. Coil coming out, big kill to grab.
Nice.
They're going to take it. Memzi gets focused down. That's the way to do it. Here comes also the Morphling, turning into a Skywrath Mage, bombing a couple spells through, silencing the Primal Beast, takes down Astral. And that's what you want. That's what you want from this. Another silence is available. They could maybe kill the Primal Beast here if they just stack it up correctly. And there we go. The silence is there. Pops his blade mail. They do some damage. Panda coming in from the back. Popita down. Primal Beast will fall. Ilbert will get the kill. And still fighting Panda with a 2,500 HP pool. And Spartan is the one that they want to focus on first, which they look to take. Tsunami so close to getting it. And Memzi will have to finish it off with the Acorn shot. And HAVU just got more kills than a long time that they've been able to get any heroes killed. So this is important for them. Getting a couple streaks out of the way. But Panda is still untouchable.
Yeah, they immediately turned tail as soon as that man showed up. Rightfully so. And it was a little touch and go at the end there. Tsunami had to tread swap to get enough mana to wave form out one last time. They really gave it their all. That is the patient stabilized for now, though. Bleeding momentarily stopped.
Yeah, there's still some bleeding, but at least it's not bad now.
Yeah.
I mean, that bad. It is bad, but it's not that bad. Meanwhile, Memzi, it's another one for the books.
The history books.
Lines are giving information. At least the good thing about having a techies in your team is you're always getting a warning. But sometimes even that warning doesn't seem to do enough. They see this one. They have that ward placed down behind the tier 2 tower where they spot all of this movement. And Ilbert goes down at the top lane. Waza is left quite alone here versus the Weaver, trying to nimbly weave himself around the Weaver, but there is a sentry placed down for him. And the sharpshooter is there. Waza actually gets this one, so Focus halfway casting his ult. And here comes Panda.
Yeah, anytime you think that there's some time for HAVU to have fun, the
tone gets serious every time Panda gets there.
This man's not about to mess around. It's gonna go Dagon. Yeah, because eventually you might run out of damage, which would be very sad indeed. I was wondering if maybe Toppy didn't buy Raindrops because he was like, Raindrops or not, I'm gonna die anyway. But I think he stood a chance there.
Panda actually wants to blow up these Brewlings, so he'll get sent up in the sky. Tsunami, he should have his mantle. Actually, yeah, he does. So it's on the courier, the recipe for it. So that's part 1 complete. Now there's still a part 2 and a part 3. Okay, we see the piggy flying there. It's funny that the showcase view mode, you look at the courier, it only shows the pig. But it doesn't really show the gnome, or the. Is that a gnome or a dwarf?
I think
it's a bit of a minor gnome.
A minor or a minor?
Gnome. Gnome.
So I think if you have a gnome that mines, then it might as well be a dwarf.
yeah, I guess so.
Oh no.
And good night. Sweet dreams, Tsunami.
My prince. Yeah, he's gonna go straight BKB. We were talking about, does he need double defensive items this game? You know, maybe if he has a really good game, he doesn't. The answer is he does not have a good game, he does. It's all in the name of getting to play.
At this point, it looks like we're just throwing abilities around. Panda is trying to hunt for the Hoodwink, and Memzi has to dodge the tree toss. Too much trauma from those, and Panda actually closes out the only route of escape.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Slaps him with the Dagon at the end there, because he is running out of damage, you would say, at least with the basic combo. His enemies are starting to slowly outlevel that.
Yeah, Waza, his full combo on an H's Prophet doesn't seem to do enough damage now either. While Tsunami killed in front of his own base at the doorstep. Sometimes you have your fingers between the door and it hurts when it gets slammed closed.
Yeah. Yeah, that certainly did look like it hurt.
That reaction sounded like it came from experience, Kips.
Oh, you do not want to believe what I have done to my fingers.
Ugh. Yeah, that sounds painful. One time I did also have my thumb between the car door, and the car door went shut, but my thumb was still in between, and that was painful.
Ooh, yeah. Did you get to keep your nail? That was...
Partially.
I always managed to keep my nails when I did stuff like that so far. And that's
there's always a fun thing with a heated nail being pushed through a nail, but let's not get into too much depth about that because somebody's probably squeamish in chat. I apologize for the too much information.
Yeah. It's the kind of stuff you don't want to hear about over your breakfast.
Plaza gets the wisdom, and Spartan's like, well, somebody just stole it from me. Will blast stuff away. Knows the onslaught's also on cooldown, so he's able to get out. And the Tormentor will help out the Hoodwink, I guess you could put it that way.
Yeah, I guess. I like the Mage Slayer here on Bemsy. You don't have anybody to build a pipe or to help in any other way, shape, or form reduce the amount of magic damage that is coming your way, but an acorn shot hitting Alderite heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, look at Panda. What the hell is he up to? Okay, he's on the move now. He spent like half a minute there just directional moving in the trees.
Interesting. Well, he's got Dagon 2 now. There's just a pub to this man. We're all just here for his amusement.
There goes the Tormentor. Shard picked up for Spartan. Curse of the Old Growth. Such a weird spell.
Yeah, best part about it, as we watch Ilbert get destroyed. Jeebus. He wanted to walk up there to grab his relic. He has the gold and everything.
He actually still does have the gold for it. I looked that he didn't have it anymore. That would have been awkward.
To say the least.
The game is already awkward to begin with, so.
Yeah.
There's no sugarcoating this one.
Well.
So Spartan maybe a tad bit too deep. The tier 3s are definitely an issue. Focus doesn't seem to mind about that, or the tier 4s. He wants that kill. He'll take that kill.
He probably feels like he's been getting left out a little bit. He's 4-2-6 in a game with almost 40 kills on the board.
True, yeah. He's only covered like a little bit over 10% of the team's kills.
Whereas Panda is half. Just straight up half, not exaggerated half. He is
not even exaggerating.
20-5, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Dagon 5 tiny incoming.
He's earned it. At least the pain train stopped for long enough to allow Ilbert to finally get himself a Radiance together. Immediately turns it off. Because you gotta be careful these days.
Well, they're gonna take the safe route, take the Aegis for themselves. The tier 2s have already fallen, so next is pretty much the call to high ground.
Well, there are potentially some buybacks that HAVU can use. They have one on both of their supports, so it's not like they are completely without options against the second life.
Yeah. Tsunami needs that BKB. Like, I think that's the one big thing, that their Morphling doesn't die right away at the start of the fight.
Yes.
Just a couple hundred gold short, so if Just Better doesn't instantly now march onto the high ground, he could finish it.
I mean, even if they do march up until the high ground, I think you just give them some buildings. Oh, and these
it's so
treants
close
are...
now. It's just 200 short. Yeah, the treants destroying the mines.
I mean, when the techie starts making art in your base at like 20 minutes, you know what time it is.
Oh yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There we have it. The BKB is ready for Tsunami. He's TPing back home. He's going to pick it up.
Ilbert on the warpath.
We'll try to play the bait. Furion is coming in. Silence has come out as well. Mystic Flare is there. but the Glimmer Cape soaks up the majority of that damage into Skylark, grabbing the Pulverize right after Waza intervening. Tsunami coming into the backline, snipes his first and pops his BKB, but they're just trying to disengage now. Panda still hasn't even initiated yet. Tiny's just been watching. Goes for top B, snipes him with the Dagon. He might be able to grab the Tiny, but that's still his first life out of 2.
Yeah. In that regard, Tiny's a really good Aegis carrier because not only is he extremely tanky with how much of a beast he's been in this game, it's also very simple that his mana pool is all of his damage. If he comes back, he also comes back with full damage.
That was the BKB reveal, and now it's on cooldown for 50 seconds, and just better, they also are aware of that. They can then force out the glyph, try to get another creep wave, go for another push, while Niche's Prophet places some vision down. I think that has been spotted. There's the sentry placed down. What does Panda do with that information? Doesn't jump, at least.
Yeah. It's because HAVU offer up Ilbert, and he knows he can't 100-0 Ilbert.
Yeah, not quite. Just curious, we're not seeing any mid-tinies tossing back.
You face your enemy
Rarely do we see that.
head on with your Dagon 5.
Well, they took the tier 3 tower and still want to continue with this siege.
No need to back off. You still have the Aegis in your pocket for 2 minutes. You have Greaves.
An attempt from Puck there. There's the coil on 3. It's a call for action. And there goes your Puck. He's done his job. Now the rest need to capitalize on this. Mimsy gets one. Waza is already down. Pulverize onto the Morphling, who is also shifting into a lot of HP. Never really gets to pop the Manta, especially that BKB is still running. And Morphling, oh, huge hits. Minus 19 armor. Good lord. Those were some big hits from the Weaver.
Huge, but he does get to live here, even though that's 3 buybacks from his team. And
Panda just jumped on 3. That's his Aegis potentially gone if they can just get through him. Meanwhile, the Skylark Beastmaster Primal Beast even. Well, he is the Primal Beastmaster, for sure. At least in this
crits from
matchup.
Ilbert.
Pizza down and Waza, those are 2 diebacks. So the next one. Dagon is available, just needs to get a couple hits in and pop the zap. Spartan coming in as well. That's the curse of the old growth.
Soon this is all she wrote.
Causing issues in the back, and there we go. That should be the finisher. Cleaning house, getting rid of the rest of the heroes of HAVU and their tournament life. Well, waiting for the potential tap out or the end from Just Better, but this is the this is the end of their tournament.
This is the end of their tournament indeed. And they showed us at least some fun fights at the end here. Even if most of this was the Panda show. 23-0.
Yep, still covering 50% of the team. A tad bit over that too.
No biggie. He was getting his new neutral item instead of helping with the push here. Selfish. I was like, come on, I got the Greaves.
When you watch a game like this, and when you watch professional teams play against each other, and one that ends up taking a beating a lot, you really start to understand the skill difference between a lot of these teams. Like, these are like 10k players pretty much, and they just don't stand a chance.
Exactly. People think that as soon as you're in the Immortal bracket, you're getting close to the pros, and if they would have only been in the Immortal bracket, they would have actually known that no.
Yeah, your job isn't even, you're not even near the true reality of how things are. Like
top 1,000, no.
And we saw the top 1,000 in SA. We saw the 1500s have no chance against like the top 100 players. It was just a show for one.
Yeah.
Dinner table for one, please.
Let's see. Oh, that is double damage. on Panda. Amplify damage.
837 damage. Base. Well, total.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See what you can do with that. There's Ilbert. You couldn't kill him before. You could try and kill him now on his techies. That will be the juicier part. Okay, just dang on a creep. Sure.
I don't need it. Ooh, that is the bigger problem though. I didn't even need Panda to take down Ilbert, and Ilbert has been the tank so far.
Yep. And now onto the tier 4 towers and expose that ancient is basically the call. The glyph still to hold and delay for a little bit longer. Tsunami, Tapita. 20 seconds until the techies is going to be up so that they could maybe muster one more defense. I think Panda and Skylark also recognize they need their troops together. The Weaver is already trying to push the top wave in. They might just let HAVU respawn one more time.
There was a little window there.
Tsunami has no BKB, by the way.
Because the Weaver and the Skywrath were quite a ways away on top. I think there was a possibility to have made a go for HAVU. 3 versus 2.
Eventually, but at the same time, Panda will just go straight against the opposition. Coil comes out, the snaps will break on Tiny and the Nature's Prophet. Tsunami dropping low, but moment by moment, the Morphling then has to retreat. Albert will drop. That Primal Beast doesn't really get too much. Sorry, the Brewmaster doesn't get too much out of the Primal Split versus the Primal Beast. Tongue Twisters. Spartan. He'll drop to Tsunami. He'll pop his BKB. He'll fight one more time. Instantly fended off by Focus, and Astral has to focus the bug. Meanwhile, Puck is almost dying inside the fountain. Gets another phase shift off. Tree Trauma will miss. And they're just keeping them zoned inside the base while the Morphling is being chased in circles. Skylark is there. The Ancient's already down to 2,000 HP. And it's a bit of a, hectic chaos. Memzi has gone too deep.
I would love to kill Panda.
They would love to kill Panda, indeed. They just can't get to him. Tsunami goes in one more time. Glimmer Cape save coming out. He just sends in a Dagon. Heals for an extra 500 from the damage that he deals. Techies hiding behind his minefield. Not much else he can do. And there you have it. Just Better are living up to their name again with the Just Better 2-0. And that is the end of HAVU and their tournament run here.
Yeah, fighting until the bitter end. Yeah, finish style. You don't give up, and that is the way that they went about it this time around. I also want to note, by the way, not only did Panda have exactly half of his team's kills, so Spartan did also have half of his team's deaths. So everything according to Keikaku.
Oh yeah, definitely. The numbers are aligning for sure, but. I think we saw this end quite a long time ago. Just Better were already far ahead coming out of the laning stage. The moment that Tiny starts to snowball, if you can't shut it down, if you can't get the streak away from him, well, bad things are about to happen. That's literally how the draft plays out. You get a snowball on your Tiny, you either stop it or you will lose this game. So there we have that final series also come to a close. HAVU, the competition was too tough for them. They weren't able to get a win on the board, but I think that was also expected, that they are not even close to any of the favorites in this group. This was a really tight group with Monte already showing dominance across all the other teams. Maus has only played one series so far. That was also a clean victory for them. Just Better, I feel like they looked like the strongest alongside Navi Jr. versus HAVU. So based on those results, I'd like to see how far they can push themselves, because only 3 out of these 5 teams can still go onward, and we have 2 days left.
Exactly, yeah, and Dandelions are not going to be content with the result that they got today here. They were definitely looking for a 2-0, only to end up falling. So this might be a little crowded in the top of the group stage.
Potentially, yeah, and we'll have to wait and see who are going to be the victors, because tomorrow is another day and the second last day of Group A, and as mentioned, the player break starts after the 15th on the 25th of March, or until the 25th of March, when we kick off Group B with some completely different teams. But for us, this day has come to an end, and also the last 3 days of casting for me and Kips. We're going to take a tiny break and let the next caster pair roll over the couple next series we have. I think Rob and Bowie are going to be taking over tomorrow and the day after, so they shall keep you entertained with the remainders of Group A. But Kips, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. It's been a lot of fun. We'll be back for Group B. I think we have a couple of matches there, and of course the playoffs. But yeah, it's like, do you have anything to add into the mix? But I feel like Kips is content. Yeah, you maybe have a couple wise thoughts. Give us a nice wisdom here to end the day.
A wisdom. Do I have a good wisdom?
I was hoping it to come off the bat.
Make sure to stay hydrated, make sure to sleep enough, and put some moisturizer on from time to time. Never hurts. Nobody needs to know.
That is a good one. And make sure you tune up tomorrow for more games the same time as we continue our matches at 14 CET, kicking things off with, again, the team that just played just better, playing off against Monte. Make sure you tune in back at that time. But until then, people, thank you for watching. Take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.